Chapter 2489. One hand grasps the heavens. How come you haven't died yet? Why do I feel that your aura has surpassed the World King realm? What sort of cultivation method do you practice? At this time, in another part of the skies, Xi Xuanmei's eyebrows were tightly knitted together, her voice filled with disbelief. In her eyes, this youth was extremely monstrous, extremely evil. She had arrived at Martial God World a long time ago. Because of her perseverance and talent, she had been favored by one of the 10 great sword immortals of the Blue Province, Immortal Plum Sword. At that time, she had risen like a shooting star, battling countless geniuses. There were geniuses from the 4 great commanderies, the 6 military camps, and so forth. Even the geniuses of the myriad worlds weren't able to enter her eyes. Only the geniuses of Martial God World had the qualifications. However, facing these geniuses, she had never feared them. She had a deep confidence in herself. And now, for the first time, her confidence in herself was wavering. Why? Why hadn't this youth been defeated? Why was he so determined? Just to ask her a question, he had fought until now. She had to admit that Lin Ling was a terrifying monstrous genius. Evil Flame God 6 transformations. At this time, Lin Ling indifferently said. With his 2 dantians fused together, and the Tyrant Song sword added to his strength, he had already reached the 9th stage of the World King realm. Now the Evil Flame God 6 transformations had increased his strength by another 2 boundaries. By burning the fires of time and space, he had surpassed the peak of the World King realm. Heaven shocking change. A cold shout came from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the earth to shake and clouds to tumble in the skies. The Evil Flame God 6 transformations carried with it a gorgeous flame as it hurtled towards Xi Xuanmei. From the ground, it was like a meteor shooting out from the chaos of the universe. Seeing the domineering and majestic scene, countless people secretly cheered for him. Could a miracle really occur today? What do you want to do? Xi Xuanmei also stared ahead, her eyes filled with panic. This was the first time in her life that she had felt so flustered. Where is senior apprentice sister Yu? Lin Ling was still as resolute as before. He believed that Yu hadn't died. To him, whether she was alive or dead, he wanted to see her corpse. 10,000 stars shine. Xi Xuanmei would never answer this question. Otherwise, at that moment, she would be beyond redemption. Thus, she attacked once more. In the sky, more meteors shot towards Lin Ling, as if they were going to destroy the world. Rumble. Lin Ling's figure was sent flying by the meteor and smashed into the ground, causing cracks to appear on the ground. However, very quickly, colorful flames erupted and a figure soared into the sky, pouncing towards Xi Xuanmei once again. This guy simply won't give up until all hope is gone. Looking at the tenacious figure, all the geniuses from the 3 great academies were filled with admiration. Get out of here. Xi Xuanmei gritted her teeth and waved her hand again. She wanted to kill Lin Ling with a meteor. The meteor had indeed engulfed Lin Ling and seriously injured Lin Ling. However, his eyes were still filled with determination. This battle told him that even though Li Xiaoyao was a demonic genius, the current Lin Ling was not Li Xiaoyao. At the moment of his reincarnation, he had a great advantage, but others also had great talents and blocked his path of martial arts. But so what? Li Xiaoyao was able to rise up in the past. Today Lin Ling can do the same. Rumble. On the ground, the flames did not extinguish. They burned again, carrying Lin Ling's determination as they pounced towards Xi Xuanmei. Compared to Xi Xuanmei, Lin Ling had only been in the martial god realm for a very short time. However, he believed that he could surpass this second-generation genius and become the number 1. Pop, pop, pop. Beautiful flames danced in the sky as if they would never be extinguished. The hearts of the experts on the ground were constantly pounding. They did not expect Lin Ling to choose such a battle strategy. This was a battle strategy that put one's life on the line. And this kind of battle strategy was not something one could survive without going crazy. It could often affect the opponent's entire state. And this was indeed the case. At this moment, Xi Xuanmei's face became even paler. Controlling the myriad star matchless body consumed a lot of realm energy. However, Lin Ling was like a cockroach that could not be killed. Rising up again and again exhausted her. Moreover, Her undefeatable confidence was constantly crumbling. That's enough. Stop. However, at this moment, a cold shout was heard. Like a bolt from the blue, a huge palm descended from the sky with a fierce gust of wind. This palm was so huge that it was as vast as a city. Moreover, on the palm, a dazzling figure appeared. It was as if a duke was looking at the common people. That was the true god martial soul. This was also the symbol of the true god realm. Moreover, not every true god realm expert could make the true god martial soul appear. Only those who truly supported the heavens could do so. Marquis Sovereign. Marquis Sovereign. On the high platform, the experts were all shocked. They did not expect the Marquis Sovereign to attack Lin Ling. Obviously, the Marquis Sovereign also saw that Lin Ling was destroying Xi Xuanmei's confidence. In this way, not only would he not be able to obtain a genius like Xi Xuanmei, but he would also obtain a genius who had lost her martial heart. Therefore, he would not let this happen. Otherwise, the countless resources he had spent to nurture Xi Xuanmei in the past would have been wasted. Bastard! Roar! The Red Jade Tiger immediately roared. Previously, the Grand Secretary had said that no one was allowed to interfere. Who knew that the Marquis Sovereign would actually attack when he saw Xi Xuanmei's aura weaken? And with his seniority, this was very shameless. Furthermore, when Lin Ling was fighting Xi Xuanmei, his attack could be said to be a sneak attack. Obviously, the Marquis Sovereign also wanted to use this opportunity to kill Lin Ling. What a terrifying power! Everyone! The surrounding crowd also exclaimed. They never expected that the battle on the drill ground would turn out like this. At this moment, Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the sky. His eyes were filled with madness. Someone had attacked him sneakily? Moreover, that person's strength was very, very strong. You're courting death. Kill. Lin Ling roared angrily. You're not qualified. Kill. In the sky, the true god martial soul said coldly, its voice full of disdain. If Lin Ling was one of the Marquis Sovereign, he would definitely protect Lin Ling today. However, Lin Ling was not. Moreover, compared to Xi Xuanmei's talent was obviously stronger. After all, the strength that Lin Ling had erupted with seemed to be burning his realm essence. No matter how bad it was just the support of martial arts, and this was not talent. Marquis Sovereign, Lin Ling is from Qing Province's Fuxing Manor. How dare you act recklessly? Roar! At this moment, an angry roar came from afar. Luo Riyao had arrived with a large number of experts. They were all from Qing Province's Fuxing Manor. Unfortunately, he was too far away from Lin Ling, and was unable to help. As for the Red Jade Tiger, he also wanted to attack but he was too slow. Moreover, his strength was inferior to the Marquis Sovereign's. Time passed bit by bit. It seemed slow, but in fact it was only the blink of an eye. The Marquis Sovereign controlled the sky with one hand. A huge palm pressed down as if it was crushing dry weeds. Before it landed, a huge palm print appeared on the ground. In the 3 academies, some of the weaker geniuses were directly killed by the aura of the palm. This palm was indeed controlling the sky, domineering and magnificent. At this moment, no one could help Lin Ling except for Lin Ling himself. Lin Ling, if you're hit by that palm, you'll definitely die. I can only make a move, but I'm afraid the result won't change. His strength is much stronger than mine. Bang. Chapter 2490. In this life, I will definitely kill you. You're no match for him. There's no need for you to come out. Lin Ling hurriedly said. I have an absolutely irreconcilable enmity with him. Even if it weren't for you, I would still come out. What's more, when that palm landed, I was one with you. Do you think I would still be alive? Queen Qianji's voice was filled with determination, which surprised Lin Ling. Queen Qianji had a grudge with the sovereign marquis? Lin Ling, I'll block this palm for you, and you can take the opportunity to escape. But if I die, you have to avenge me. While Lin Ling was still in shock, Qianji turned into a ray of light and flew out of Lin Ling's body. At the same time, threads intersected and formed a dazzling spider web. On the spider web, the huge spider queen was lying on the ground, blocking Lin Ling's head. Although this spider was ferocious and terrifying, it also carried a fatal charm. Queen of Qianji. Looking at the fearless Queen Qianji, Lin Ling's eyes turned red as well. Queen Qianji was using herself to exchange for Lin Ling's life. Although Queen Qianji had a grudge against the sovereign marquis, she wasn't stupid. She wouldn't do something that she knew she couldn't win. So Lin Ling was sure that Queen Qianji was trying to save him. Let's go. At the same time, Queen Qianji's voice came from the sky. Her beautiful body made Lin Ling's eyes wet. He and Queen Qianji had been enemies for a long time. But now his enemy saved him? Don't thank me. In fact, I knew it would be very difficult to catch up to the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven. That's why I bet everything on you. Lin Ling, I want you to promise me one thing. Avenge me while you're still alive. The gigantic Spider Queen charged towards the sky with a sky full of spider webs. All of this seemed slow, but in reality, it happened in the blink of an eye. What's that? A true God Realm expert? Lin Ling actually still has such a trump card. Could it be that there is no limit to his methods? Countless people exclaimed when they saw the sudden appearance of the Spider King. It's you. At the same time, the true God martial spirit in the sky let out a majestic voice. You are still alive. Apparently he recognized Queen Qianji. What's the point? Why don't you give up everything and follow me? I can let you become a person above all others and enjoy everything you dream of, said the true God martial spirit indifferently. The hand that was about to hit the ground slightly paused. It seemed like he was hesitating whether he should continue or not. When my clan was destroyed, everything was gone with the wind. Sovereign Marquis, you and I cannot live under the same sky. Queen Qianji's voice came from the ground. If that's the case, then don't blame me. The Sovereign Marquis was indeed worthy of being a marquis. He only hesitated for a moment before his huge palm slammed down fiercely. Boom! In that instant, the entire second ring city exploded. Countless buildings collapsed, and a large number of experts were overturned. When a true God Realm powerhouse made a move, with a twitch of their brows, heaven fell and earth rent. Retreat. How terrifying. Is this still the great Azure Divine Dynasty's drill ground battle? The geniuses of the three academies quickly left the place. Their faces were filled with awe. Of course, many people were also staring at Lin Ling. They had never imagined that such a strong cultivator would fight for Lin Ling, and that such a strong cultivator would protect Lin Ling. It could be said that Lin Ling's name had spread throughout the three academies after this battle. Rumble. At this moment, the huge palm slammed down, but it was blocked by a huge spider web. You were not my opponent before, and you are not my opponent now, said the true God martial spirit indifferently as he slammed down his palm again. Pa, pa, pa. The spider web was broken, and Queen Spider, who was under the spider web, spat out a mouthful of silver blood. However, she did not retreat. She was still in the sky. She looked at Lin Ling on the ground and said, "Hurry up and leave." She was fighting for that last bit of time for Lin Ling. You are related to him? Good. I didn't get you thousands of years ago, and I don't have you now. However, no one else can have you. Go to hell. However, the more Queen Qianji was worried about Lin Ling, the angrier the true God martial spirit in the sky became. Boom. The huge palm slammed down, and all the spider webs were broken and scattered with the wind. The huge palm was only 100 meters away from Queen Spider. If it slammed down, she would be smashed to pieces. Sovereign Marquis, you want to kill me, right? However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out at the same time. It was Lin Ling, who was on the ground, looked up at the sky. His eyes were cold, and there was a trace of madness on his handsome face. He held the ancient sword in his hand and waved his blue robe. He was not afraid of the Sovereign Marquis at all. Many people were stunned, and they admired this mysterious young man even more. Today, Lin Ling could be said to have shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the true God martial spirit became even angrier. It was as if it could destroy the world with a wave of its flag. I, Lin Ling, swear that I will kill you in this life. Lin Ling's voice was heard again, and it was filled with killing intent. Now get out of my sight. Following Lin Ling's last sentence, the world fell silent. Lin Ling asked the Sovereign Marquis to get out of his sight. Ha 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 ha. The Sovereign Marquis laughed in disdain. He would not be angry when facing such an ant. He only wanted to kill. Rumble. At the same time, the huge palm was only 10 meters away from Queen Qianji. The sovereign marquis wanted to see how Linling was going to block it. Queen Qianji's eyes lit up. At this moment, she did not have any regrets. The only thing she could not let go of was her tribe. She could not avenge her tribe. And that was the regret of her life. I'll bet everything on you. She could not help but look at Linling. She saw the fire of hope in Linling. You will not die yet. However, Linling was also looking at her. When their eyes met, Queen Qianji noticed that there was a hint of madness in Linling's eyes. It was as if he was telling her that as long as I don't let you die, even the heavens would not be able to take you away. Rumble. At this moment, a change was finally born. The dark clouds in the sky stopped moving, and the wind stopped blowing. A huge stone tablet appeared in front of everyone's eyes in an instant. Time and Space Divine Tablet. What? Countless experts widened their eyes when they sensed the mysterious and ancient fluctuations. They felt as if they had seen the most ancient thing in the universe, and they could feel immense pressure. Even Queen Qianji's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Linling instinctively, and her mind buzzed. The Space and Time Divine Steel. Could it be a treasure from the 8 Gods' heavenly palace? Far away, Luo Riyao exclaimed. In the past, he was searching for the Space and Time Divine Steel in the 8 Gods' heavenly palace. Unfortunately, he was too late, and the Space and Time Divine Steel was taken by someone else. At that time, he was still wondering who had taken the Space and Time Divine Steel. Chapter 2491. Devour Linling's talent. At the same time, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice maintained his posture. However, at this moment, his pupils trembled violently as he sensed an ancient and powerful aura descending from the heavens, trying to suppress him into the depths of hell. This aura made him feel extremely pressured. He subconsciously looked at Linling, and then at Queen Qianji. He wasn't sure who had obtained this terrifying treasure, but now he had no choice but to avoid the Spacetime Divine Tablet. Boom. His body exploded and disappeared without a trace. The gigantic palm also disappeared without a trace. Only the divine steel of time and space continued to fall from the sky, causing the cultivators on the ground to tremble like cicadas in winter. It was as if they had encountered the end of the world. Once the divine steel appeared, all living beings would submit to it. If the divine steel fell, who knew how many lives would be lost here? However, the sovereign marquis had already escaped, so there was no need for the space-time divine steel to smash down. Marquis Zhangtian, consider yourself lucky. At this moment, Thousand Fate Queen's voice echoed in the air. Hearing her voice, the space-time divine steel in the sky began to tremble. It turned into a beam of light and shot towards the ground. At the same time, Queen Qianji also turned into a ray of light and shot into Linling's body. Along with it was the light from the divine steel of time and space. Queen Qianji knew that Linling was the one who saved her. She was smart enough to assume that the space and time divine steel was with her. That was indeed the case. After the Thousand Fate Queen disappeared, the time and space divine steel disappeared as well. Linling's eyes flashed. He knew what Queen Qianji was trying to do. He stared coldly at the sovereign marquis from afar, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The sovereign marquis was one of the people he wanted to kill the most. At the moment, his strength was not enough. Even if he used the space-time divine steel, it would not be enough to kill the sovereign marquis. However, Linling believed that it would not be long before he would be able to kill the sovereign marquis. As for the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven, his expression was extremely ugly because his attack had failed to kill Linling. This was simply a great humiliation. But now it was impossible for him to attack again. The Grand Council, Lord Eighth, and the others wouldn't let him have his way. Haha, continue your battle. I just thought that you were not as good as Si Xuanmei, so I didn't want to waste everyone's time. However, you obviously still have a hidden trump card, so you still have the qualification to fight with Si Xuanmei. The sovereign marquis figure floated in the sky. Then he walked back step by step, shirking all responsibility for the previous incident as if it had nothing to do with him. How domineering. Seeing the marquis's indifferent expression, falling flowers, flowing water, and the others were furious. Previously, the sovereign marquis wanted to kill Linling. Seeing that he was about to fail, he said that it had nothing to do with him. Sure enough, these experts could do whatever they wanted and did whatever they wanted. Sovereign Marquis, don't let the previous incident happen again. Otherwise, it will be a disgrace to the great Azure Divine Dynasty. The Grand Council official said faintly, his words mixed with a warning. I got it. The Sovereign Marquis smiled lazily, looking unruly. However, there was anger hidden under his smile. With his strength, not only had he failed to kill Lin Ling, but he had also been taught a lesson by the Grand Council official. This made him lose face. What was the treasure from before? Its power is so terrifying. This Lin Ling has caused a huge uproar in the drill ground. However, it seems that the treasure belonged to the Spider King. However, such a person actually helped Lin Ling. It's puzzling. In short, Lin Ling has definitely stepped into the ranks of the second generation. At this moment, no one was unconvinced by Lin Ling. The geniuses of the three major academies all had looks of worship in their eyes. This is what it means to be a cultivator of our generation. No one can stop us from doing what we want to do. Lin Ling, continue the battle. In the distance, Setting Sun's Glory said, appearing to support Lin Ling. Let the battle continue. Lord Eighth also spoke at this moment. Moreover, he had already paid attention to the surroundings to prevent other experts from attacking again. Thanks. At this moment, Lin Ling was covered in wounds and exhausted. However, the battle intent in his eyes did not diminish. Si Xuanmei, where is my senior sister Yu? He let out an earth-shattering roar like an invincible god of war. Thump. On the other side, Si Xuanmei's heart began to beat rapidly. At this moment, she only had a deep fear of Lin Ling. Bang. At the same time, Lin Ling stepped forward. He was not fast, but every step seemed to trample on Si Xuanmei's heart. Speak. A powerful aura emanated from Lin Ling's body. He was forcing Lin Ling to speak. What a proud young man. The crowd looked at the young man in the blue robe, and their hearts grew heavier. From the beginning, Lin Ling wanted to ask Si Xuanmei a question. At that time, no one thought that Lin Ling would be able to ask that question. However, after many twists and turns, Lin Ling finally succeeded in forcing her to speak. It was as if he was telling everyone in the world that if he wanted Si Xuanmei to speak, she must speak. Bang. Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to Si Xuanmei. Si Xuanmei stood there quietly and did not say a word. At this moment, her boundary essence was almost depleted and her myriad star-matchless body had reached its limit. However, Lin Ling was still not defeated. Of course, what made her lose the will to fight was not Lin Ling's strength, but Lin Ling's willpower. Unknowingly, Lin Ling had already arrived in front of Si Xuanmei. Speak. It was still the same word, but it was like the words of an emperor that no mortal could resist. I can't speak. Si Xuanmei's heart was trembling, but her pride prevented her from speaking. This was because her master was looking at her, and also because the geniuses of the three great academies were looking at her. Go to hell. Her pride took over her fear. Si Xuanmei's eyes were red and she no longer had the cold and indifferent look on her face. She made her move. She unleashed her talent to the limit, and slammed her palm heavily towards Lin Ling. Oh no! She's going to devour Lin Ling's talent. No one expected Si Xuanmei to have such a move. Bang! Her palm was like a shooting star as it slammed onto Lin Ling's chest. A powerful suction force was also born at this moment. Moreover, a scene of thousands of dazzling stars appeared behind Si Xuanmei. It was eternal and everlasting. Haha Lin Ling, you've lost. If your talent is absorbed by me, you'll be nothing. I've won. I'm the strongest genius among the second generation. Si Xuanmei's beautiful face was filled with malevolence and even madness. This was because she was going to turn defeat into victory. Looking at this scene, the crowd's expression became even more serious. A large amount of flames appeared on Lin Ling's body, but these flames were all absorbed by Si Xuanmei. It seemed like it was only a matter of time before Lin Ling became a cripple. I've said before that I'm undefeatable. Si Xuanmei was getting more and more excited. She wanted to see Lin Ling in pain. However, this was just wishful thinking. You're so ugly. Taking away someone's talent is equivalent to killing their hope. I really don't understand how a woman like you can live until now. I also don't understand why so many people worship you. Could it be that they can't see your dark and cold side? However, within the colorful flames, a low voice sounded at the same time. Chapter 2492. Si Xuanmei was defeated. How can you be fine? His voice was like thunder, causing the excitement on Si Xuanmei's face to disappear. What replaced it was fear. Most importantly, she clearly sensed that Lin Ling's talent was being absorbed by her. How could this be? Previously you were very happy and proud. You thought that you had turned defeat into victory. Why aren't you proud now? Within the flames, Lin Ling walked out step by step and allowed Si Xuanmei to absorb his talent. Unfortunately, his talent was endless. This was because his true innate gift was the space-time divine steel, while Si Xuanmei had only devoured the space-time flames. Lin Ling could have as many space-time flames as he wanted. As for the space-time steel, this was an innate talent that was even more powerful than the myriad star matchless body. How could a mere myriad star matchless body devour it? Laugh. Why aren't you laughing? Lin Ling stood in front of Si Xuanmei and looked down at her. Lin Ling's flames are endless. What secret is this guy hiding? How terrifying. The sudden turn of events undoubtedly made everyone even more surprised. They discovered that Lin Ling simply had no limits. That kind of mysterious feeling made it impossible for people to see through him. You think you can become stronger by devouring other people's talents? What you don't know is that everyone's talents are the result of their hard work. They are like their left and right hands. Even if you take away their talents, how can you control them? How can you devour it? Lin Ling's voice was full of majesty, causing Si Xuanmei's face to turn pale. She had only lost once in her life, and she wasn't afraid of any genius. But now, she realized that she was about to lose. The second defeat. Bang. Lin Ling stretched out his right hand and grabbed Si Xuanmei's neck with lightning speed. Then he lifted her up. Speak. His cold voice echoed throughout the entire drill grounds. As for Si Xuanmei, her face was full of dejection. She had lost, and her final trump card had also failed. At this moment, Lin Ling had become her inner demon. This caused her body to tremble, and the sword in her hand fell to the ground. Si Xuanmei, you've lost. The Grand Secretary on the high platform said plainly with a hint of surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect this result. Sigh. In the distance, Immortal Plum Sword, one of the sword saints of Qingzhou Sword God, because she realized that her disciple's heart was already dead. A person who had lost his will to fight, no matter how strong he was, it was useless. All this could only mean that Lin Ling's his art immortal was the forest. That is her. She's none she her. Bi Xuanmei is? S? Then why do you have her talent? However was she? Si Xuanmei's heart trembled. She gritted her teeth and said again. Because when I was running away, I took her talent. You're courting death. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He suddenly understood. Both of you were attacked by a large number of immortal monks. You knew that it would be difficult to escape, so you had to sacrifice one of you. You chose to sacrifice Inuer. You knew that Inuer wouldn't be able to escape, so you took her talent before you left and pushed Inuer to the immortal monks. Isn't that right? Si Xuanmei's eyes widened when she heard this. She looked at Lin Ling as if she was looking at a devil. Lin Ling was right. Senior Sister Xuanmei, how could you treat Sister Yu? Yu shouted angrily from afar. She and Inuer entered the resplendent academy together. Later on they got to know Si Xuanmei. Si Xuanmei was like an elder sister who treated them well. They also treated Si Xuanmei as their senior sister. However, when their lives were at stake, Si Xuanmei used Inuer as bait and escaped alone. Si Xuanmei had let them down. If Inuer doesn't die, we will all die. I inherited her talent and helped her develop it. What's wrong with that? Si Xuanmei couldn't help but roar when she heard you use words. One person dying is better than two people dying. So you sacrificed her? Lin Ling's eyes turned even colder when he heard this. You said that you were undefeated and fearless. However, when your life is at stake, why are you afraid? Why did you betray others and escape? You're really disgusting. I'll kill you now. As soon as he finished speaking, raging flames appeared on his arm. Wait. Wait. However, at that moment, someone stopped him. It was Jianmei, and the Grand Secretary. Linling, stop. Lord Eighth also spoke. He could understand Linling's feelings, but it wasn't the right time to kill Si Xuanmei. After all, the latter's talent was terrifying. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty wouldn't miss such a genius. Linling and Yuer might not be dead. Qiyu also spoke. Among all of them, he was the only one Linling gave face to. After all, Marshal Qiyu had been helping him. Linling wasn't an ungrateful person. Let her go for now. Qiyu spoke again with sincerity. Many people felt like they were dreaming when they saw the experts speaking one after another. A mere Linling could make so many great figures speak up for him. It was as if many people were giving him face. You're very lucky. At this moment, Linling looked at Si Xuanmei indifferently and finally let go of his right hand. You better hope that Yuer isn't dead. Otherwise, you'll definitely die. It doesn't matter who comes to plead for you. Bang. Si Xuanmei fell to the ground. She held her neck and coughed continuously. However, her heart was trembling because this was the first time in her life that she had been threatened. However, she was truly afraid of this kind of threat. It doesn't matter who comes to plead for you. What a guy who wants to see the world burn. Hearing Linling's words, the Grand Council Minister narrowed his eyes and said. He knew that the Grand Council Minister included him. It could only be said that this was a ruthless person who could do anything when he was angry. I'm so envious of Yuer. As for the women around them, they were all whispering to each other. Killing the world for a woman. This wasn't something that every man could do. At this moment, Linling had already turned around and left. Looking at his proud back, many people felt ashamed. In this battle on the drill ground of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, no one would have thought that Linling was the most monstrous existence. Especially those who had looked down on Linling at the beginning. At this moment, they were all smiling bitterly, thinking about how they had made things difficult for him. This was undoubtedly a mockery. No wonder Linling ignored them. It turned out that he didn't care about them at all. He has Queen Qianji with him, and the space-time divine steel should be with her. This guy must be watched carefully. On the high platform, the sovereign marquis sneered. Chapter 2493. Mingdong. In the distance, Sunbone and Luo Shaxi's eyes were cold. In the past, the two of them looked down on Linling. If not for Linling's cleverness, they would have killed Linling long ago. However, in a short period of time, Linling's strength had increased by a large margin. He was even threatening their positions. Unfortunately, even though they really wanted to kill Linling, it was obviously impossible at this time. Let's go. Linling had already left with Yu and the rest. He had no interest in the battle at the drill ground from the beginning to the end. In the distance, Luo Riyao smiled. He floated down and followed Linling. He knew very well that Linling had displayed such terrifying strength. Many people would definitely want to kill Linling. Therefore, he would not let those people have their way. Of course, Linling's name had shaken Second Ring City today. After the news spread, Fuheng Manor would also approve of Luo Riyao's actions. Linling was a genius worth nurturing. As for the Grand Council, he smiled and looked at Linling meaningfully. Then he said, "All right, the battle at the drill ground is over. I think many people are moved by your performance. If you are valued, you will also be nurtured. Now everyone disperse." Following his words, the geniuses from the three academies left one after another. Of course, as they left, they were also discussing the intense battle from before. Linling walked towards the Yulin market. When he returned, the Fire Spirit Princess and the rest had been waiting for him for a long time. Yu also told them about what happened to Yuer. The Fire Spirit Princess and the rest were extremely worried. Linling, you must find Sister Yuer. The Fire Spirit Princess was no longer a little girl. She was like a young lady, slender and elegant. Her every move carried the look of the second dream. She held Linling's hand and her eyes were filled with worry. She knew very well that Linling was a person who valued relationships the most. And Yuer was very important in Linling's heart, because they were childhood sweethearts who had grown up together. Linling had many girls who liked him. For example, Lu Susu and her sister, Princess Wuxia. However, She knew that Lin Ling only loved a few people. In the past, you brought me back from the ninth hell. Today, you will definitely find Sister Yu. The Fire Spirit Princess said again. Lin Ling forced a smile, then nodded heavily. Now he was no longer a child. No matter how many beautiful women he met, he would not be easily moved. He would only truly cherish women who had experienced feelings with him. Therefore, he would definitely bring Inuer back. He believed that Inuer was definitely not dead because he, Lin Ling, was waiting for Inuer. His home was also waiting for Inuer. If Inuer had unfortunately fallen, then Lin Ling would kill Si Xuanmei. Unfortunately, dying in the Chaos Universe was different from dying in the other worlds. The souls here would not enter the six paths reincarnation of the other worlds. But here, there was an even more powerful reincarnation law. Even Li Xiaoyao couldn't find the reincarnation circle. Even if Inuer had died, Lin Ling would have been able to bring her soul back. She might not be dead because the immortal temple is very big. In the shattered universe, anything is possible. It is hard to say whether it is a blessing or a curse. Beside him, Luori Yao comforted him. Lin Ling quickly asked, Senior, how do I get to the immortal temple? It is very difficult to find traces of the immortal temple. Every time it appears, it disappears very quickly. This time, the Resplendent Academy found the entrance, but the immortal temple also disappeared very quickly. How about this? I will ask Jiuzhou Fuxing to help you find the immortal temple. Of course, this will take some time, Luori Yao said. Thank you, Senior. Lin Ling said gratefully. The immortal temple was floating in the primal chaos. It was indeed difficult to find in a short period of time. Jiuzhou Fuxing was very powerful, so there would definitely be a way. Therefore, Lin Ling could only wait. Lin Ling, are you alright? At this time, Red Jade Tiger and Lord Eighth also appeared. They smiled at Lin Ling. Thank you for your help. Lin Ling quickly bowed. If it were not for them, the Sovereign Marquis would not have let him go. There is no need to thank us. If you want to thank someone, you should thank yourself. In this world, strength is everything. Lord Eighth waved his hand. His meaning was that if Lin Ling's talent and strength were ordinary, these powerhouses wouldn't help Lin Ling. Luckily, the strength that Lin Ling displayed surpassed everyone's imaginations. If a 6th level world king was like this, then what about a 10th level world king? His strength was unimaginable. Lin Ling naturally understood this, but he still thanked them once more. That's right, where is the Space and Time Divine Tablet? Lord Eighth suddenly asked. It is with Queen Thousand Tools. Lin Ling thought for a moment and didn't speak the truth. Although he believed in Red Jade Tiger, he couldn't let down his guard. After all, the Space and Time Divine Tablet was so precious. Who could say for sure that these old fellows wouldn't be moved by it? Then you must be careful. A man's wealth is his own ruin. When you made the Space and Time Divine Tablet appear in the world, there were many people who covetously eyed it. In particular, the Sovereign Marquis. You must be careful of him. Red Jade Tiger immediately warned. He was honest and magnanimous, not thinking too much about the Space and Time Divine Tablet. Lin Ling could sense this. Of course, he also sensed that Lord Eighth was curious about the Space and Time Divine Tablet. But because of Red Jade Tiger, he didn't dare to act recklessly. This was also human nature. Lin Ling didn't blame Lord Eighth. It could only be said that Lin Ling's current strength was far too weak. If he were strong enough, would others dare to covet him? The several people spoke a few more words before leaving. And this area was under the control of Radiant Academy. In addition, Lin Ling had displayed a formidable strength. Radiant Academy wouldn't allow anything to happen to Lin Ling. Thus, Red Jade Tiger and the others didn't need to worry about Lin Ling for the time being. It was night, and everything was quiet. Lin Ling accompanied Yu Yu, Xian Yuangur, Princess Huiling, and the others. This martial god realm is really cruel. We're still free in the rainforest sacred land. Princess Huiling sighed. Yes, in the rainforest sacred land, we're the strongest. But in the martial god realm, we're very ordinary existences. For example, previously we clearly knew that Si Xuanmei had harmed Big Sister Yu. But because there were too many experts, we had no choice but to let Si Xuanmei go. It's really hard to swallow this anger. Xian Yuangur said. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. Her life is still mine in the end. She'll die whenever I want her to. The reason I spared her life is because I want to return a favor to Lord Eighth. As for the rainforest sacred land, safety is only temporary. If we remain stagnant, sooner or later, our life and death will be determined by others. After all, the North Realm is so big. No one can guarantee that the experts of other realms won't enter the rainforest sacred land. So, if you want to be truly strong, you still have to enter a stronger world to fight and experience tempering. Only then can you soar through the clouds and the universe. Chapter 2494. Adventure, we believe in you. Yu and the others immediately laughed. Back in the rainforest's holy land, the young man had held up half the sky. Now, in the rainforest's holy land, the young man could definitely create another magnificent feat. The three of them took advantage of the time and talked for a long time. After that, Lin Ling also began to cultivate. He realized that after the battle on the drill ground, his cultivation level seemed to have increased again. What he lacked now was cultivation resources. Although the academy's rewards and the market's harvest were not low, if he wanted to increase his strength in a short period of time, it was still not enough. Lin Ling couldn't wait any longer. He had to cultivate faster than others. While Lin Ling was pondering how to find more cultivation resources, Tang Yue came knocking on his door the next day. She seemed to know that Lin Ling urgently needed to increase his strength, so she secretly told Lin Ling a secret. Someone had discovered the universal divine mine in the north. There were countless divine gems in the divine mine, which had triggered a great war and killed a large number of experts. Now the divine mine had been sealed by the four commanderies. Of course, if one was not weak, he could still gain something from it. Lin Ling, I've already told you the news. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. Tang Yue left after saying that. She also knew that many people were eyeing Lin Ling covetously, so she didn't dare to let Lin Ling go out easily. However, this was also an opportunity, so the choice was still up to Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The four commanderies had blocked the mine, so it was obviously impossible for him to get the majority. However, if he could get a small part of it, it would be enough for him to improve his strength greatly. This was a risk he could take. The next day, Lin Ling secretly notified Yu and the others. Then he disappeared from the market alone and personally forged a mask to hide his identity. And his departure obviously didn't attract anyone's attention. No one would have thought that with so many people paying attention to Lin Ling would still dare to go out. It was because of this that many people missed out on Lin Ling. The North Territory was Lin Ling's hometown. There were also many realms here. Although it was the weakest realm among the four realms, it was only relatively speaking. There were actually quite a number of experts here. Especially after the sacred mine appeared. It had quietly attracted a large number of ancient martialists. Lin Ling had a world map in his hand, which was given to him by Tang Yue. It was used to record the location of the world. Lin Ling borrowed the world map to appear on the martial god's path. After he left, he arrived in an ancient world. The land here was very desolate, like the Gobi Desert. Tiny specks of grass were growing strong, adding a bit of vitality. Whoosh! A cold wind blew in from the distance, one that could even injure an early world king realm martial artist. This was because this wind came from all around the universe. This is really a barren land. Lin Ling was wearing a large cloak. Through the brim of his hat, he looked indifferently at the desolate Gobi Desert. He knew that this was a newly born world, one that wasn't stable. But it was because of this that heavenly materials would appear in this newly born world. For instance, divine crystals. With the ancient sword on his back, Lin Ling slowly walked forwards. The goal of this trip was Nine Dragon Mountain. The sacred mine was located there, and because of Nine Dragon Mountain, this newly born world became famous. It was called the Nine Dragon World. However, as he walked forwards, Lin Ling didn't encounter any martial artists. Instead, monster beasts frequently appeared in the Nine Dragon World. These monster beasts were born from the chaos of the universe. They could be called god beasts. Of course, these monster beasts weren't Lin Ling's match. Moreover, in order to save time, Lin Ling didn't bother with these monster beasts. But there were even more terrifying monster beasts that were beginning to stir. Roar. Not long after, the earth began to wriggle and a giant mouth appeared, wanting to swallow Lin Ling. This giant mouth could be said to be as fast as lightning. It could easily swallow up a World King Realm powerhouse. However, Lin Ling was an outstanding figure within the World King Realm. Currently, he could fight a 10th stage World King. Thus, after his complexion changed, he immediately soared into the sky. Just as he moved, the earth was swallowed up by the mouth. Even the spiritual energy was swallowed. World Swallowing Beast. Lin Ling floated in the air, his expression dignified. The World Swallowing Beast was the most mysterious god beast in the universe of chaos. It could swallow a world. In the past, Lin Ling had encountered one at Rising Sun World. He didn't think that Lin Ling's luck would be so bad that he would encounter it again after coming to the Nine Dragon World. However, where there was a World Swallowing Beast, this also meant that there were countless treasures in this world. It looks like it's an early-stage body and not a mature one. Lin Ling stared at the earth and thought to himself. The World Swallowing Beast was also divided into ranks. An early-stage body represented an infant. The World Swallowing Beast he encountered at Rising Sun World was a mature one, and was even more powerful. As for a peak World Swallowing Beast, even a god would have to avoid it. Shura Sword Array. Without much hesitation, the tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. Black Shura sword shot out. 49 sword arrays surrounded the World Swallowing Beast like a swarm of locusts. Bang, bang, bang. An intense collision ensued. Although the World Swallowing Beast was an early-stage body, it was still very powerful. It kept swallowing Lin Ling's swords. This beast. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. Swallowing the ultimate sword Dao. This World Swallowing Beast could swallow anything. Roar. After swallowing Lin Ling's swords, the mouth on the earth grew even bigger. It actually shot up into the sky. From what Lin Ling could see, aside from a giant mouth, the earth had disappeared. Inside that ferocious mouth was a void. No one could understand where it would appear after being swallowed by the World Swallowing Beast. Shocking change. Lin Ling no longer suppressed his strength. After burning time and space, he transformed into Evil Flame God. He reached the 10th stage of World King Realm. His speed instantly increased, and he shot forward like a meteor. As soon as he left, the giant mouth swallowed the sky where he was. True Realm of Dao. Shura Sword Array. Appearing on the other side, Lin Ling activated even more of his realm essence, forming a new sword array and shooting it into the distance. This time, the Shura Sword Array was even stronger. It carried a rich power of chaos. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Countless swords pierced through the mouth, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flicker. The next moment, the mouth condensed again by some unknown power, and tried to swallow Lin Ling. Is it invincible? Lin Ling could not help but curse. He had erupted with shocking change, and his strength had reached the peak. Even if he used the Shura Sword Array, he could not harm that demon at all. This was worthy of being called a legendary divine beast. You want to swallow me? Let's see if you have good teeth. Lin Ling's body moved, and he disappeared from where he was. In the distance, martial artists passed by in 2s and 3s. When they saw Lin Ling's battle, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Where did this freak come from? He even dares to provoke the World Swallowing Beast. I think that guy is using the World Swallowing Beast to practice martial arts. In this world, nothing is too strange. Let's leave quickly. We are not that freak. If we are targeted by the World Swallowing Beast, we might die in Nine Dragon Realm. Those martial artists shuddered and quickly left. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Ling was still fighting the World Swallowing Beast. He did not believe that this beast was invincible. Chapter 2495. Kenshin, are you crazy? He actually fought the Realm Swallowing Beast. When Lin Ling was exhausted from the battle, Queen Qianji's voice could be heard. She saw that Lin Ling's boundary energy was almost depleted, and he was in great danger. I don't like the path of martial arts that is too smooth. At least the crisis of life and death can make me realize that I am still alive. I need to become stronger, and a smooth life will only make me numb. In the sky, Lin Ling's face was filled with ruthlessness, but he still smiled indifferently. Although I think you're crazy, you're right. A calm sea cannot train a skilled sailor. Queen Qianji agreed. She finally knew why Lin Ling always seemed to be able to defeat those who were at a higher level than him. It turned out that Lin Ling had put in a lot of hard work behind the scenes. Take the realm-swallowing beast as an example. Even Queen Qianji would not dare to fight this godly beast. This was not because he was not strong enough, but because the realm-swallowing beast was too mysterious. If he was not careful, he could be turned into ashes. Your Ashura sword formation doesn't seem to have much effect on it. Queen Qianji added. Slowly, there will be an effect. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and did not stop the activation of the sword array. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 49 black Ashura swords pierced through the sky, dazzling and domineering, making Lin Ling look like a sword god. It is useless. The world-swallowing beast has a mysterious power. It seems to be able to ignore all attacks. However, Queen Qianji immediately shook her head and said, "You should take a rest. The more tired you are, the more dangerous it will be. Hold on a little longer." Lin Ling looked determined. He stared at the giant realm-swallowing beast. He did not believe that his sword could not hurt the realm-swallowing beast. If he wanted to hurt the realm-swallowing beast, the power of the sector essence was clearly not enough. Ashura sword formation. Lin Ling was like a madman, spurring on the sword formation once more. Alas! The queen couldn't help but sigh. It seemed like once Lin Ling made up his mind, even 9 bulls wouldn't be able to pull him back. Right now, she could only accompany Lin Ling and help him when Lin Ling was in danger. Boom! It was at this moment that the sword matrix, which had not affected the realm-swallowing beast, started to inflict serious damage. It pierced through the realm-swallowing beast, causing the wound to widen. How is this possible? Thousand Opportunities Queen was shocked. She then realized that not all of the 49 strikes were able to hurt the realm-swallowing beast. There was only one sword. It looked very ordinary, but it was the most fatal. Again. Right now, Lin Ling was feeling extremely carefree. He could sense that his ultimate sword Dao had finally entered a new realm. Currently he had 2 dantians. This could increase his realm essence by a tremendous amount. Moreover, the evil flame 6 transformations burned the space-time flames, which also increased the amount of realm essence. But in terms of martial arts moves, Lin Ling was still somewhat lacking. And now, this gap had been filled. How come you couldn't hurt the realm-swallowing beast before, but now you can? Thousand Opportunities Queen stared at the Ashura sword floating in the sky. She was getting more and more surprised. Sword Heart. Lin Ling said calmly. Among the 49 swords, there was one that stood out from the rest. That was because that sword possessed the sword intent, which was the so-called Sword Heart. This was the power that was born when the ultimate sword Dao reached the true realm of Dao. This power was also the power of chaos, but it was more condensed and powerful. Come Ashura sword formation. He gathered all of his realm essence and unleashed it again. The Ashura sword formation was like a storm as it shot towards the realm-swallowing beast. Among the 49 swords, the most inconspicuous black sword was emitting a black light. It was so black that it was dazzling. This sword was even sharper than before, as if it was the heart of the sword. Ultimate martial arts? A new realm? Thousand Opportunities Queen was shocked as she stared at the sword. Whether it was the Omega Sword Dao or the Omega Flame Dao, they were both Omega Martial Daos. The deeper one's comprehension of the Dao was, the more powerful the martial arts one could use would be. This was especially true for the legendary Complete Dao. If one could comprehend such a Dao, then with a flick of the finger, one could cause the primal chaos to collapse. Boom! The sword with the heart of the sword pierced through the realm-swallowing beast. The realm-swallowing beast let out a sharp cry. It seemed to be angry. Then the realm-swallowing beast pounced on Lin Ling. Come beast! Lin Ling roared. His fighting spirit was boiling. He made the Ashura sword formation fly back. Then he shot towards the realm-swallowing beast like a sword emperor. Looking from afar, the scene was spectacular. A giant mouth swallowing the sky, and the earth rushed towards the sky. In the sky, a weak figure shot towards the ground without fear of death. The 2 strong figures clashed at this moment. Rumble. After the collision, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The sound was loud. After a while, strong winds blew. A man wearing a large cloak landed on the ground. At the same time, a large number of swords shot towards the ancient sword in his hand. In the end, they disappeared. In the sky, the huge mouth floated there, and in the next instant it exploded. All sorts of mysterious forces swept out in all directions, and a black gem quietly fell to the ground. You won. Thousand Opportunities, Queen said in disbelief as she stared at the power in the sky. Lin Ling had defeated the realm-swallowing beast. This guy was getting stronger as he fought. Is the realm-swallowing beast dead? Thousand Opportunities, Queen quickly asked. No. The realm-swallowing beast will not die. It is just sleeping. The next time it wakes up, it will be in the chaos of the universe. Lin Ling shook his head. He played with the black gemstone in his hand. He knew that this treasure contained a terrifying amount of energy. He threw it out and said, "Here, this realm-swallowing beast stone is for you. It is very suitable for a true god realm elite to refine." You're giving it to me? Thousand Opportunities, Queen could not believe her ears. She had heard of this gemstone. It was said that it could condense a true god martial soul. It was extremely rare. Now he was giving it to her? Weren't you very greedy in the past? Now you don't want it? Don't worry. I just haven't reached the true god realm yet. Otherwise, I would not give it to you. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. He carried the ancient sword on his back and continued walking. He said, "Of course you helped me last time. This gemstone is to return the favor." That's more like it. All right, I'll take it. Thousand Opportunities, Queen did not refuse. She quickly took it and asked, "How did you get the time and space divine steel? I did not expect that you would be the one who gained the most from the 8 gods' heaven palace." "I was just lucky." Lin Ling continued walking in the wind. He did not explain much. Putting on an act and being overly modest is hypocrisy. Thousand Opportunities, Queen curled her lips and said, "Next, I will refine this realm-swallowing beast stone. I will not appear in the near future. If you run into any trouble, you will have to rely on yourself." Chapter 2496. Only a single move. In the following days, Lin Ling slaughtered his way through 9 Dragon World. There were many monster beasts here, and they were all extremely strong. After Lin Ling killed these monster beasts and swallowed their flesh and blood, his divinity and demon body rose once more. However, the divinity and demon body was formidable to begin with. If he wanted to step into a new domain, he needed a great deal of resources. On the other hand, his cultivation was getting closer and closer to the 7th level of the World King realm. If he was lucky enough to encounter an even more precious heavenly treasure, then Lin Ling would surely make a breakthrough. On this day, Lin Ling passed through an area filled with strong winds, and a small mountain appeared in front of him. Several figures were resting at the foot of the mountain. These people were travel-worn, and all of them were wearing large cloaks, as if they had just experienced a great battle. Not far away, there was a small mountain lying there. Looking at it carefully, it was a 3-headed infernal demon hound. This sort of beast wasn't weak. It was comparable to a peak world king. As for these 5 people, their strengths were between the 8th and 9th level of the World King realm. They all looked very young. They were likely geniuses from Martial God World. This was because Lin Ling could feel that they weren't weak at all. Moreover, there was a faint noble aura coming from their bodies. "Sir, where did you come from?" Someone immediately stood up and asked as they saw Lin Ling in the distance. As for Lin Ling, he wore a mask and slowly walked forwards. Martial God World. He didn't state his background. It was always better to be cautious. However, the 5 people's eyes brightened. If he came from Martial God World, then that meant that Lin Ling wasn't weak at all. We saw a ghost-faced tree king nearby. There were many Sakya ghost Buddha fruits on the tree, but we are lacking in manpower. Are you interested in joining us? If we can kill the ghost-faced tree king, then we can divide the harvests equally. How about it? A woman said, her voice filled with decisiveness. She was also a ruthless and ambitious character. These 5 people didn't know each other, and all of them had great backgrounds. They had met each other halfway through 9 Dragon World, and because they were strong, they had formed a small team. Sakya Ghost Buddha fruits? Under Lin Ling's mask, his eyes lit up. This was an extremely rare fruit. It was said that this fruit was born by the previous incarnation of Hell, the ghost-faced tree king. This sort of fruit was of great help to a late world king. These 5 people were all at the late world king realm, so it was possible for them to use this treasure to make a breakthrough. But the ghost-faced tree king was extremely difficult to deal with. It was comparable to a half-step true divinity powerhouse. Thus they needed more people to join forces. Alright, I'll join. Lin Ling didn't ask for the other party's name, because they were both cooperating for their own interests. Awesome. One of the men nodded and took off the hood of his cloak, revealing a handsome face. However, there was a scar on his face, which was a shocking sight. Of course, not only did this scar not affect his appearance, it even added a hint of coldness to him. However, you are only at the 6th level of the World King realm. I have no idea whether or not you have enough strength. So, if you can withstand my saber strike and survive, then you can join. The man waved his right hand, and a broken blade appeared. Bloody light overflowed like a roaring river. And at the same time, a blood saber appeared above his head. This seemed to be his talent. My talent is a first-grade awakened divine body, and my cultivation is at the 9th level of the World King realm. If you cannot defeat me, then you can leave. The man reminded Lin Ling. If he wanted to obtain this treasure, then he would have to risk his life. Do not underestimate him. He is someone who defeated a 2nd-generation disciple of Heavenly Saint Academy. Yes. The other woman also reminded. Although they didn't know each other's origins, they could guess from the words of this woman. They should all be 2nd-generation disciples of the 3 great academies. Only one move? That's too simple. Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling calmly replied. Simple? Haha. Then do you dare to come? Yes. The man confidently laughed, thinking that Lin Ling was underestimating him too much. Then, as he saw Lin Ling remain silent, he immediately knew that Lin Ling had agreed. Thus, he stepped forwards and lifted the saber in his hand. But, what surprised everyone was that after lifting the saber, the man's aura was extremely calm. But Lin Ling knew that this man was brewing an extremely terrifying saber strike. This was the aura of a coming storm. Before the saber was drawn, the world was at peace. Once the saber was drawn, the wind would sweep away the clouds. Unfortunately, although this man wasn't weak, he was clearly inferior to Si Xuanmei. Thus Lin Ling didn't fear him. Tachi 7 blood slash. If the enemy wants to stop, I will attack. Slash. Finally, the man drew his saber. The saber was fast. A blood-red ribbon slashed down, causing thunder to appear in the void. A middle 3rd-grade saber, Tachi 7 blood slash. Lin Ling's mind was like a mirror. Li Xiaoyao had come into contact with this martial art before. Under the gaze of the others, Lin Ling didn't move at all. He just stood there. Not good, he seems to be unable to react. Sigh. Don't be killed by the saber. Sigh. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no one else, we wouldn't have invited him. But his strength is still too weak. Sigh. Saber, I can't hold it back. Sigh. Those people were all shouting. But at this time, Lin Ling finally made his move. Evil flame transformation erupted, and flames soared to the sky. His realm energy instantly increased, and his body was surrounded by bright flames. Moreover, Lin Ling didn't use the power of 2 dantians because he felt that 1 dantian was enough. After all, he also knew that his opponent was just testing a little, and didn't use his strongest martial art. Swoosh. Lin Ling stretched out his hand as fast as lightning. His 10,000 elephant demonic eyes seemed to see through the blood-red ribbon, as he suddenly pinched it with 2 fingers. Clang. A crisp sound of metal rang out. With the 2 of them as the center, strong winds swept in all directions. This guy actually caught Dao Dai's saber? Sigh. His strength seems to have reached the 8th level of the World King realm. Sigh. Seeing this, the remaining 4 people exclaimed. The man called Dao Dai's eyes narrowed, and then he smiled and said, You pass. Sigh. Good. Now it's my turn to test you. Take one of my moves. Sigh. Lin Ling had one hand behind his back, and his right hand was still holding Dao Dai's saber. At this moment, he let go of Dao Dai's saber, and his brows twitched. The tyrannical song behind him immediately floated up, and the sword pointed at Dao Dai, showing off its sharpness. Haha, interesting. Sigh. Dao Dai couldn't help but laugh. Previously, Lin Ling had blocked his saber, but that didn't mean that Lin Ling was stronger than him. After all, that was a test, not a life or death saber. The two were different concepts. Then come. Not to mention blocking one move. Even if it's 100 moves, Dao Dai won't care. Sigh. Then be careful. Sigh. Both of them opened their mouths, and in the next moment, a terrifying aura erupted. The Shura sword array shot out from the tyrannical song. 49 swords, each one of them to kill the heart. Clang. Crisp sounds rang out continuously, and in the next moment, Dao Dai exclaimed, "Impossible, I should have sent all your swords flying." Clang. At this moment, a sword was pointed at his neck. Lin Ling only needed to twitch his brows, and Dao Dai's blood would splatter on the spot. What kind of sword is that? Clang. Dao Dai stared at the sword that was emitting a cold light, and exclaimed again. He had sent many swords flying, but he found that one of them was suppressing a mysterious power that he couldn't block. Sword Heart Sword. Clang. Chapter 2497. A one-strike kill. After all, although he had used the Azura sword array, he hadn't stimulated the strength of his second dantian. This could be considered a hidden technique, so there was no need to hide everything. Sword Heart. Ultimate Sword Dao, true boundary of Dao. Kill. Dao Dai was also perceiving the ultimate saber Dao, thus she knew what a sword heart represented. Besides talent, this was the second foundation that allowed one to jump realms to challenge others. Come again. Dao Dai knew that she had encountered a formidable genius. After all, this 6th-level world king had reached the boundary of a battle of the Dao. What if their boundary was the same? Indeed, there was always someone stronger and a mountain higher. When she had become a second-generation descendant, she had been pleased with herself, but she soon learned that she wasn't the true genius. There were many people in martial god world that were fiercer than her. And this youth in front of her was one of them. How interesting. As you wish. Lin Ling smiled. Controlling the Azura sword array, he rushed towards Dao Dai like a raging storm. Clang. 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 Deafening sounds echoed out as saber and sword collided. But Lin Ling's Azura sword array was far too tricky. Moreover, he had concealed a sword heart. This caused Dao Dai to be in an extremely distressed state. A massive number of sword scars began to appear on her body, dripping with blood. If Lin Ling had held any killing intent in his heart, Dao Dai would have died countless times already. I'm done. Finally, Dao Dai let out a depressed sigh. She wanted to use Lin Ling to enhance herself, but who knew that she would be completely oppressed? Freak, within the 6th-level World King realm, you are the strongest I've ever seen. Then, Dao Dai put away her saber, a helpless expression on her face. Your strength is also quite good. After all, you've cultivated for less than 1,000 years, and yet you have the strength of a 10th-level World King. It is clear that your talent and diligence aren't weak. Lin Ling smiled from beneath his mask, giving a fair evaluation. Although Dao Dai's complexion was calm, she was also overjoyed. To be praised by a formidable monstrous genius, this was undoubtedly a form of affirmation. In fact, Blade Butterfly was clearly more powerful than Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others. With the same amount of cultivation time, Blade Butterfly was much stronger. As for Lin Ling, there was no way he could compare to Lin Ling. Lin Ling had the memories of 2 lifetimes, and the 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes. His talent far surpassed most of the geniuses. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling's talent was terrifying, but he was also very hardworking. With these two factors added together, it would be strange if he wasn't a monster. On the other hand, the other 4 were both shocked and delighted. They were shocked because Lin Ling's strength was actually so formidable, and they were delighted because with Lin Ling's participation, they had a very high chance of obtaining that treasure. Then they immediately went on their way. Along the way, everyone asked Lin Ling some questions. Of course, they definitely wouldn't ask about taboos. For example, Lin Ling's background. Because everyone had concealed their identity when they came here, they naturally didn't like people asking too much. They were all asking difficult questions about cultivation. Innate 5 elements art? First cultivate in accordance with the 5 elements. Then cultivate in opposition to the 5 elements. That way you can cultivate this art to the limit. Lin Ling answered all the questions he knew. And through conversation, Lin Ling had a rough understanding of their names. Before long, a thick fog appeared in front of them, and screams could be heard from time to time. They had arrived at the Ghost-Faced Tree King's territory. This Ghost-Faced Tree King is still a bit away from becoming hell. Lin Ling stared at the eerie fog and thought to himself, every realm had its own hell. The birth of hell was formed by strange objects in the universe, and the Ghost-Faced Tree King was one of them. But from the looks of it, the Ghost-Faced Tree King had yet to form a systematic hell cycle. Once a hell cycle was completed, it would have rules of reincarnation, and so on. That would be hell. Let's go in. Be careful of illusions. Also, don't let the spirits take over your body. The zombies inside are also very strong. Remember, we must not separate. Then the 5 of them entered the fog. Indeed, along the way, a large number of spirits floated over, and many zombies crawled out from the ground. However, they were all king-level existences. The spirits blocking their way did not affect them much. Gradually, the fog began to disperse, and a towering ancient tree appeared. The ancient tree was eerie, and a large number of corpses were hanging from it. One look at it would make one's scalp tingle, because there were too many corpses, and they were densely packed together. When the wind blew, the corpses swayed like wind chimes. Fong Xian, you and Yao go and pick the Sakya Ghost Buddha fruit. The 4 of us will stop the Ghost-Faced Tree King. Alright, be careful. Dao Dai ordered, and everyone split up. On the other hand, Dao Dai and the rest unleashed their ultimate skills to attack the Ghost-Faced Tree King. At this moment, a pair of cold eyes appeared on the eerie bark of the ancient tree. It stared at Lin Ling and the rest as if it was looking down on them. Xiao. In the next moment, vines shot over, and the ghostly aura filled the air. It was as if the world in front of them had been sealed. Dao Dai and the others looked serious, and they used even more powerful attacks. As for Lin Ling, he stood there quietly, motionless like a statue. At the same time, the Ghost-Faced Tree King used Hell's illusion. The 18 levels of hell appeared and blinded Dao Dai and the others' senses. Dao Dai and the others were in a perilous situation. After all, they had to stop the vines and the Hell's illusion at the same time. They were exhausted. Subconsciously, they looked at Lin Ling, and their eyes widened. This was because Lin Ling was still standing there, motionless. Heavens, come and help. We can't hold on any longer. Dao Dai shouted. If we lose, Yao and the others will be in danger. Come and join us. The others also shouted gloomily. However, Lin Ling still did not move. It was only when Dao Dai and the others were in danger that he finally moved. The tyrant song sword behind him floated up as if it had a mind of its own. It pointed at the Ghost-Faced Tree King. And in the next moment, the Ashura sword formation shot out like arrows. These swords came one after another, and they were extremely dazzling. Moreover, they were very fast. Most importantly, the sword struck at the perfect moment, piercing through the vines. Poof, poof, poof. In the next moment, a dull sound was heard. The Ashura sword pierced through the Ghost-Faced Tree King's body, all the way to the hilt. The Ghost-Faced Tree King's eyes were blinded, and the entire tree was groaning in pain. It started to tremble. 1 hit, 1 kill. Crazy, he actually succeeded. The Ghost-Faced Tree King, a half-step true god monster, is dead. The mist started to disperse, and the illusions disappeared, revealing Dao Dai and the others. At this moment, their mouths were agape, and they were speechless. Rumble. The Ghost-Faced Tree King started to wither. However, 2 figures flew over from afar. It was Yi Yao and the others. At this moment, their faces were filled with joy, and they were holding a few magical fruits in their hands. Lin Ling stared at the Ghost-Faced Tree King. He knew that this monster was not dead. It had disappeared into the earth, and had abandoned its shell. However, it would take a long time for it to grow again. Every single one of these heaven and earth freaks was extremely difficult to kill. Yay, 1 Sakyamuni Buddha fruit per person. Yao held a few fruits and walked over excitedly. The fruits in her hands were like Buddhas that had passed away. They were the size of a fist, and a mysterious melody could be heard from them. Lin Yiming is still the best. That sword killed the ghost-faced Tree King instantly. Chapter 2498. The Sakyamuni Buddha fruit had been obtained. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Lin Ling did not use his real name. Instead, he used the name Lin Yiming. In fact, the others were probably like him, and did not use their real names. This is not my work alone. If you had not attracted the ghost-faced Tree King's attention, I would not have been able to kill it in one strike. Sigh. Lin Ling did not take the credit for himself, and waved his hand. Even so, to kill it in one strike requires a very calm response, sharp eyesight and powerful attack power. The attack power of a sword cultivator is indeed sharp. Even I want to cultivate the sword. Sigh. The others shook their heads and smiled. They knew that although Lin Ling made it sound simple, they might not succeed if they were the ones doing it. Then everyone was given a Sakyamuni Buddha fruit. This fruit was enough to greatly increase their strength. Lin Ling was also somewhat happy. Indeed, taking the risk was the right choice. However, just as they were about to leave, a sharp voice suddenly sounded from afar. Then the fog dispersed and a large number of figures descended from the sky. Young Master Luo, the ghost-faced Tree King is here. The voice caused Dao Dai and the others' expressions to change. By the time they reacted, a large number of people had already appeared in front of them. These people stared at Lin Ling and the others in surprise. However, their expressions soon turned cold. Put down the Sakyamuni Buddha fruit. One of the youths said indifferently. His words were mixed with anger, as if Lin Ling and the others had stolen something from him. Sir, what do you mean by this? We were the ones who defeated the ghost-faced Tree King. Why should we put it down? Dao Dai immediately retorted. She could see that the people in front of her were not weak. They were all at the 9th or 10th stage of the World King realm. Why should I? The youth narrowed his eyes at Dao Dai. Then let me ask you, who are you and where are you from? Dao Dai and the others fell silent. They did not want to reveal their identities. Seeing Dao Dai and the others' expressions, the youth sneered. Looks like you are not from the 4 great commanderies. Then everything you have obtained here belongs to me. You are stealing the treasures of my commandery. Only my commandery? Upon hearing this, Dao Dai and the others' faces changed slightly. Only Wu commandery was an ally of the great Qing divine dynasty. It was a powerful force that they could not afford to offend. In fact, the main reason why they came here in secret was that they did not want to be discovered by the 4 commanderies. Because the 9 Dragons realm had been sealed off by the 4 commanderies, it was said that everything here belonged to them. We really need this Sakyamuni Ghost Buddha fruit. Can we buy it with money? Dao Dai pondered for a moment before asking. Of course, when he said this, his heart was filled with anger. After all, the treasure that they had obtained now belonged to only me commandery. Instead, they wanted to use money to buy it. This was unreasonable. Haha. Hearing this, the warriors beside the young man burst into laughter. Sure, but the 2 girls have to stay and play with us. If we're in a good mood, the Sakyamuni Ghost Buddha fruit will be yours. However, each fruit costs 10 million deity crystals, not a single cent less. Moreover, since you've spoken, you have to buy it. Otherwise, you can't walk out of here. The warriors said coldly, and their eyes were filled with evil intentions. Obviously, they had no intention of letting Dao Dai and the others go. You've gone too far. Dao Dai and the others were instantly enraged. Previously, they had only suggested it. Who would have thought that the other party would force them to buy it? Moreover, they were not inexperienced people. They guessed that the other party had no intention of letting them leave unless they handed over the deity crystals in exchange for their lives. At this moment, they suddenly regretted it. If they had known earlier, they would not have asked them. Now they were in a difficult situation. I've just obtained the Sakyamuni Ghost Buddha fruit, and I'm in a good mood. So if you get lost immediately, I'll spare your lives. Just as Dao Dai and the others were panicking, a cold voice suddenly sounded from beside them. They turned around and saw that the person who had spoken was Lin Ling. At this moment, they were all shocked. Lin Ling was threatening the people from only me commandery? On the other hand, the laughter from the young man disappeared. He frowned and stared at Lin Ling. Who are you? There are very few people who dare to speak to me in such a manner. Tell me your name. The young man's eyes were cold as he suddenly asked coldly. You don't have the right to know who I am. You don't have much time left to live. Lin Ling's voice became even colder. Previously, when he had obtained the Sakyamuni ghost Buddha fruit, he was in a good mood. However, after the strong cultivators from Only Me Commandery appeared, his mood gradually worsened. After all, he had a deep grudge with Only Me Commandery. This guy. Dao Dai and the others immediately gasped. They had never expected that Lin Ling, who had been passionately answering their questions, would be so overbearing when he turned cold. You. The young man was furious. As the second generation of Only Me Commandery, this was the first time he had met such a rude person. The warriors from the commandery treated him as their leader and worshipped him greatly. Now they were doubting his authority. Fine. I have underestimated your arrogance. The young man said word by word as he suppressed his anger. He wanted Lin Ling to know what he had done wrong. My name is Luo Hao. I am the second generation of Tsongling Academy and the top genius of Only Me Commandery. I cultivated at the same time as Luo Shawthorn. You should have heard of this name before. Now, do you still dare to say the same thing? Luo Shawthorn is quite a character. I have heard of him. As for you, I am sorry. I have never heard of you. You have been talking nonsense for half a day. Is this all you want to say? However, Lin Ling's indifferent words stunned the surrounding people. Luo Hao, the second generation of Tsongling Academy, was an ancient genius. As long as one was a genius from the three major academies, there were not many who did not know of his name. However, this young man had never heard of him and looked indifferent. Who are you? Why do you want to ruin Only Me Commandery's business? Do you really want to provoke Only Me Commandery? Let me give you a piece of advice. You can't afford to provoke us. Luo Hao's voice became cold. His aura exploded layer by layer, becoming stronger and stronger like a surging volcano. I have said that you are not qualified to know. As for ruining your business? What a joke. Nine Dragons' realm is a newly risen realm. Since when did it belong to Only Me Commandery? As for provoking Only Me Commandery? Haha, it's not like we have never provoked you before. However, Lin Ling's words had infuriated Luo Hao. Currently, the Nine Dragons' realm was sealed off by the commandery, and all the experts had to take a detour. Even those who did not leave had to be humble. How could there be someone who wanted to die here? I will not waste my breath with you. Today, Nine Dragons' realm is your forbidden area. Luo Hao roared. Endless waves of sand appeared behind him and surged towards Lin Ling like a tidal wave. Amidst the sand waves, a fist was faintly discernible. Sand King Fist. Chapter 2499. To give or not to give. You're courting death. Lin Ling wanted to laugh when he saw that Luo Hao had made the first move, but he could not. Based on the grudge between him and Solitude Commandery, shouldn't he be the one to make the first move? Earth-shattering change. The two Dantians had completely fused together, and flames that soared to the sky erupted. Lin Ling also threw out a punch. The fiery fist was colorful and earth-shattering. His level 2 awakened godly body had also exploded at this moment. Rumble. Sand and flame collided violently at this moment. That kid is dead meat. Young Master Luo participated in the second-generation battle of dragons and tigers in the three big academies, and got a good ranking. Even young Master Luo Shawthorn praised young Master Luo Hao and said that he had the best chance of catching up with him. The warriors of Only Me Commandery were excited. They did not think that Lin Ling could win. However, reality gave them a slap in the face and told them that geniuses did not come from Solitude Commandery. There were geniuses in other places as well. Rumble. In the next moment, a figure flew backward and smashed into the ground, causing the ground to shake violently. Poof. Then blood spurted out of the man's mouth, and he was burned by a mysterious flame. He screamed in pain. The crowd stared at the figure, and their faces froze. That was young Master Luo Hao. Who are you? Luo Hao spat out blood and struggled to get up. He looked at Lin Ling in horror. Previously, he had been so confident because he saw that Lin Ling's cultivation was not high. However, Lin Ling defeated him with a single punch. It was clean and tidy without any hesitation. He was an ancient second generation, yet he was defeated by a rising star. Even he couldn't believe the reality in front of him. I've said that you don't have the right to know. Lin Ling strode forward. Wherever he passed, the warriors of the commandery were as frightened as cicadas in winter. They did not dare to move. Lin Ling arrived in front of Luo Hao. The mask on his face was even colder, but his eyes lit up. Give me all your divine crystals, and I'll buy your life with money. This sentence stunned Dao Dai and the others. Previously, they had used money to buy their lives. Now it was young Master Luo's turn? You. Luo Hao's pupils constricted as if he had been slapped by Lin Ling. He felt it was ironic. He shouted angrily. I am the son of the Prince of Four Directions in my commandery. Nothing is more precious than divine crystals. Now, are you going to give it to me or not? Lin Ling shook his head, and his voice became even colder. At this moment, the tyrannical song sword also floated up, and a terrifying sword intent roared. 79 Shura swords hovered in the sky, staring down at the millions of lives in the world. To give or not to give. Plop. As soon as the sword formation appeared, Luo Hao found it difficult to breathe. The cold sword will seem to cut into his skin. I'll give it to you, he roared. He hurriedly threw out a ring, which was caught by Lin Ling's left hand. He then scanned the ring with his soul force and was immediately shocked. There were no less than 3,500 divine crystals in the ring. This divine mine was indeed a treasure trove. A mere disciple of the Luo family had so many divine crystals. What if he went to the divine mine? Lin Ling's heartbeat quickened. What he lacked the most now was cultivation resources. Everyone is willing to pay 30 million divine crystals for your lives. If you're short by 1 cent, you'll have to leave your lives behind. Lin Ling quickly turned around and looked at the surrounding warriors with his cold mask. Plop, plop. That appearance, that mask, and that cold voice, without a doubt, caused those martial artists to take a few steps back. Wasn't this kind of coercion what they had done before? Your Excellency, don't forget that the 9 Dragons realm is now sealed off by the 4 commanderies. One of the elders gritted his teeth and said. He wanted to scare Lin Ling with his words. Buzz. Buzz. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the Shura sword formation flew up domineeringly like the sword of the Grim Reaper. So you're not going to give it to me? It was accompanied by Lin Ling's chilling voice. Plop. Once this threat was made, everyone surrendered. They all recognized their own divine crystals. Your Excellency, I only have 25 million divine crystals. Can you make an exception? I don't have enough either. Those warriors who did not have enough divine crystals asked in a panic. I can make an exception, but only if you go to hell. However, Lin Ling's voice was merciless. Not a single cent less. This made the warriors panic, and they quickly borrowed money from each other. When they finally had enough to buy their own lives, they threw the divine crystals to Lin Ling. Looking at the increasing number of divine crystals, Lin Ling was overjoyed. As for Dao Dai and the others, they were speechless. Why did they feel that these experts from the only commandery were here to give away their money? Of course, they were more surprised by Lin Ling's arrogant behavior. This was because he had completely offended the only commandery. Without strength and confidence, who would dare to do this? They did not know that Lin Ling and the only commandery had a feud for a long time. Today, Luo Hao wanted to rob Lin Ling. How could Lin Ling show mercy? How people treat me is how I treat them. This was Lin Ling's principle. Let's go. With that, Lin Ling turned around and left. Down on the ground, Luo Hao's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He quietly burned a stick of incense hidden in his robes. The fragrance drifted out, invisible and colorless, and did not disperse. After doing this, Luo Hao's eyes turned cold. However, how could Lin Ling not notice his little trick? His face instantly turned cold. He turned around and looked coldly at Luo Hao. You burned the heavenly sacrificial incense. Are you informing the experts of the only commandery? The heavenly sacrificial incense was made from meteorites in the universe. As long as one was in the same realm, they would immediately be notified of the incense. As long as the other person also had the heavenly sacrificial incense, they would be able to follow the fragrance to this place. Haha, I didn't expect you to know about the heavenly sacrificial incense. That's right, I've already informed the experts of the commandery. You're dead meat. How dare you rob me? You'll regret it for the rest of your life. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Luo Hao did not hide it anymore. He laughed coldly as if he was the winner. The other warriors were also delighted. They looked at Lin Ling with gloating eyes. However, Lin Ling's next sentence made them dumbstruck. You used money to buy your life. You can leave here alive. However, your actions have sent you to hell. You won't die if you don't seek death. Lin Ling shook his head and looked at those cultivators as if he was looking at dead people. Furthermore, they will all be buried because of your actions. As soon as Luo Hao said that, all the warriors were stunned. Then, they all looked at Luo Hao with resentment. Yes, Lin Ling might die, but before the experts came, who could stop Lin Ling? The smile on Luo Hao's face froze in an instant. Even his body began to tremble. How could he have missed this point? How stupid! Lin Ling's heart sank. If the experts of the true God realm were to come, he would be in trouble. After all, Queen Qianji was still in seclusion. Unless he used the time and space steel. Rumble. At this moment, clouds floated in from the sky. They covered half of the sky and gave off a strong sense of oppression. The nearby area seemed to have been sealed off at this moment, causing the earth to be completely silent. What a powerful force. Chapter 2500. General Luo Wei Sansi. A cold voice resounded in the sky. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The clouds seemed to be summoned, and came crashing down. It turned out that they weren't clouds but sand. This crashing down could be described as earth-shattering. There weren't many world kings that could block it. However, Lin Ling smiled. He thought that this person was strong, but it turned out that he was only at the World King realm. He didn't fear this strength. A second-grade awakened godly body, a third-grade high-grade martial art, and a peak World King strength. This person's strength isn't bad. The flames of time and space appeared on Lin Ling's body. He stood there motionless, allowing the rain of sand to fall upon him. However, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling didn't react fast enough. Lin Yiming, be careful. Dao Dai couldn't help but shout. Unfortunately, her voice was too late. As the sand came crashing down, a terrifying astral wind swept out. The few of them were blown away by the wind. The sand was extraordinary. It was mixed with the astral wind. This was the sand-blowing wind, the wind carrying the sand. What's the use of being careful? General Luo Wei is here. Even if he is a tiger, he will still have to lie down. In the distance, Luo Hao sneered. He stood up and proudly said, "What a piece of trash. He deserves to die." Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sand crashing down from the sky was like a mountain. It submerged Lin Ling and formed a giant sand dune. The sand was black and tumbled, bringing with it the power of thunder and lightning. He's dead. That arrogant brat deserves it. That's the glazed wind demon sand. A second-grade awakened godly body. How can that brat stop it? A grain of sand is 1,000 genes heavy. How heavy is a pile of sand? Haha, it's hard to imagine. The martial artists of the commandery sneered. They didn't look like they were begging for mercy. In their eyes, the sand dune was still wriggling, causing the ground to sink. A second-grade awakened godly body. Dao Dai and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. An awakened godly body was the foundation of challenging those of a higher realm. If one's talent was high, they would be invincible in the same realm. On the other hand, they had been training hard in the martial god realm, and currently, they were only first-grade awakened divine bodies. Nonsense. That's General Luo Wei, the #1 divine general in our commandery. Seeing the solemn expressions on Dao Dai and the others' faces, the surrounding cultivators scoffed in disdain. It was as if they were telling Dao Dai and the others how powerful their county was. What are you doing? At the same time, a figure walked down from the sky. He looked to be in his 20s and wore brown armor. On his shoulder pads were the heads of unknown beasts, giving off a mighty and ferocious feeling. General Luo Wei. Everyone knelt down on one knee with reverence on their faces. However, the man did not care about the crowd. Instead, he looked at Luo Hao indifferently and said, "You actually need me to come personally for such a small matter. Luo Hao, you're too useless." His voice was filled with dignity and arrogance. Not only is he the #1 general of our commandery, he is also the second generation of the Tsongling Academy. General Luo Wei, that person is not simple. That's why I asked for General Luo Wei's help. However, he sneaked an attack on me and injured me. Otherwise, I could have defeated that piece of trash in 3 moves. Luo Hao did not dare to be angry in front of General Luo Wei. Sneak attack. In the distance, Dao Dai and the others narrowed their eyes. It seemed that Luo Hao had attacked first. How could that be considered a sneak attack? As a proud warrior of our commandery, you should be invincible and invincible. If he could defeat you with a sneak attack, it looks like you'll have to go back to the commandery and cultivate in seclusion for 10 years. General Luo Wei placed his hands behind his back and reprimanded. And all of you as well. How could you be stopped by a few trash warriors? What a disgrace. I could have killed such warriors in 1 move. All of you will have to go back and cultivate in seclusion. Lord Luo Wei is right. The cultivators immediately nodded their heads. Although General Luo Wei had described them as worthless, they were willing to accept his reprimand. After all, the arrogant and mysterious young man had been defeated by General Luo Wei in 1 move. This showed how powerful General Luo Wei was. Suddenly Luo Hao exclaimed, "That's right. He stole many of our divine crystals. Now that he's drowned by General Luo Wei's demon sand, are those divine crystals going to be blown away? Trash, you knew that my demon sand bragged about everything. Why didn't you warn me before?" General Luo Wei's eyes narrowed when he heard this and could not help but curse. The others smiled bitterly. Could they be blamed for this? They could only say that General Luo Wei's demon sand was too powerful. Bragging about everything seems to be all there is to it. But just as they were feeling gloomy, a calm voice suddenly rang out. They saw flames quietly appear on the sand dune in front of them. They were colorful flames. Crackle. The flames were burning the sand. What? This sudden change caused Luo Hao and the others to gasp. They had been bragging about how terrifying the demon sand was, but now, it was as if they had been slapped in the face. This was because the young man from before was obviously still alive. General Luo Wei's face was cold. He said calmly, "You're quite capable to still be alive under my demon sand. However, my demon sand is not something that can be burned away by any kind of fire." He had a 2nd-grade awakened divine body. In the myriad worlds, he was a first-class existence. Therefore, he was confident. Boom. However, in the next moment, a towering flame burst out. All of the black sand was incinerated and turned into glass. After which, it flowed away like water. An indifferent figure was seated within it. His pitch-black eyes were just like deep black holes as he looked at everyone. A feeling of danger quietly spread out. General Luo Wei could not put down his pride. Previously, he had thought that Lin Ling was dead. However, Lin Ling was still alive. Then, he thought that Lin Ling could not break his demon sand. But Lin Ling came out burning the sand. This was a resounding slap. As for Luo Hao, his eyes were wide open. Could it be that Lin Ling had been hiding his strength when he fought with him? "You said that I ambushed you. Cold." At the same time, Lin Ling's cold voice floated out from his mouth. His deep eyes were already looking at Luo Hao. "Isn't that right?" "Yes." Luo Hao's heart trembled when he saw that gaze. However, he still sneered. "All right then, I'll attack." "Yes." However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling had already made his move. Bang. Like a shooting star, he shot out and pounced on Luo Hao. Luo Hao did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant with General Luo Wei around. This was no longer a sneak attack because Lin Ling had already warned him before he attacked. "Come on, roar." Luo Hao roared angrily and gathered all his boundary essence. However, how could he block Lin Ling's punch? Boom. That punch easily destroyed all of Luo Hao's boundary essence and smashed into his chest, causing his body to freeze there. At this moment, he suddenly felt a deep sense of regret. Previously, if he had not informed General Luo Wei about his arrival, Lin Ling would not have killed him. He would have paid the money and he would have been able to leave. However, he was unwilling to give up and that led to his death. Chapter 2501. If one punch wasn't enough, then two. Boom. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Luo Hao's body exploded. He was dead. If I really wanted to sneak attack you, do you think you would still be alive? At the same time, Lin Ling's ice-cold voice drifted out, causing the crowd to be as frightened as cicadas in winter. That punch was clean and direct. To think that a grade 2 awakened divine body and an unknown cultivation technique would be able to raise the strength of his dimensional core. No wonder he's so arrogant. General Luo Wei had been standing there from the beginning to the end. He hadn't made a move before because he wanted to see how strong Lin Ling was. Now that he saw it, he was sure that Lin Ling was a second-generation genius in the 3 academies. Moreover, his strength wasn't weak. "What's your name?" General Luo Wei asked. "You don't have the right to know." Lin Ling turned around and replied indifferently. Are people nowadays all so arrogant? Ignoring your seniors with just a bit of strength, you simply don't know what you're talking about. When I was cultivating in the Tsongling Academy, you were probably still drinking milk in your mother's womb." General Luo Wei's eyes flashed with a cold light. He was very displeased with Lin Ling's lack of tact. Although Lin Ling had some ability, Luo Wei's cultivation level was higher, and their talent was the same. Therefore, he did not put Lin Ling in his eyes at all. "That's what I should be saying." Upon hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. This General Luo Wei had been incomparably arrogant ever since he appeared. Yet he still had the nerve to criticize him? "Since you don't want to tell me, then I'm not interested in knowing. However, I'm sure that today will be your death anniversary next year." General Luo Wei could not be bothered to say more. His armor flapped as though metal was colliding. Gusts of astral wind drifted out from his body. He was about to make a move. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd immediately became excited. Lin Ling was definitely no match for General Luo Wei. In the distance, Dao Dai and the others were very nervous. If Lin Ling was defeated, they would definitely die here. Therefore, they hoped for a miracle. Isn't it better to just start the fight? There's no need to blabber on and on. The other party was about to make a move. This was exactly what Lin Ling wanted. Although General Luo Wei was very impressive, he was not at the true God realm. Lin Ling was not afraid of this strength. Moreover, Lin Ling had a feeling that General Luo Wei was slightly weaker than Si Xuanmei. And that was enough. Boom. Lin Ling took a step forward, and flames erupted from his entire body. His 2 dantians, as well as the power of the heaven-shocking transformation, were activated. This power condensed on his fist, and he took the initiative to attack. Crash. That punch could be called a fire fist. Breaking the world with one punch was a piece of cake. Not bad. As the #1 general of the commandery, General Luo Wei naturally lived up to his reputation. He could tell at a glance that Lin Ling's punch was extraordinary. Lu Feng. The sound of a sandstorm rang out, and a strong wind blew. His sand and wind were a combination, and his innate talent carried the might of the earth and wind elements. So much so that his entire body was protected by divine light, and a black gale appeared behind him. This was his innate gift. Whoosh. The wind blew in all directions, carrying sand that was hard to see with the naked eye. It was as if it was going to wash the world clean. "Oh no, my eyes." A warrior suddenly shouted, and then rolled on the ground in pain. "Are you crazy? Don't get so close." General Luo Wei's innate talent is specifically used to harm the eyes. The others immediately reminded him. They had already hidden far away, and had covered their bodies with realm essence to prevent the wind from attacking them. Even so, they still felt as if their bodies were being bitten by countless ants. And that was the pain caused by the sand. The closer they got to General Luo Wei, the greater the danger. "Wait until I destroy your eyes." General Luo Wei's confident voice rang out in the storm, causing Dao Dai and the others to break out in cold sweat for Lin Ling. But soon, they were stunned again. This was because Lin Ling's body was fluttering like a willow catkin in the storm. He shook his head from time to time, and actually avoided the sand that was hard to see with the naked eye. What kind of terrifying eyesight was this? One had to know that the sand was small, and with the help of the terrifying wind, how could an ordinary person avoid the sand? General Luo Wei's pupil shrank. This boy was a bit monstrous. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At the same time, a fiery fist arrived. Sand King Fist. Seeing this, General Luo Wei's right hand also punched out. The Sand King Fist that was famous throughout the commandery also erupted. Of course, compared to Luo Hao's fist, this fist could be said to be 100 times stronger. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The two fists collided. Flames and sand swept out in all directions. You are only at the 6th stage of the World King realm. But your strength has probably reached the peak of the World King realm. At the same time, General Luo Wei realized just how terrifying Lin Ling's fist was. He couldn't help but cry out in alarm. It's too late to realize that now. Lin Ling sneered, causing General Luo Wei's complexion to turn cold. He mockingly said, "So what if it's too late? Do you think your fist can injure me?" "Is that so?" Lin Ling nodded. He immediately withdrew his right fist, and an even more formidable strength gathered in it. Then he punched out once more. If one punch wasn't enough, 2 punches should be enough. Rumble, rumble, rumble. This fist was so terrifying that it had already surpassed the strength of a world king. The eyes of the Luo Wei general narrowed. He wanted to say something, but the huge force had already sent him flying. He was flattened on the ground, and a long ditch was left behind on the ground. At the same time, the surrounding onlookers were all dumbfounded. The number 1 general of the commandery had actually been sent flying? Bang! Finally, General Luo Wei smashed into the distance, causing a wave of dirt to rise hundreds of meters high. As for Lin Ling, he stood there with a sneer. Flames covered his entire body, making him look like an evil flame god. This caused Dao Dai and the others to be stunned. This was because they could see that General Luo Wei was a former second-generation general. Although his talent was limited and he would need more time to reach the next level. However, as a former second-generation general, he had cultivated for a longer period of time. His martial arts experience was much greater than an ordinary second-generation general's. But now, such an ancient genius had been sent flying with a single punch. This was like the Yangtze River overtaking the waves behind. General Luo Wei, this is really embarrassing. In the past, you were ranked second in the war drum battle of the 4 commanderies. Now you are actually sent flying by a junior? Just as the crowd was in shock, a large number of figures suddenly appeared in the sky and looked down at the ground. Grand Court Commandery's Thousand Slaughter General? Heaven and Earth Commandery's Star Tyrant General? Square Commandery's Tang City General? Staring at the people who appeared in the sky, the crowd exclaimed. As warriors of the commandery, they naturally recognized these people because they were the number 1 generals of the 4 commanderies. Now all of them had appeared. Bang! At the same time, there was a loud rumble. General Luo Wei jumped up from the ground and walked back like a giant. Of course, his face was gloomy and he was obviously furious. This was because he and the other 3 generals had been rivals for many years. How could he embarrass himself in front of them? Therefore he hated Lin Ling to the core. Young man, your strength is not bad. If you work harder, you might be able to defeat General Luo Wei. One of the men in white armor looked at Lin Ling calmly and said, "With me here, don't worry." His words were like that of a senior, supporting Lin Ling. Chapter 2502. I'm Lin Ling. How could Lin Ling not understand this? That guy was treating him like a butcher knife in his hand. He sneered and said, "Who are you?" Ha! The young man in white armor did not expect Lin Ling to be so rude and disrespectful. He said indifferently, "I'm the general of Thousand Slaughter from Tating Commandery." Tating Commandery? Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled. Without wasting any time, he leaped up and said, "Then have a taste of my punch." Whoosh! The fiery fist roared and smashed toward the general of Thousand Slaughter. Everyone's eyes widened. Crazy! This guy had offended General Luo Wei and immediately attacked the general of Thousand Slaughter. Was he so arrogant as to ignore the 4 great generals? The general of Thousand Slaughter was also stunned. Veins popped out on his forehead. He could not understand why Lin Ling had offended him. "Do you want to die?" he roared angrily. "If you want to kill me, then use your strength. Why are you talking so much?" Lin Ling replied coldly. That was because Tating Commandery was also his enemy. It was the idea of these 2 commanderies that he had been hunted down by the killers in the Riang boundary. Rumble! In a flash, the fiery fist reached the general of Thousand Slaughter's eyes. He immediately unleashed his boundary essence and punched out. Unfortunately, he was on par with General Luo Wei. Even General Luo Wei had suffered a loss. How could he be an exception? A powerful force pressed down on him, causing the General of Thousand Slaughter's expression to change drastically. He finally knew why General Luo Wei had suffered a loss. However, it was too late for him to react. A figure smashed into the ground like a shooting star, causing a series of explosions. The General of Thousand Slaughter was in the same situation as General Luo Wei. He was even worse off. After all, General Luo Wei had been smashed to the ground by the second punch. Rumble. The deafening sound directly made everyone dumbstruck like wooden chickens. Domineering. This was the only word in their minds. Facing another warrior from another commandery, Lin Ling didn't say anything and just greeted him with a flaming fist, causing another warrior to suffer a great loss. Most importantly, that battle general had acted like a senior and wanted to support Lin Ling and uphold justice. But now he didn't seem to have the right to say those words. This guy is really domineering. Dao Dai and company floated in the sky in a daze. They had thought that Lin Ling would restrain his light once the other combat generals arrived. Who knew that not only did he not restrain his light, he even intensified it. Boom. At the same time, Great General Thousand Kills also leaped up from the ground, his expression extremely cold. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was standing in the sky. He tilted his head and looked at his opponent with a hint of mockery. It was as if he was saying that the previous punch had nothing to do with him. Such an expression was undoubtedly a great humiliation to the number one war general of the commandery. Just as they were about to say something, Lin Ling spoke first. You have a lot of people. However, since the 4 commanderies have sealed off this place, you must have gotten a lot of divine gems. That's good. If you want to leave here, leave the money to buy your life. As soon as he said this, it was as if he had turned the tables. Lin Ling had actually set his sights on them. Especially the warriors from the commandery who had come from the beginning, their expressions were interesting. Weren't these people here to help them? Were they going to be robbed as well? How dare you? Hearing those arrogant words, the 4 battle generals roared angrily in unison. Their faces flushed red. Who are you? Why are you so arrogant? The Thousand Slaughter general was the most infuriated, because Lin Ling had offended him for no reason. He said that even I don't have the right to know his name. Great General Luo Wei said with a gloomy face. At this point he also knew that Lin Ling did have some ability. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the other 3 war generals narrowed their eyes. Don't have the right to know his name? How arrogant was this mysterious young man? At this moment, Lin Ling smiled and looked at the 4 war generals. You say that I'm bold? I'm here to seize the treasures. And you're here to rob us of our gains. Do you think that the 9 Dragons realm belongs to you? You only need the government to set the fire, and forbid the people from lighting the lamps. You're really shameless. As soon as he said this, Dao Dai and the others immediately nodded. Previously, if they had not handed over the divine gems, they would not have been able to keep their lives. Now, these 4 war generals had the nerve to say that Lin Ling was bold? Could it be that they were the only ones who could seize the divine gems, but they could not? I know that you're not convinced, but this world is ruled by strength. You defeated them earlier because they underestimated you. It doesn't mean that you're stronger than them. Now you'd better tell us your background. Otherwise, once we attack, it'll be too late for you to regret it. That's right. You said that we don't have the right to know your name. This makes me even more curious. The 4 war generals spoke one after another. They wanted to know Lin Ling's background because they felt that Lin Ling's strength was not weak. Furthermore, even though he knew that they were from the 4 great commanderies, he still dared to act so arrogantly. This showed that Lin Ling had nothing to fear. After they spoke, everyone turned to look at Lin Ling. In fact, they were also very curious about who this mysterious young man was. Lin Ling shook his head as thousands of eyes stared at him. Even though he had concealed his identity, that was to guard against the true God stage powerhouses. He did not need to guard against these 4 people. Therefore he slowly took off his mask and revealed a young, handsome face. How young? It seems that he hasn't even cultivated for 1,000 years. Even though they had guessed that Lin Ling was young, the crowd was still shocked when they saw him with their own eyes. Even Dao Dai and the others were shocked because they could sense that Lin Ling was even younger than them. I know that you are all curious as to why I am not afraid of you and even took the initiative to attack you. Now I will tell you my name. Lin Ling slowly put away his mask and stared coldly at the crowd. My name is Lin Ling, and I will never change my name. Boom. When this name was spoken, the crowd felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Even though Lin Ling was not considered famous in the martial gods' world, many of the second-generation disciples in the three great academies had heard of this name. This was because Lin Ling had defeated the second-generation disciple who had recently risen to become the strongest of the second-generation disciples. It could be said that among all the second-generation disciples in the three great academies, Lin Ling was ranked above average. It's him? The one with the fastest cultivation speed in the Resplendent Academy? I've heard of him. It is said that he was a candidate from the last generation, and rose to become a second-generation disciple. I'm actually training with a legendary character? Dao Dai and the others exclaimed. One should know that there were countless geniuses in the three great academies. It was not easy to become famous among the countless geniuses. This was something that countless geniuses dreamed of. Unfortunately, very few of them were able to do it. Now they were actually training with a genius who had risen like a comet. If this news were to spread, it would be the envy of others. It's you, Lin Ling. Of course, compared to Dao Dai and the others, the martial artists from my prefecture and Tating Prefecture were even more surprised. Chapter 2503. Warlords. Many people vaguely remembered that Lin Ling had been very weak in the beginning, and had been wanted by the commandery. At that time many people had thought that Lin Ling was dead for sure. However, who would have known that Lin Ling's cultivation would rise rapidly like a shooting star? At the beginning, he was only a 1-star wanted fugitive, but now, he was a 5-star wanted fugitive. Everyone in the two commanderies had heard of Lin Ling's name. No wonder you want to attack me. The Thousand Slaughter General also came to a sudden realization. However, at this moment, they were hesitant. This was because Lin Ling was not weak and had few opponents among the second generation. They were not confident that they could easily kill Lin Ling in a one-on-one battle. If I remember correctly, Lin Ling used the Space-Time Divine Steel during the battle in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's drill ground. Suddenly a general spoke. He was the Star Tyrant General of the Heavens and Earth Commandery. The moment he spoke, the eyes of the others lit up. The Space-Time Divine Steel was rumored to be an extremely powerful treasure. Some experts even said that it was a great gift. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with greed. If they could get their hands on the Space-Time Divine Steel, they could rise to the top. Lin Ling looked at them and could not help but be stunned. He did not intend to let these people go. But they were beginning to covet his treasure? Lin Ling, the Heavens and Earth Commandery have no feud with you and do not want to offend you. However, the Nine Dragons realm has been sealed off by the 4 commanderies. Therefore, if you want to leave, you have to pay a price. The Star Tyrant General said calmly. Hearing this, Lin Ling revealed a grin and asked, Then what is it? Leave your Space-Time Divine Steel behind. I, the Star Tyrant General, will guarantee your safety. If you refuse, you will be breaking the rules of the 4 commanderies. When that time comes, no one will be able to help you. The Star Tyrant General said righteously. Moreover, as long as you hand it over, General Luo Wei and General Thousand Slaughter will not be able to touch you. His words were clearly a backup plan. Once Lin Ling handed over the Space-Time Divine Steel, he would ignore Lin Ling. Haha. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed loudly and glanced at the 4 generals. Is this what the 4 of you want? Of course. The 3 warlords nodded immediately, and so did the other warriors from Solipsistic Commandery. One of them even sneered. This is your last chance. Otherwise, Solipsistic Commandery is qualified to kill you because you violated the rules and killed young Master Luo Hao. So you have to seize this opportunity. Hearing those words, Lin Ling couldn't help but shake his head. What a hypocrite. He was a great enemy of only Wu Commandery. Even if he did not hand over the Space-Time Divine Steel, the other party would not let him off. As for the rules, that was the rule of their commandery. What did it have to do with Lin Ling? What use were those rules to Lin Ling? Wait, I won't participate in this. When Lin Ling sneered, the warlord of Tang City from Square Commandery immediately said. Although he was also curious about the Space-Time Divine Steel, he knew that the little princess of Square Commandery, Tang Yue, had a close relationship with Lin Ling. Therefore, he didn't dare to participate in this matter. Of course, he was also a little annoyed. Seeing the amazing treasure disappear before his eyes, no one would be able to remain calm. That's even better. The other 3 warlords couldn't wait to have one less person participate in the competition. They all looked at Lin Ling and asked, "So have you made your choice?" In one's life, there will always be times when one has to make a choice. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't make the wrong choice. The warrior from Solipsistic Commandery also sneered and quietly waited for Lin Ling's answer. Some warriors even rubbed their hands together excitedly. They didn't expect to gain so much today. With the 3 warlords here and planning to join forces, they would definitely be able to suppress Lin Ling. Everyone stared at Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's expression was cold as he shook his head. He really didn't know what these people were thinking. Was the treasure more important than their lives? I have made my choice. At the same time, Lin Ling opened his mouth and said, "Are you going to hand over the space-time divine steel?" The Star Overlord warlord's eyes lit up, and his blood started to boil. "I'm sorry, but my choice is that even if you hand over the divine gems, there will only be one outcome today." Lin Ling slowly pulled out the tyrannical song sword from his back. His aura surged like a volcano. He turned into a shooting star and shot towards the warrior from Solipsistic Commandery. At this moment, flames surrounded the tyrannical song sword. It was powerful enough to swallow mountains and rivers, and it was ferocious and murderous. There will only be one outcome, death. The sword, which was surrounded by raging flames, slashed out fiercely. The warriors from Solipsistic Commandery widened their eyes as their bodies trembled. They could only watch as the sword and the flames grew larger in their eyes. They finally knew Lin Ling's choice. It was to kill. Boom. Wherever the sword passed, tens of thousands of living beings were turned into ashes. My body. No, why do I feel like the sky has turned dark? Those warriors were split into 2 by the flaming sword. They were still screaming in horror, but they didn't realize that their upper bodies had already slid to the ground. There were over 90 warriors here, but 74 of them were killed by Lin Ling's sword. The remaining 20 people stood there trembling, and their faces were pale. As for the 4 warlords, they stared at Lin Ling in astonishment. They didn't expect Lin Ling to make such a choice. This choice was undoubtedly a slap to their faces. "Come on, let me fight you heroes." In their eyes, the blue-robed young man standing on the ground was like a god of war, inviting them to battle. "This is your choice. Very well." Warlord Luo Wei's eyes were red, and his murderous intent exploded. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind blew and the black sand surged towards Lin Ling in an overwhelming manner. Warlord Luo Wei attacked. Earth-shattering change. Boom! At the same time, the flames that soared into the sky rose from the ground and spiraled unceasingly. It was as if a fire dragon had soared into the sky, and was on par with the black sand. "Die brat!" Warlord Luo Wei sneered. The Thousand Slaughter General sneered, and a long spear appeared in his hand. It was covered with mysterious talismans, and the moment the spear appeared, the flames of war began to boil. This was the demon subduing fire, a first-grade awakened divine body. It was fatal to demon Dao warriors. Moreover, the long spear in his hand was extraordinary. It was a half-step immortal artifact, and it could be stored in one's body. Swoosh! The moment the spear appeared, the wind and clouds surged, and the demon subduing fire roared. "Lin Ling, be careful." Dao Dai and the others wanted to join the battle, but the shockwaves were too powerful, and they couldn't get close. They were shocked. Lin Ling was fighting a group of heroes. Your strength should be on par with Warlord Luo Wei. You may be able to stop him, but you may not be able to stop me. The long spear flashed like lightning, accompanied by the confident voice of the Warlord of Thousand Slaughter. The remaining 20 warriors felt hope rise in their hearts. Lin Ling must die. That may not be the case. Amidst the flames, a sword broke through the air. Black Sword Record, Dragon's finishing touch. Clang. The sword collided with the long spear, and the shockwaves of the boundary essence swept out in all directions. Chi. Chapter 2504. It collided with the burning realm essence. Heaven's palm. At this moment, the Star Tyrant General made his move. His aura was like an emperor's, overbearing and majestic. A giant palm smashed down from the sky. Lin Ling was being attacked from 3 sides. Even the 20 spectators were sweating for Lin Ling. It was the first time in the 4 great commanderies that someone had challenged 3 warlords at the same time. Rumble. The giant palm destroyed everything in its path. It was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. Luo Wei and Qian Zai were still suppressing Lin Ling. However, their eyes were filled with anticipation. How could Lin Ling block it now? They only needed to hold on for a little longer, and Lin Ling would die. Lin Ling, this monster, was an enemy. He absolutely could not allow him to live. Clang. However, at this moment, a mysterious Azura aura filled the air as if the Azura Demon King had descended. On the Tyrant Song sword, black swords shot up into the sky. A total of 49 swords shot towards the giant palm in the sky. This guy still has some tricks up his sleeve. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. At this moment, they finally knew how monstrous Lin Ling was. It's useless. My heaven's palm is the most overbearing. It can suppress everything. The Star Tyrant General was also surprised by Lin Ling's tenacity. However, he immediately shouted coldly, "Clang! Clang! Clang!" Indeed, the 49 swords shot towards the giant palm. It was as if they had hit metal, and all of them were knocked back. He won. The spectators secretly clenched their fists. Their palms were covered in sweat. Perhaps, Lin Ling had given them too much of a shock today. It made them think of this battle as an apocalyptic battle. Even the Star Tyrant General had a smile on his face. He could already see the result. Boom. However, at this moment, a sword shot up into the sky. Among the black swords that had failed previously, one of them was like a dazzling star. It could cut through anything and was invincible. It was the heart of the sword. Ka. In the sky, the gigantic palm paused for a moment before cracks appeared on it. Then, under everyone's horrified gazes, it exploded. 1 sword against 3. This guy's strength is even more terrifying than the rumors say. None of us are his match in a one-on-one fight. The Tang City general who hadn't made a move had a look of horror on his face. As for the other 3 battle generals, their expressions froze. Lin Ling actually had this trick up his sleeve? What exactly was that sword? Why did he give them such a terrifying feeling? It was as if that sword landed on their bodies, they would definitely not be able to block it. He is only at the 6th level of the World King realm, but his strength is terrifying. I fear he is invincible in the 10th level of the World King realm. Only the strongest peak World King can suppress him. The foreheads of the 3 generals were covered in cold sweat. At this moment, they had already lost their confidence. Ignite Realm Essence. General Luo Wei suddenly shouted. He knew that with the current situation, killing Lin Ling would be very difficult. Furthermore, as time passed, no one could guarantee that there wouldn't be any unforeseen events. Thus, the safest method was to ignite their realm essence. Although igniting their realm essence would also affect them, if the 3 of them ignited their realm essence at the same time, they should be able to kill Lin Ling in a short period of time and reduce their losses. The 3 of them joining forces is already unfair. And now they are even igniting their realm essence? Staring at this heaven-shaking battle, Dao Dai and the others had dignified expressions. These battle generals were truly shameless. Bang! General Luo Wei was the first to ignite his realm essence. His strength rose by a large step and his eyes turned red. He would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Today he absolutely had to kill Lin Ling. Fight! The other 2 battle generals thought for a moment. Then they also ignited their realm essence, causing the world around them to roil with wind and clouds. Suppress him! The 3 of them roared out in unison. With the power of their realm essence, they suppressed Lin Ling from all directions. Clearly, they were a little flustered now. If they didn't raise their aura, they would think that Lin Ling was invincible and undefeatable. Indeed, after they ignited their realm essence, Lin Ling immediately found it difficult to resist their attacks. At this moment, his eyes were completely red. This battle was different from the battle with Si Xuanmei. This was a battle to the death. His only choice now was the time steal. As for the evasion domain, although it could avoid the pressure of the realm essence, it could only be avoided once. Moreover, Lin Ling had no intention of avoiding it. He also didn't plan to use the time steal. Relying on external items wouldn't allow him to grow. He took the risk today to increase his strength. He gritted his teeth. And Yuer appeared in his eyes. The girl he met in Guyen's sect. The girl who was as cold as snow but always cared for him. He didn't know whether she was dead or alive. Because of this, Lin Ling wanted to become stronger. Fight. Lin Ling's entire body shivered, but he clenched his teeth and endured. This was because he had been on the verge of a breakthrough. Now he could borrow the strength of external forces to break through. And this sort of breakthrough was a breakthrough that neared life and death. On the road of martial arts, the best way to make a breakthrough was with the help of cultivation resources. Besides this, there were also sudden epiphanies and the life and death breakthroughs that martial fanatics loved the most. In the moment of approaching death, a person's most peaceful state would be as if they were in the universe, returning to their most basic state. Then, if they couldn't survive the great calamity of life and death, they would become a part of the universe and die forever. But it couldn't be denied that in this state, a martial artist's potential would be completely squeezed out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A powerful realm essence strength pressed Lin Ling into the earth. There was wind, sand, fire, and even battle realm essence. The entire earth shook. The crowd's eyes trembled. 3 World King powerhouses had ignited their realm essence. This strength was terrifying. Perhaps even a half-step true divinity master would perish here. Haha, go die. War General Luo Wei, and the others' eyes were red with madness. In fact, they could even vaguely see that Lin Ling's straight back had been bent by the terrifying power of the world essence. That monstrous genius of a junior was like an extinguished flame, about to turn into ashes. Ah! Beneath the earth, Lin Ling roared towards the heavens. The powerful strength was forcing him to bend, but he refused to bend. His godly demon body was also displayed to the limit. His bones, blood, meridians, all of them seemed to hear him shouting to become stronger. Every bone in his body, every drop of blood, had accompanied him through countless great battles. How could he so easily admit defeat? Bang! At this moment, his godly demon body finally stepped into the ranks of awakened divine bodies. His mortal body, bones, and strength had all greatly increased. With such a defense, Lin Ling could persist for much longer. His Dantian's realm spirit began to wildly revolve. One of his Dantians emitted an explosive sound, as if it were about to collapse. But just as it was about to collapse, a new domain arrived. Rumble, rumble, rumble. 7th stage of the World King Realm. Rumble, rumble, rumble. 8th stage of the World King Realm. In these past years, Lin Ling had constantly swallowed heavenly materials. All of the precious spiritual energy hidden within his body had been completely consumed. Pung. Lin Ling's spine finally straightened. Those extinguished flames began to burn once more. Chapter 2505. The Grim Reaper walked out of the dimensional storm. How is this possible? At this moment, the pupils of the 3 generals were trembling. In the dimensional storm, they saw a man walking out. His head reached the sky, and his feet stepped on the ground. His pace was not fast, but every step seemed to trample on their hearts, collapsing their martial hearts. Plop! At this moment, the 20 or so martial artists who were watching also fell to the ground with pale faces. Invincible. Even at this point, Lin Ling still hadn't lost. He was invincible and could be called an invincible king. Power of the dimensional storm, increase it. In the dimensional storm, a roar drifted out. The man was like a god of war. He held his sword diagonally, and the tip of the sword drew on the ground. He was like the Grim Reaper walking out. Increase the power, burn all the dimensional storm. Looking at the shocking figure, the generals' foreheads were covered in cold sweat. They kept roaring as if they wanted to stop the Grim Reaper from walking out. Unfortunately, as time passed, their dimensional storm did not become stronger. Instead, it became weaker and weaker, because the burning of dimensional storm would become stronger and weaker. At this moment, the remaining dimensional storm in their Dantian had almost been burned out. Their faces immediately turned deathly pale. On the other side, the general of Tang City who had witnessed the fierce battle with his own eyes said with a terrified expression, "This guy is invincible." Invincible. He knew that Lin Ling should have used the crisis of life and death to break through. However, this was very dangerous. If he was not careful, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Therefore, he knew that Lin Ling was not invincible in terms of strength, but in terms of his heart. Bang! Following the sound of the last footstep, the ground shook. The man had walked out of the dimensional storm. The Grim Reaper had arrived. At this moment, the entire space was silent. The oppressive wind whistled and swept through everyone's heart. Everyone stared at the man holding the sword. At this moment, they could not even say a word. Although they had been practicing martial arts for so long, it was not that they had never seen a reversal of the situation, turning defeat into victory. However, when such a thing happened in front of their eyes, they still felt extremely shocked. They would never have dreamed that they would be the ones to witness a miracle. Since I started learning martial arts, I've already experienced countless life and death situations. Do you think you can kill me? A cold voice filled with disdain suddenly floated out like the wind. Thump. At this moment, the hearts of the 4 battle generals couldn't help but jump. They stared at the godlike man and licked their lips. But at this moment Lin Ling moved. The realm essence of an 8th level world king erupted at this moment. In addition to the realm essence energy in his other dantian, it could be said that even if they joined forces, they would still not be a match for Lin Ling. A sword seemed to come out of nowhere. It was very fast and very cold. What was even more terrifying was that even though the sword was covered in flames, it still gave off a very cold feeling. Seeing this, General Luo Wei's expression changed drastically. He unleashed all of his remaining strength. Although he knew it wouldn't be of much help, it was better than nothing. A black storm appeared, and it was as if a strong wind was sweeping across the universe. Whoosh! But when the sword appeared, the wind was also cut in half. In that instant, the sword-wielding man appeared in front of General Luo Wei. He was bare-chested. His muscles weren't solid, but they were extremely refined. He was like an agile leopard. Most importantly, he tilted his head with a hint of mockery. The number 1 battle general of my commandery? Very weak. His voice floated out like the wind, carrying a strong sense of disdain. You! General Luo Wei roared. Lin Ling's tone was too unbearable for him. It was as if he was a weak ant. Especially that evil smile on his face. It gave off the feeling that the ancient evil flame god had come back to life. Lin Ling, don't be arrogant. The other 2 battle generals also knew that if they didn't act now, they wouldn't have a chance. Rumble. They all erupted with all of the remaining strength in their bodies. A spear accompanied by a huge palm, one from the left and one from the right, fiercely attacked. The crowd below looked at the evil-looking youth who seemed to have walked back from hell. They constantly shouted in their hearts, "You must die, you must die." But the reality was beyond their imagination. At that moment, Lin Ling stood tall in the sky. The smile on his face was even colder. He struck out with his left hand, holding colorful flames as if he was holding the taboo of fire. Boom! His left hand collided with the palm in the sky, resulting in a terrifying shockwave. The Star Tyrant General immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned even paler, and there was fear in it. In this collision, he could sense that Lin Ling's strength seemed to be endless. Die! At the same time, General Thousand Slaughter's spear attacked with the roaring demon subduing flames. You're dreaming. However, Lin Ling remained motionless. The Tyrant Song sword in his right hand trembled, and ancient black swords flew out. The killing intent was extremely intense. Clang! The spear with the demon subduing flames collided with the Shura swords and instantly shattered. That Thousand Slaughter general still maintained his spear stance, but his expression froze. Before this, Lin Ling fought the 3 of them and ended in a draw. After that, they had to burn their realm essence to force Lin Ling to the brink of death. But now Lin Ling was fighting the 3 of them again, but the situation had changed. It was extremely easy for him. Overwhelming. This was truly overwhelming. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Just as he was in disbelief, the merciless sword shot toward him, causing the Thousand Slaughter general's eyes to widen. Was he going to die? Today 9 Dragons' realm was sealed. According to common sense, this was their world, and they could not die in their own territory. However, a monster had come to Nine Dragons' realm. Like a fierce dragon crossing the river, he overbearingly killed him in their territory. Boom. In the next moment, the Thousand Slaughter General was cut into pieces by 49 swords and fell from the sky. The #1 war general of Tating Commandery had fallen. This war general was famous in Tating Commandery. Even in the martial gods camp, he was the #1 expert below the 3 great generals. However, such a person had still fallen here. You guys are too weak. As Luo Wei and Star Tyrant General widened their eyes, Lin Ling coldly spat out these words. At the same time, he raised the sword in his right hand high, as if it was the sword of the Grim Reaper. Then he ruthlessly pointed his finger at Luo Wei. At this moment, Luo Wei's face was ashen. He anxiously shouted, "Lin Ling, although you have a grudge against only Commandery, I have no grudge against you. Today, I will let you go. Leave this place immediately." As he spoke, he kept retreating and pushed his hands forward. A terrifying sandstorm condensed in front of him. The sandstorm was like a sandstorm formed by sharp blades, and its edges were cutting the void. However, how could the sandstorm block those swords? "Let me go." Lin Ling's sarcastic voice drifted out. Swoosh. The sandstorm was cut in half by the swords, and the swords were even closer to Luo Wei. "Lin Ling, don't go too far." Luo Wei was the #1 war general of only Commandery. When had anyone ever humiliated him like this? "Sorry, I like to bully you. Die." Chapter 2506. Lunatic. You. General Luo Wei pointed at Lin Ling, and seemed to have a lot to say. Unfortunately, it was too late. In the blink of an eye, 2 generals had fallen. This turn of events terrified the crowd below. They thought of a saying, "If you can't kill a monstrous genius in one go, you will suffer 1,000 times the backlash." This sentence made a lot of sense. I admit defeat. The last person was the Star Tyrant General. He knelt down in the air, his face full of reverence. Even his legs were trembling. He both hated and feared Lin Ling. He hated the fact that Lin Ling had suddenly broken through to the next level when he had almost obtained the time and space divine steel, causing his hopes to be dashed. He feared the fact that Lin Ling's strength after breaking through to the next level was simply too terrifying. "You don't want my space-time divine steel anymore?" Lin Ling strode forward, his long hair dancing wildly. At this moment, he was in control of everything. "No, I don't dare to take it anymore." Hearing Lin Ling's words, the Star Tyrant General's body trembled even more. At this moment, his emotions changed again. He was not afraid or hateful, but regretful. After all, he had no enmity with Lin Ling. If Lin Ling wanted to kill someone, it was only the people of his commandery. However, because of his greed, he had stepped into the circle of the Grim Reaper himself. "Lin Ling, how about you spare my life? You have no enmity with the commanderies. If you kill me, you will offend all the commanderies. Offending 3 commanderies at the same time is not good for you." The Star Tyrant General hurriedly said, "I know you are not afraid, but sometimes, it is better to have one more friend than one more enemy." His words were both soft and hard. He wanted Lin Ling to see the situation clearly. However, he did not dare to be too forceful. After all, General Luo Wei's defeat was already the result. Forceful threats were useless. Unfortunately, he did not know Lin Ling's life principle. He would treat others the way they treated him. "You want to kill me?" Even if you were the celestial emperor of the Great Qing Divine Dynasty, Lin Ling would not be afraid. "Do you see this sword of mine?" Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out. The Star Tyrant General raised his head and nodded. "That sword was very cold." "I see it." The Star Tyrant General replied. "This sword has accompanied me in my battles. I don't know how many people it has killed. Killing one is a crime. This is the sword of a hero." Lin Ling's eyes. Lin Ling's eyes. The Star Tyrant General. "Come. Killing one of you is a crime, so I naturally won't kill you. However, killing 10,000 people is a hero. One more is not a big deal, and one less is not a big deal. B." Along with Lin Ling's voice, he slashed out with his sword. It was clean and decisive. The Star Tyrant General's head flew into the air and blood gushed out from his neck. He knelt in the sky, creating a shocking scene. Plop. Seeing the 3 generals killed so easily, the remaining 20 warriors were so scared that they knelt down. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that the generals of the 4 commanderies would be completely annihilated when they arrived today. Lin Linghui, an old man, said in a panic. He was not as excited as before. I know you want to beg for mercy or threaten me, but can't you save your saliva? However, Lin Ling did not even look at them. He turned and left. His left hand pointed at the warriors on the ground. Xiao, Xiao. His finger was like the order of a sword venerable. It destroyed the 49 Shura swords. No, I'll give you divine crystals. Spare my life. Seeing this, those people cried out in pain. If they had known that they could use money to buy their lives, they would not have gone through so much trouble. However, people always hoped that something lucky would happen. They did not know that in order to save divine crystals, they would even lose their lives. Swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, the divine crystals on their bodies all floated towards Lin Ling. The irony was that not only had they lost their lives, they could not even keep their money. Let's go. Lin Ling quickly arrived in front of Dao Dai and the others. He smiled faintly and took out his clothes to wipe the blood off his face. Then he strode forward. Dao Dai and the others licked their lips as they stared at Lin Ling's muscular upper body. At this moment, they were completely speechless. In the distance, the general of Tang City looked at the corpses on the ground, and then at the young man who had left. At this moment he felt very lucky. If it had not been for the little princess Tang Yue, he would have been one of those corpses. The lord above the little princess is indeed heaven's chosen one. No wonder Tang Yue was full of praise for him. Lin Ling and the others walked slowly across the vast land. The sound of a great battle could be heard from time to time. Clearly, the conflict in the 9 Dragons realm was not small. As for Lin Ling, he put on his mask and looked into the distance. He didn't think that by borrowing the pressure of the general, he would be able to break through 2 levels. His goal for this trip to the 9 Dragons realm was more than half completed. Unfortunately, his second dantian hadn't risen. This was a great regret. Of course, after breaking through his boundary, Lin Ling was confident that there would be few world kings that could match him. Moreover, the Sakya Ghost Buddha fruit had been swallowed by Lin Ling. It wouldn't be long before his second dantian would rise in boundary. On the side, Dao Dai and the others were silent. The intense battle from before had left them feeling as if they were in a dream. Lin Ling was also a second-generation descendant like them, but his strength far surpassed theirs. In terms of talent, martial arts and everything else, he was superior to them. This was the so-called monstrous genius that could jump ranks and fight. It had to be known that to have the strength to jump ranks and fight, one had to have great talent, martial arts, cultivation methods, or weapons. The heavens were fair. There were many paths to jump ranks and fight. It all depended on which path one had the qualifications to walk. Why aren't you speaking? At this time Lin Ling smiled and said. Dao Dai and the others reacted. They glanced at each other and wryly smiled. Before, they had constantly spoken to Lin Ling because they felt that Lin Ling was an amiable and approachable person. But not long ago, Lin Ling had forcefully obliterated his opponents. This caused them to be in awe of Lin Ling. This was a form of awe towards the strong. We didn't know that you were so fierce. Finally, Dao Dai bitterly smiled. Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head. I'm not as fierce as you think. If I hadn't smoothly broken through, then we would have all died there. So, that was a desperate struggle. At least if it were me, I wouldn't have risked my life. I would have tried to find a way to escape. Only a madman like you would dare to do that. Someone helplessly shook his head, causing Dao Dai to be stunned. If it were him, he would have also tried to escape. It's him. That fellow that fought the world-swallowing beast. That madman. At this time, a few figures came from afar. A few martial artists wearing large cloaks were staring at Lin Ling. Their words were mixed with shock. Then these martial artists immediately flew into the distance. They seemed to be very afraid of Lin Ling. Chapter 2507. A Mysterious Valley. You fought the realm-devouring beast? Fighting with your life again. You rascal, I'm impressed. Hearing the warrior's words, Dao Dai and the others stopped in their tracks and stared at Lin Ling as if they were looking at a freak. It turned out that this was not the first time he had fought against the commandery's generals. There had been another time before this, and it was against the realm-devouring beast. The realm-devouring beast had always been mysterious. Even true immortals would take a detour when they encountered it. However, Lin Ling was only at the World King realm. How dare he challenge it? No wonder Lin Ling was so strong. It turned out that everything he had was because of his hard work. It should be known that if an ordinary person had Lin Ling's talent, they would slack off. However, Lin Ling did not. He was even more hardworking than an ordinary person. At this moment, Dao Dai and the others felt that they were too lazy. Looking at their expressions, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He knew that his strength had increased very quickly. However, compared to the enemy in his heart, he was still too weak. "Hey, look over there." The few of them chatted as they walked. Then, the woman called Yi Yao pointed ahead. A rocky valley appeared in front of them. It was extremely large and there were dazzling rays of light shooting down from the sky. It was extremely extraordinary. "Let's go and take a look." Dao Dai was also shocked. He shot forward and stood on top of a cliff, looking at the valley in the distance. A surprised voice drifted out from his mouth. "Heavens, a god mine!" In the valley, the light was dazzling. Rich spiritual energy spiraled like a dragon. This was a god mine. The god mine was filled with sparkling and translucent god crystals. Any warrior would not be able to contain their excitement at this moment. "Wow, we're rich. Heavens, we actually found a god mine. If we can get our hands on these god mines, our strength will definitely increase greatly. I'm afraid there might even be some god essence." Yi Yao and the others also landed on the cliff. They all exclaimed in surprise and laughed excitedly. Lin Ling was the last to arrive. He also looked at the valley in surprise. He did not expect to find such a treasure. "Be careful. Nothing will simply come to us. This valley should have been here for a long time. How come no one else found this god mine?" Lin Ling asked cautiously. Nine Dragons' realm is after all a new realm. There are not many warriors at present. It's not strange that they did not find this valley. That's right. This is clearly a divine mine that was missed. It belongs to us now. "Lin Ling, I know you're cautious, but I've checked earlier. It's not an illusion. It's a real divine mine." Dao Dai and the others spoke one after another. Lin Ling nodded. He was sure that it was not an illusion, but he still felt that something was amiss. "Let's go." Dao Dai and the others were already flying towards the valley. Lin Ling wanted to stop them, but it was clearly too late. This made him shake his head. Although he did not have a close relationship with Dao Dai and the others, at least these people kept their promises. Previously, when he faced the three generals, these people did not run away. Hence, Lin Ling did not intend to abandon them and leave. Then Lin Ling also flew towards the valley. However, the closer he got to the valley, the more Lin Ling frowned. For some reason, this valley gave him a very familiar feeling. "Wait, don't go in yet." Although he did not know what was hidden in the valley, it was better to be cautious. However, Lin Ling was still too late. Dao Dai and the others had already entered the valley. Lin Ling sighed and landed in the valley. The surroundings were filled with resplendent divine ores. Dense spiritual chi surged towards them. All of this was extremely realistic. "We're rich. We're rich." Dao Dai and the others rubbed their hands together excitedly. "Looks like we've been tricked." However, at that moment, Lin Ling's cold voice rang out and interrupted their beautiful dream. After his voice rang out, the valley suddenly changed. Rumble. Chaos began to appear in the sky. Specks of light sprinkled on top of their heads. Ancient bronze pillars floated in the sky, and chains connected the pillars together. They were like the tombstones of ancient experts, ancient and majestic. They actually covered the entire valley. An aura that seemed to have come from ancient times quietly spread out. "What's happening?" Dao Dai and the others were stunned. They subconsciously looked at Lin Ling. Although they were older than Lin Ling, they had already quietly regarded Lin Ling as their leader. Lin Ling's expression was unusually ugly as he indifferently spat out a sentence. "Gui water demon suppressing bronze formation." With his knowledge, he could naturally tell that this was an extremely ancient spirit formation. This spirit formation was extremely vicious. Although it was a trapping formation, without the person who set it, no one could leave. Even their souls were suppressed. The bronze array would suppress demons until the end of time. This meant that someone was suppressing an ancient demon in this ancient array. Looks like we've been tricked. If I had known, I would have listened to Lin Ling's suggestion. Lin Ling, we're sorry. We've implicated you. Dao Dai and the others also reacted. They casually looked at Lin Ling apologetically. Lin Ling waved his hand. His eyes were still looking forward. At the same time, a mysterious melody wrapped around their bodies. It felt as if an ancient bronze pillar was suppressing their heads. In that instant, the realm essence in everyone's dantian was sucked dry. Their strength had completely disappeared. Without strength, it would be difficult for them to escape death in this dangerous array formation. My cultivation. It's over, it's over. Dao Dai and the others trembled. Above their heads was a huge bronze pillar. The green luster was merciless and cold. Kiki, it's been a long time since someone came to my house. While everyone was in danger, a cold laugh suddenly sounded. The voice was very sharp. It was like the cry of a fox. It made one's hair stand on end. Then, in the hazy fog in front of them, an old man in a white robe walked over step by step with a walking stick on his back. Behind him, a white tail hung on the ground. It gave off a demonic feeling. His face was full of wrinkles. At this moment he was smiling. However, that smile was terrifying no matter how one looked at it. Senior, we've mistakenly entered this place. I hope that Senior can take our ignorance into account, and let us leave this place. Yao quickly bowed and said. At this moment, they no longer had any strength. Therefore, they could only admit defeat. They also guessed that the divine crystals from before were actually bait. Hehe, you want to leave this place? The old man stopped and narrowed his eyes at Lin Ling and the others. Yes, we want to, Dao Dai immediately said. She felt that the old man was too demonic. It made her want to leave this place immediately. Sai, it's fate that we met. If you want to leave, then go south. The old man pondered for a moment and immediately said with a smile. Dao Dai and the others were stunned when they heard this. The old man pointed out a way out. Chapter 2508. Demon Subduing Array. It's been too long since I've seen anyone. That's why I was surprised to see you. However, you're all so young. If you're trapped in this ancient array, you'll be wasting your lives. That's why I don't want to see this happen. I want to help you out. The old man said. Senior, did you set up this array? Dao Dai asked immediately. That's right. It's me. The old man nodded. Dao Dai and Yao looked at each other and asked for their opinion. In the end, they decided to follow the old man's instructions and head south. Although they didn't think that the old man was right, at least there was hope. If they didn't do anything, they could only wait for orders. Have a safe journey, young man. Seeing that Dao Dai and the others had made their choice, the old man turned and left. However, just as they started moving, Lin Ling's voice sounded. If you go that way, you'll die. There are 81 miles in the universe. It starts with 1 and ends with 10. The cycle is endless. There's no end to it. There's no chaos. What? Death. Then we won't go. Sigh. Dao Dai and the others were stunned. They quickly stopped in their tracks and quietly moved closer to Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was undoubtedly their backbone. The old man also stopped and turned to look at Lin Ling. If you don't go, then the cycle is endless. You'll be trapped here forever. Sigh. If you can go, why don't you go? Sigh. However, Lin Ling said calmly. His words caused the old man's expression to freeze. His sharp eyes stared at Lin Ling as if he wanted to see through Lin Ling. However, no matter how he looked at him, Lin Ling was very ordinary. He was a junior. Kid, it's better to be respectful to your seniors. Sigh. Then the old man said indifferently, if you don't listen to your seniors, you'll suffer losses. Whether you go or not, I don't care. Do whatever you want. Sigh. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. He seemed disappointed that Lin Ling and the others didn't listen to his advice. Those who weren't knowledgeable would definitely be moved. They would feel that the old man's words might be right. Of course, this was also a psychological battle of letting go only to grasp better. Unfortunately, he had only taken a few steps when an indifferent voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the old man's body to involuntarily tremble. If I'm not wrong, you're not the person who set up the formation. So you can't leave at all. You're the ancient demon that's being suppressed by this ancient formation. The old man turned to look at Lin Ling again. His face was finally covered in white fur. His heart was also rumbling. He had been suppressed by this formation for tens of millions of years, all the way back to the ancient era. In these years, it was not that no one had passed through this formation. However, not a single person was able to see through the characteristics of this ancient spirit formation. In the end, they all died within the formation. Yet now, a junior had actually seen through all of this. Moreover, he knew that he was the ancient demon that was being suppressed by the formation. How could he not be shocked? Alas, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Those who enter the array will die. I told you to head south because I wanted you to die a quick death. At the very least, there would be no pain. But since you insist on choosing a path that is worse than death, then don't blame this old man. At this point, the old man finally revealed his fangs. His wrinkled hand grabbed at Lin Ling and the others. A demonic wind howled and surged. His strength was not strong, but at this moment, Dao Dai and the others' cultivation had been sucked dry. They were clearly weaker. Damn old man, how dare you lie to us? Die. The old man had already made his move. Dao Dai and the others knew that if they did not go all out, they would die. So they also attacked with all their strength. Of course, this was only a last-ditch struggle. Whoosh. The old man's hand turned into a claw and swept fiercely. Dao Dai's chest was cut open, and she was sent flying by the powerful impact. The others were the same. Yi Yao fell into the old man's hand. The old man's sharp fingernails gently scratched Yi Yao's delicate face, causing her body to tremble. She knew that she was going to die here. I like to drink the blood of women. The old man let out a cackle. His voice was extremely ferocious. Little Yao. Dao Dai let out an angry roar. Her eyes were red. Although he did not know Yi Yao's true background, after this period of contact, he had already developed feelings for her. So, seeing that Yi Yao was going to die in the old man's hands, he could not wait to die for Yi Yao. Unfortunately, the realm energy in his dantian had been sucked dry. He no longer had the strength to resist. Dao Dai. Yi Yao also let out a final cry. TSK TSK, I like to have sex the most. The more you love each other, the more I like to mess things up. I will let your man watch you die with his own eyes. The old man's eyes became ferocious. He raised his claw high and was about to cut open Yi Yao's fair neck. However, just as his arm was about to fall, a hand suddenly grabbed his arm. It was like a clamp, causing his arm to be unable to move an inch. The old man was shocked. He turned around and saw a cold-looking youth standing behind him. It was Lin Ling. Lin Ling. In the distance, Dao Dai shouted excitedly. The others did the same. How can this be? Shouldn't your dantian have been sucked dry? The old man's eyes widened. Lin Ling looked down at him expressionlessly. Other than the realm energy in my dantian, my physical strength is also extremely powerful. What? The old man exclaimed. The ancient Gui water demon suppression bronze formation had a powerful divine ability. Anyone who entered the formation would have their cultivation sucked dry. However, this young man's dantian had been sucked dry, but he still had his physical strength. Most importantly, his physical strength was extraordinary. Even though he was an ancient demon, he was ashamed of his inferiority. So what? You will still die. I have experienced countless years in this formation. Although my strength has been sucked dry, I have recovered 10%. 10% is enough to kill you. The old man roared. Demonic aura surged from his body. The demonic aura kept circling, turning into a beast-like airflow that moved with a roar. Wait for me to cripple your arm. The old man's arm was still grabbed by Lin Ling. At this moment, he wanted to break Lin Ling's arm. Lin Ling, be careful. At this moment, Dao Dai and the others shouted worriedly. Rumble. Demonic aura soared into the sky, accompanied by the faint cry of a fox demon, causing dust to fill the sky. Soon, the old man's ferocious voice was heard. On the day I turned into a demon, you were still reincarnating in the 10,000 worlds. You are not qualified to grab my arm. The voice was like a death sentence, causing Dao Dai and the others' faces to turn ashen. Was Lin Ling dead? The moment I became a demon, the martial god world was shaken because of me. Old man, you are not qualified to cripple me. However, in the next moment, a cold and domineering voice was heard. Under countless gazes, the dust started to burn without any fire. A slender figure appeared. It was Lin Ling. He was still grabbing the old man's arm, causing the old man's eyes to widen. Chapter 2509. Ancient Demon. How can you still have the power of realm essence? But soon, the old man's sharp voice rang out like thunder. I'm sorry, but I have 2 dantians. Lin Ling's next words made the old man stare at Lin Ling, as if he had seen a monster. He was an ancient demon, known as a demon. Compared to Lin Ling seemed to be even more demonic than him. 2 dantians? There were people with 2 dantians in this world? The Gue Water Demon Suppression Bronze Array could absorb the power of dantians, but it was obviously targeted at martial artists with only 1 dantian. 2 dantians? The person who set up the array probably didn't consider this. Little bastard, you've got guts. The old man roared angrily and ran away with his broken arm. Facing a freak like Lin Ling, he really had no way to deal with him. Boom. His body then exploded, turning into countless white foxes that fled in all directions. You're only thinking of running now? Too slow. But just as the old man moved, Lin Ling moved as well. His all-seeing demonic eyes stared at the fleeing foxes. He suddenly took a step forward and caught up with one of the foxes. He pulled out the Tyrant Song sword and stabbed it into the fox's tail. With this stab, the foxes around him exploded, turning into white fox fur. They were all transformed from fox fur. The fox that was stabbed by Lin Ling's Tyrant Song sword let out a sharp cry of pain. But to everyone's surprise, this voice was actually a woman's. Just kill me. The old man was actually a woman, and she let out a voice that said she was facing death with equanimity. Lin Ling looked down at the fox below him. There was only ruthlessness in his eyes. If he didn't have a little skill, he would have failed miserably today. So he said coldly, "You know that I will definitely kill you." I know. I've been suppressed here for countless years. I've witnessed the 3 great explosions in the universe, and countless worlds have been turned into ashes. What else can I not accept? The white fox spoke in human language. You will never understand the dry and dull days of being suppressed in a formation. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. The Gue Water Demon Suppression Bronze Array was indeed vicious. The demon suppressed could never escape. Thinking about it, this white fox was quite pitiful. Since that's the case, I'll send you on your way. Shaking his head, Lin Ling Tyrant Song sword was about white fox. But at that moment he saw an ancient jade pendant on the white fox's neck. The jade pendant was in the shape of a dragon, but its surface dragon, it was a jade pendant. Since you can't escape death, jade pendant, jade ice pendant. This white fox pendant. NN Immortal Ima's Jade Transin Immortal Dragon Pendant Run Pendant Jade Immortal Jade Iman Pendant Transin Pendant Jade IMS Immortal Imuits Jade Immortal Ling Immortal Pendant Pen Immortal Imit Immortal Pendant Jade Immortal IMI Pen Immortal Pendant Immortal Immortal. This is the only keepsake he gave me. I can't hand it over. If you want to kill me, kill me. Please don't take my jade pendant. The white fox even stood up and kowtowed to Lin Ling as if it was a human. This jade pendant isn't a powerful treasure. Why are you so obsessed with it? Lin Ling asked with a frown. Back then, when I was still a little fox, I was chased by the Tiger King. He saved me and gave me this jade pendant. He told me that if anything happened, I could ask him for help through this jade pendant. He is my life's benefactor. The white fox looked at the jade pendant with a cherished look. Then why don't you look for him? Lin Ling asked. How could I not have looked for it? But when I was able to transform into a human, I was hunted down by the Crimson Continent's powerhouses. They wanted my tail, but I managed to escape in the end. They then used a powerful formation to suppress demons, and trapped me here for countless years. Humans and demons can never coexist. This was what my enemy told me before he left. The white fox's eyes were moist. She had no grudges with her enemy, but she was a fox demon. That was why her enemy attacked her and mercilessly suppressed her for countless years. Hearing this, Lin Ling felt that this white fox was quite pitiful. Although she wanted to kill them before, no one would be in a good mood if they were trapped in this ancient array. You like him? Suddenly, Lin Ling looked at the jade pendant and asked. The white fox nodded. I've been looking for him for 30,000 years. Unfortunately, I couldn't find him. I've traveled to the north, south, west, and east territories. I've even gone to the ends of the earth, the Yellow Springs, and the 9 underworlds, but I haven't seen his shadow. I used to be a 9-tailed beast. In order to find him, my 8 tails were cut off. If it weren't for the shadow he left in my heart, I would have died long ago. I wouldn't have waited for so long in this ancient array. Perhaps because she was about to die, the white fox didn't hide anything and calmly said. However, her words shocked Dao Dai and the others. They didn't expect this fox to be so infatuated. Searching for him for 30,000 years and traversing the 4 realms. This wasn't something that just anyone could do. If I could see him again in my life, my death wouldn't be a big deal. The white fox looked at the sky. It was as if she could see when she was still a little fox. That man who was drinking wine saved her and stroked her fur. Everything was gentle and doting. That gaze was still etched in her heart. Unfortunately, the wind chose to drift away. How could a cloud like her keep it? How could she chase after it? Senior sister you. At this moment, Lin Ling muttered to himself. He suddenly thought of Anuer. If Anuer was still in the immortal temple, she was probably waiting for him as well. She would also travel through the 4 realms and the immortal temple in order to come back. I'll help you find him. Lin Ling looked at the white fox. The white fox was stunned and stared at Lin Ling. Only then did she realize that the man in front of her had a very clear and clean gaze. I wanted to kill all of you previously. Why didn't you kill me? I've never liked to stick to the rules. I want to do whatever I want. If I don't want to kill you, then I won't kill you. Lin Ling laughed. His smile was very radiant, like the boy next door. Then he pointed behind him with his right thumb and said, Moreover, these guys have probably forgotten everything that happened previously. Boom. As soon as he said this, the white fox was stunned and her eyes became even more moist. All these years, she had met people who wanted to harm her and take advantage of her. In the end, they were all killed by her. Therefore, when she met Lin Ling and the others previously, she made the first move to protect herself. And now, Lin Ling had the strength to kill her, but he didn't. Her body quietly transformed into a human. She was wearing a white dress and was very beautiful. She was so beautiful that she could topple countries. Thank you. She bowed to Lin Ling. It's your infatuation that moved me. Lin Ling scratched the back of his head and chuckled. He didn't expect the white fox to be so beautiful. When Dao Dai and the others saw Lin Ling's appearance, they couldn't help but be surprised. They didn't expect the cold Lin Ling to have such a side. However, this side of him made them feel very warm. Chapter 25:10. I'll help you. After Lin Ling smiled, he looked at the woman in white and said, Not only will I not kill you, I will even do my best to help you find him. As soon as his voice fell, the white fox's delicate body trembled. She stared at Lin Ling in disbelief, as if Lin Ling was deceiving her. Dao Dai and the others narrowed their eyes as well. This white fox senior was an ancient Yao king. He was much stronger than they were. It was just that his strength was suppressed by the demon suppression array. If such a person could not find that man, how could Lin Ling find him? Lin Ling, you can't be bragging, right? Dao Dai could not help but say. Although she admitted that Lin Ling was indeed very powerful, such a thing was simply impossible. Do I look like someone who would brag? Lin Ling shrugged indifferently. He looked at the jade pendant in White Fox's hand and said, This jade pendant is called the Phantom Lightning Jade Pendant. It's a powerful voice transmission talisman. What? Is this a sound transmission talisman? Why is it in the shape of a jade pendant? This is the first time I've seen this kind of voice transmission talisman. Dao Dai and the others were even more surprised. Even White Fox's beautiful face revealed a look of astonishment. Then they all looked at Lin Ling at the same time. After all, even the white fox couldn't tell that this was a sound transmission talisman, so how did Lin Ling know? Could it be that Lin Ling was older than White Fox? Because I'm a genius, Lin Ling said with a smile. Then he explained, in fact, the voice-transmitting talismans that you've seen before are only voice-transmitting talismans in one world. However, the universe is so vast. Voice-transmitting talismans are also divided into different levels. Some powerful voice-transmitting talismans can be transmitted to the entire North Territory. Chi, Dao Dai and the others gasped when they heard this. The North Territory was vast and boundless. There were countless realms, and a sound transmission talisman could pass through countless realms and reach the ends of the earth. However, Lin Ling's next words made them feel even more like they came from the countryside. They were short-sighted. This illusory lightning jade pendant is an even more advanced sound transmission talisman. It can transmit sound in the 4 realms. I think the man who gave you this jade pendant back then was actually waiting for you to send him a message, Lin Ling said indifferently. This phantom lightning jade pendant was extremely precious. From this point, it could be seen that the white fox was not light in the man's heart. I really don't know. When White Fox heard Lin Ling's words, tears welled up in her eyes again. She always thought that the man only treated her as a passerby. But who knew that the man actually gave her such a precious jade pendant? At this moment, she suddenly missed him even more. There was a limit to the ends of the earth, only endless yearning. After waiting for so many years, her longing was like a tidal wave. Lin Ling looked at the white fox and sighed in his heart. He also missed Inuer. Pardon me for asking, but who is he? After all, this demon suppression formation is very powerful. If he was an ordinary person, even if he came, he might not be able to save you. Lin Ling asked. In fact, he could break this formation, but his cultivation level was not high enough. If he wanted to break this formation with brute force, he would need to be at least above the true god realm. He is an indomitable man. If he came, he should be able to break this formation. Speaking of the man she met thousands of years ago, White Fox's face was filled with happiness. I don't know if you have heard of the Genesis Alliance. The Genesis Alliance? Is it a powerful force left behind by the ancient era? At this moment, Dao Dai and the others were horrified. Even Lin Ling was no exception. This was because they had all heard of this powerful ancient force. In the past, Li Xiaoyao had become a genius and risen like a comet. He had also been fortunate enough to meet a few experts from the Genesis Alliance. The Creation Alliance had a long history and had gathered a group of crazy powerhouses. Their goal in life was to create a new world, and they had stirred up monstrous waves in the 9 continents and the myriad worlds. It could be said that wherever the Creation Alliance went, there would be earth-shaking changes. The Genesis Alliance was also known as the Jiuzhou 10 Evils, and was as famous as the Immortal Temple. One had to know that Lin Ling's enemy was the Heavenly Court, which was also a powerful force famous in Jiuzhou. However, the master of the Heavenly Court was Tian Yanlin. This meant that it was a powerful force that had risen later, and could not be compared to the Genesis Alliance. The Genesis Alliance has a bad reputation. Their goal is to destroy the 10,000 worlds. However, he is a member of the Genesis Alliance. White Fox smiled bitterly when she saw everyone's shocked expressions. The Genesis Alliance was also known as the Destroyer Alliance. They had done too many things to destroy the universe, so their reputation was bad. Dao Dai and the others were silent. Obviously, they were very afraid of the Genesis Alliance. Everything exists for a reason. Moreover, there are many people in this world who hold the banner of justice. However, it does not mean that they are good people. Although the Genesis Alliance has a bad reputation, it does not mean that they are all evil people, Lin Ling said slowly with a smile. Thank you. White Fox was a little surprised by Lin Ling's way of dealing with people. This young man was not a person who stuck to the rules. He did whatever he wanted and was lawless. Rules seemed to be useless to him. Dao Dai and the others looked at Lin Ling, and could not help but smile bitterly. They were not as free and easy as Lin Ling. Let's not talk about this. Since he is a member of the Genesis Alliance, his strength must not be weak. So we just need to inform him to come here. Lin Ling changed the topic. Then he looked at White Fox and the latter handed over the ancient jade pendant. This jade pendant can connect to the 4 realms, so it needs a lot of power. Since your power has been absorbed, you can only rely on me. So it will take a long time to connect to the ends of the earth. Lin Ling took the jade pendant and checked it slowly. I have waited for countless years. I can afford to wait. White Fox looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Lin Ling nodded. Then Lin Ling found a clean place, sat down cross-legged, and held the jade pendant with both hands. Then he formed a complicated barrier. The realm essence in his second dantian flowed continuously into the jade pendant. The jade pendant began to flicker, and a dragon's roar was heard. Lin Ling is a boundary master. Looking at his skills, I'm afraid he is not weak. This guy is strong and he is a boundary master. The great Azure Divine Dynasty will not miss such a talent. Dao Dai and the others stared at Lin Ling. They realized that the more they knew Lin Ling, the more they could not see through Lin Ling. He was younger than them, but the means he had were beyond their knowledge. White Fox looked at Lin Ling in surprise. She had cultivated for countless years and seen countless geniuses. However, this was the first time she saw Lin Ling as a near-perfect genius. He could be said to be omnipotent. The second dantian is not as good as the first dantian. The realm essence is too weak. After just a few thousand barriers, Lin Ling sensed that most of his realm essence had been used up. Most importantly, he could only use the realm essence in his first dantian. Then, he immediately began to cultivate, and all the spiritual chi from the Sakyamuni ghost Buddha fruit that he had devoured earlier rushed to his second dantian. I have some treasures here. I hope they can help you. Chapter 25:11. Exit the array. In these past years, there had been many people who had mistakenly entered this array formation, and then eyed the White Fox covetously. In the end, they were all killed by the White Fox, and the treasures they left behind were all taken by the White Fox. And at this time, not only had Lin Ling refined the Sakya Ghost Buddha fruit, but he had also refined all the divine crystals he had obtained before. As he saw the treasures the White Fox took out, he was overjoyed. Ice Pearl Soul Flower? Soul Stirring Grass? Blood Earth Pearl? These treasures were all precious and extremely ancient. With these treasures in addition to Lin Ling's own, he was confident that his second dantian would crazily rise in strength. Haha, the heavens are helping me. Lin Ling couldn't help but be overjoyed. This adventure was truly worth it. Then he hurried to refine these treasures. Rumble, rumble, rumble. His second dantian soon reached the 4th level of the World King realm. Then the 5th level of the World King realm, the 6th level, the 7th level. Because Lin Ling's first dantian was at the 8th level of the World King realm, the difficulty of increasing his second dantian's strength was much lower. Finally, Lin Ling's second dantian reached the 7th level of the World King realm. The Chaos Divine formula had a special characteristic. The other dantians could never surpass the first dantian. Thus, at present, the 7th level of the World King realm was the limit. But for Lin Ling, his overall strength had greatly increased. He might be invincible within the World King realm. Why do I feel like this fellow's strength is crazily rising? But his cultivation is still at the 8th level of the World King realm. You haven't heard before? He has 2 dantians. His talent is a 2nd grade awakened divine body, and he also has 2 dantians. How can he live? Dao Dai and the others stared at Lin Ling's increase in strength, speechless. Lin Ling had the ability to jump ranks and fight above all monstrous geniuses. This meant that if a monstrous genius were to encounter him, they would only be mediocre. And after his second dantian increased in strength, Lin Ling could create even more enchantments. Of course, the jade pendant required far too much strength. The 7th level of the World King realm's second dantian was still unable to satisfy it. Therefore, Lin Ling activated the jade pendant while recovering. During this process, he was also sensing the power in his entire body. Right now, his godly devil physique had also reached the 1st grade awakened godly physique, and his entire body's strength was 10,000 universe force, which was extremely terrifying. Right now, my devil flame transformation should be able to reach the 3rd level. At the 3rd level, I can ignore the power of water, earth and wood. When I encounter such innate powers, my flames will never be extinguished. Lin Ling was very familiar with the evil flame transformation. He knew how powerful this cultivation technique was. This meant that even if Lin Ling encountered a genius with a talent higher than his demonic flame transformation would still be able to nullify a portion of their attacks. Young hero, do you have a lover? While waiting, the crowd sat down and started chatting. Lin Ling looked at the white fox and nodded with a smile. Yes, and I'm already married. I'm afraid my child isn't small anymore. As he spoke, he thought of Lin Yi Yuan Yuer, Xian Yuan Guoqin Xiaolan, Yuman Yuan, Princess Huiyuan, and the others. He had many women in his life, and each one of them was devastatingly beautiful. Each of them had their own unique characteristics. However, because of his bitter cultivation, the time he spent with them was very, very short. This made him feel a little guilty. Young hero, you're so young, but you're like a dragon among men. There must be many women who yearn for you. White Fox laughed. If she didn't know Lin Ling, she would have been moved by Lin Ling as well. Because Lin Ling was indeed a very outstanding man. Hearing this, Lin Ling rubbed his nose awkwardly. In the past, Li Xiaoyao was a romantic and elegant man, and he was even more womanizing than Lin Ling. Lin Ling was young and full of vigor, and he was indeed a womanizer, such as Lu Susu and other peerless beauties. However, at this point Lin Ling was also more restrained and nurturing. As for Lu Susu and the other women, Lin Ling also knew their hearts. Unfortunately, he had only known them for a short time, so he could only leave it to fate. If Lin Ling returned to his hometown in the future, and saw that Lu Susu and the others were already married, then Lin Ling wouldn't miss them. Instead, he would give them his blessings. Lin Ling was satisfied to have such a considerate woman like Yu Yu in this life. Look at him, he must have a lot. Dao Dai said enviously. Yi Yao, who was beside her, pinched her ear and said, You want to be like him too? I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare even if you beat me to death. I'm not as outstanding as Lin Ling. Apart from you, all the other women treat me like a broken rock. I'm satisfied that you've taken a liking to me. Dao Dai hurriedly begged for mercy, causing everyone to laugh loudly. White Fox laughed for a while, then looked at Lin Ling and said, Young hero, I know that sometimes you don't have a choice, but don't let them down. For a woman, as long as you enter her heart, then she will only have you for the rest of her life. That is a shadow that can never be erased. They will wait for you for a long time, so if you have the chance, you should give them an explanation personally. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. White Fox and that man had only met once, but White Fox had been looking for him for thousands of years. What about Lu Susu and the others? Okay. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Rumble. At the same time, the jade token floating in front of him swayed, and thunder burst out. A thunder dragon formed by thunder rushed into the sky. Ka ka ka. The sky was pitch black, as if the universe was in chaos. However, a mysterious force was trying to stop the thunder dragon from rushing into the sky. Obviously, the array was activated. Everyone get ready. If the thunder dragon rushes out of the array, we will rush out through the hole immediately. Lin Ling immediately stood up and said seriously. This was the only way for him to leave the array. Then Lin Ling looked at White Fox and said, This is the demon subduing array. You are the main target, but when there is a hole in the array, you can also try to rush out of the array. Can I do that too? Hearing this, White Fox trembled. After being locked up for so many years, she could also leave? Try your best. Lin Ling nodded seriously, which gave White Fox hope. Lin Ling, the thunder dragon doesn't seem to be able to rush out. Dao Dai and the rest were very nervous. Don't worry. This jade token can connect to the 4 realms. Therefore, the array cannot stop the thunder dragon. What I am worried about is that the man is not in the 4 realms. That would exceed the power of the jade token. Lin Ling shook his head. I hope it is as you say. Dao Dai and the rest were still in disbelief. However, at this moment, the ancient bronze pillars in the sky swayed, and then an unprecedented explosion erupted. The explosion was so loud that it seemed as if the heavens were collapsing. Ka ka ka. Cracks started to appear in Huan Yu's starry sky. The thunder dragon roared and rushed out of Huan Yu's starry sky through the cracks. Let's go. Seeing this, Lin Ling roared and took the lead to shoot into the sky. The others also followed one after another. After the thunder dragon rushed out, the hole in the sky began to shrink at an extremely fast speed. Quick, or we will not be able to get out, Lin Ling roared. Then he saw that Dao Dai and the rest were very slow. He immediately stopped, grabbed them, and threw them into the hole in the sky. Dao Dai was the first to be thrown out by Lin Ling. She quickly disappeared into the hole. Chapter 25:12. Written by Tang of Square Commandery. And Lin Ling knew that if he didn't leave now, it would be too late, so he used Heaven Shocking Change to increase his strength, shooting into the sky like a meteor. The giant hole in the sky had shrunk to only 2 meters wide. But fortunately, Lin Ling finally caught up. His footsteps finally stepped into the giant cave. Behind him, White Fox also revealed a charming smile. She wanted to follow Lin Ling, but she was immediately trapped by the array. Ka. Countless bronze pillars shot over, and the chains wrapped around the White Fox, making it difficult for the White Fox to escape. No, the White Fox made a sound of unwillingness. Sure enough, this demon-subduing array wouldn't let her escape. Senior. The eyes of Dao Dai and the others turned red when they saw this. Just a little bit more, and the woman who had been waiting for thousands of years would have been able to escape. However, the world was merciless and had trapped her once again. Thank you. Regardless of whether I can find him or not, I'm satisfied to have met you. Thank you, Lin Ling. Seeing that her escape had failed, White Fox had to face reality. She looked at Lin Ling and smiled. I know that you are a kind person. You are very much like him. You are also fearless for the peace in your heart. I hope that you won't make the people who love you wait for too long. Following her voice, the jade pendant was thrown out by her. Before the giant hole completely disappeared, it fell into Lin Ling's hand. Rumble. Then, the array formation was restored to its original state. Lin Ling and the others floated outside the valley, staring blankly at the ground below. The valley returned to its original state of being a divine mine, as if everything that had happened before was just a dream. However, the jade pendant in Lin Ling's hand told him that all of this was not a dream. In the valley, there was a woman who had waited for millions of years for love. She was still trapped there, spending her days in longing. An inch of lovesickness has thousands of thoughts. There is no place in the world to arrange them. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He took a step forward and walked into the distance. Although he had already guessed that Senior White Fox might not be able to escape from the array formation, he still had mixed feelings after seeing it with his own eyes. Dao Dai and the others had solemn expressions as they slowly followed Lin Ling. However, the heavens do not disappoint the faithful. Lei Long is heading south. Soon Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked to the south with a smile. Lei Long moved very quickly and gradually disappeared into the south. This meant that the man was in the south, and Lei Long had informed him. That senior is here. Poor Senior White Fox will be able to escape. Dao Dai and the others were pleasantly surprised. When they saw Lin Ling nod his head, they all laughed out loud. Within a day, I will be here. Be it gods, demons, or Buddhas, no one can stop me. Right at this moment, a domineering voice exploded above them. It seemed to be that man's voice. Obviously, he had received the news. What a terrifying expert. If I'm not mistaken, he's from the southern border. How could his voice reach here from the southern border? And it took him a day to reach the northern border? Hearing the thunderous voice, Dao Dai and the others were stunned. They immediately knew that the man was definitely an indomitable expert. He's here. Don't tell me he's here to kill us. When the voice disappeared, Dao Dai and the others immediately looked at Lin Ling with bitter smiles. Lin Ling shrugged. The jade pendant is in my hands. It's useless to escape to the ends of the earth. Moreover, do you want Senior White Fox to be imprisoned? No. Dao Dai and the others shook their heads. That's right. Since we're helping him, we should help him to the end. If we're killed by the experts of the Creation Alliance, we can only say that it's our fate. Of course, we'll have done a good deed. After we die, we might be reincarnated into a rich family and become young masters. Lin Ling said with a smile. How can you joke at a time like this? I'm impressed. Dao Dai and the others were speechless. It was no wonder that they were afraid of the Creation Alliance. It was indeed an alliance of saboteurs. An alliance of lunatics. No one could guarantee that they would do something earth-shattering. So, what should we do now? Let's go. Let's go to Square Commandery. It suddenly occurred to me that since the lunatics of the Creation Alliance are here, the magic mines of the Nine Dragons realm will no longer belong to the four commanderies. So before that, we'd better plunder as much as we can. Lin Ling suggested. Haha, the four commanderies have sealed off this place. They'll never dream that their plan will fail completely because of us. All right. Dao Dai and the others pondered for a moment and laughed. One day later, the lunatics of the Creation Alliance would arrive. How could the Nine Dragons realm stop them? The four commanderies would have to flee. Dao Dai and the others felt happy when they thought that the four commanderies had worked for nothing. Lin Ling wanted to go to Square Commandery because Tang Yue was there. It was reasonable for Lin Ling to inform her. Then they set off immediately. The Nine Dragons realm seemed to have attracted more experts. Battles broke out everywhere. As Lin Ling and the others moved forward, they saw the crazy battles with their own eyes. In order to get cultivation resources, some brothers and sisters, relatives and friends fought against each other. At this moment, the greed of human nature was revealed. Although I didn't get a lot of magic mines, my strength has greatly improved, and I've achieved my goal. Lin Ling thought to himself. However, when he thought of the powerful white fox, who was trapped by the merciless array, he knew that his current strength was still too weak. Who are you? The Square Commandery was stationed on top of a mountain. The defense was extremely tight, and there were countless experts. Lin Ling and the others flew across the sky. Immediately, a large number of attacks came at them, forcing them to land. The Square Commandery is too overbearing. We're here to inform them. Dao Dai said with some dissatisfaction. Lin Ling shook his head, and led them to land on the ground. As soon as they landed, many warriors in armor appeared in front of them. Their auras were extremely powerful, like dragons and tigers. They were all above the 5th stage of the World King realm. It could be seen that the Square Commandery had sent out all the experts for the magic mines of the Nine Dragons realm. How dare you? Don't you know that the Nine Dragons realm has been sealed off by the four commanderies? A young man in Kylan armor said to Lin Ling and the others. He was holding a saber that was as tall as a man. The saber had the soul of a Kylan roaring. It was obviously an extremely precious celestial weapon. At least it had improved his chaotic energy by a lot. Tangshu. Looking at the young man, Dao Dai exclaimed in surprise. It's you. The young man obviously knew Dao Dai. They seem to be from the same academy. It's good that you know each other. We're here for Princess Tang Yue. Dao Dai said with a smile. She and Tangshu were from the same academy. However, Dao Dai was an ordinary genius among the 2nd generation in the Heavenly Saint Academy. Tangshu was not. He was a top expert among the 2nd generation. Don't pretend to be related to me. You're not worthy. Tangshu said indifferently. Dao Dai was stunned. She frowned. Wasn't this guy a bit too rude? Chapter 25:13. Fight your way in. Dao Dai, no one is allowed to come close to the sacred mine. If you take another step, don't blame me for being merciless. Tangshu said again. He definitely knew Dao Dai, but so what? In his eyes, Dao Dai was trash. How could he allow a trash to meet the little princess just because he knew her? Furthermore, there were many spies in the 4 great commanderies who wanted to sabotage the plan to seize the sacred mine. Therefore, he did not trust Dao Dai. Aren't you being too unreasonable? Dao Dai could not help but rebuke Tangshu's arrogant tone. You are at the bottom of the 2nd generation of the Sky Saint Institute. Trash has no right to speak. However, Tangshu laughed disdainfully. Scram, do you think you can meet the little princess? Go take a piss and see if you have the right. We are only letting you scram because you know young Master Tangshu. Otherwise, all of you would have to stay here today. The experts behind Tang Che also shouted coldly. Dao Dai and the others were so angry that their faces darkened. Even Lin Ling was furious. However, when he thought of Tang Yue, he still gave them some face. He said indifferently, since you are not allowed to enter, please tell Tang Yue that Lin Ling wants her to come out and meet me. Meet you? Haha, who do you think you are? Do you have the right to do so? When Lin Ling said this, Tang Xu's voice became louder. Lin Ling, so it's you. Although you are the superior of Yue when she was cultivating in the martial god barracks, it doesn't mean that you will always be her superior. Tang Xu had obviously heard of Lin Ling's name. It was said that Lin Ling was an arrogant genius who had grown very quickly. He had already reached the second generation of the Sky Saint Institute. If I am her superior, then I will be her superior in this life. Ask her to come out and meet me. When he heard Tang Xu's words, Lin Ling's mood worsened. What if we refuse? Tang Xiu's mood started to turn sour. Lin Ling thought he had some ability and was so arrogant? Then don't blame me for fighting my way in. Lin Ling could not be bothered to waste his breath. Haha, you alone? I know you defeated Si Xuanmei, but that can only mean that your strength is above average among the second generation. We are the top experts of the second generation. We have been at the top of the pyramid for many years. You are still too inexperienced. Tang Xu couldn't help but laugh. One had to know that the second generation of the three great academies were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. He, Tang Xu, had spent 500 years to barely step into the top of the second generation pyramid. As for Lin Ling, this rising star, he was at most at the second layer of the pyramid. I heard from Lord Tang Yue that Lin Ling is a genius. I wonder how his strength is. If you want to fight your way in from here, then you'll have to take 500 moves from me. While the two of them were talking, a tall and sturdy man had already walked out. He held a hammer that was even taller than him, and as large as a millstone. With each step he took, it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. Whoosh! At the same time, heavy rain began to fall from above his head, making him look like a god of war in the rain. Lin Ling, let me do it. Dao Dai stared at the man and said coldly. No need. To save time, let me do it. However, Lin Ling interrupted him. He knew that he couldn't rely on his mouth to inform Tang Yue. He could only rely on his fists. And he didn't want to waste time here. After all, he only had a single day left. Then he also walked out. Lin Ling, as a genius, I know that you are very arrogant. But let me remind you that before a genius grows up, they are still very ordinary. If you meet someone who has cultivated for a longer time than you, it's best if you keep a low profile. The man sneered. He took a step forward and gripped his hammer with both hands, ruthlessly smashing it down on Lin Ling, Flying Fish Sun Condensing Hammer. Lin Ling was the lord above Tang Yue. Although they didn't say it out loud, they still felt disdain in their hearts. They thought that what qualifications did Lin Ling have to be the lord above the little princess? Now he wanted to take revenge for the little princess. Lin Ling is only at the 8th stage of the World King realm, but Tang Yu is at the 10th stage of the World King realm. He also has a 9th stage treasure and a middle 3rd stage martial art. Lin Ling won't be able to block that hammer. However, their strength is similar. It will be difficult for Tang Yu to defeat Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling is a monstrous genius. His strength is above average among the second generation. The other warriors continued to comment, and then cheered as well. After all, Tang Yu represented the square commandery. As for Tang Yu, he carried his broadsword on his back and looked at the scene mockingly. However, he still reminded, don't kill him. Otherwise, you won't be able to answer to the little princess. Got it. As the hammer smashed down, Tang Yu replied with a smile. You overestimate yourself. Dao Dai and the others stared at the scene and shook their heads in disdain. They knew that Lin Ling wouldn't lose. But soon, their pupils constricted because in their eyes, Lin Ling was still standing there, motionless. Could it be that Lin Ling intended to take the blow head-on? Although they were confident that Lin Ling was stronger, taking the blow head-on was another matter. Boom. In the heavy rain, a black ancient fish swam in the rain. Its mouth was wide open, and its mouth was filled with sharp teeth. As the giant fish swam, the hammer smashed down heavily on Lin Ling's body. This smash caused the ground to shake, and a powerful shock wave rushed to the sky. Tang Yu, you're crazy. Tang Yu immediately scolded because he felt that Lin Ling had been smashed to death by the hammer. How would I know that this brat wouldn't be able to react in time? It seems that there are many people who don't live up to their reputations. His strength isn't as strong as the rumors say. Tang Yu said gloomily. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a voice floated in front of him. How dare you call yourself a senior with such little strength? The shock wave around them began to disperse. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling was still standing there. And above his head was a black giant hammer. He had taken the hammer head on and was fine? It should be known that if the hammer had landed on a weak world, it would have been enough to shatter it. Could it be that Lin Ling was harder than a world? I'm sorry, your precious weapon is broken. In the next moment, Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out again. Crack, crack, crack. The hammer that he had smashed on Lin Ling's head was now showing signs of cracking. Crack. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, as if they had seen a ghost. Even Dao Dai and the others were the same. If they remembered correctly, Lin Ling's defense wasn't that strong not long ago. Tang Yu opened his eyes wide and stared at his broken hammer carefully. It seemed that if he didn't check it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that Lin Ling's head was harder than a hammer. He didn't know that Lin Ling's body of the celestial devil had greatly improved. His physical strength had already exceeded the toughness of a world. Not to mention Tang Yu. Even the #1 warrior of Square Commandery, Tang Cheng, might not be able to hurt Lin Ling. Is there anything else you want to say? At this moment, Lin Ling slowly raised his head and squinted at Tang Yu. Tang Yu actually wanted to ask why Lin Ling's head was so hard, but unfortunately he couldn't. No, then get lost. Chapter 25:14. A clash with the #1 genius of the second generation. Go back to your hometown. Lin Ling didn't even look at Tang Yu as he strode forward. The crowd stared at Tang Yu as he disappeared into the horizon. They were all dumbstruck. Tang Yu couldn't have been beaten back to his hometown, right? Then they looked at Lin Ling and their expressions turned serious. The name of a genius was indeed not an undeserved reputation. Interesting, very interesting. But you want to break into Square Commandery by yourself? Do you think there's no one in Square Commandery? Let me fight you. Elder. But soon, an old man walked out. He was at the 10th stage of the World King realm, but his status wasn't low because he had an awakened divine body. You really think there's no one in Square Commandery? Elder. However, facing the old man who wasn't weak, Lin Ling's frivolous words made the old man's beard puff. He wanted to say something, but Lin Ling's next words made him speechless. One by one, it's a waste of time. Come at me all at once. Elder. Lin Ling actually asked all the powerhouses to come at once. These powerhouses were all at the 5th stage of the World King realm, and many of them were at the 10th stage of the World King realm. Maybe they weren't Lin Ling's match one-on-one, but if they all attacked together, they might not be able to. This guy is even more arrogant than before. Elder. Dao Dai and the others were also stunned. Did Lin Ling increase his strength in such a short time? Shameless boasting. Elder. Teach him a lesson. Elder. The powerhouses were furious. How could they swallow the humiliation of being looked down upon by a junior? Suddenly, they all erupted with their ultimate skills and pounced on Lin Ling. From afar, the attacks were like the collapse of the heavens and the earth. At this moment, even the powerhouses at the peak of the World King realm didn't dare to be arrogant. However, how could Lin Ling be an ordinary World King? Rumble. All the attacks fell on Lin Ling's body. The terrifying power blasted apart the distant mountain range, causing it to tumble in the sky like straw. Still too weak. Elder. Just when everyone thought that Lin Ling would definitely be injured, a multicolored flame soared into the sky. A heaven-shaking change. Amidst the resplendent flames, the young man seemed to have come from another world. He held the flames with both hands and had a smile on his face. However, this smile gave off an evil charm. How can you be fine? I used a high-grade 3rd-grade martial art. It's fake, it must be fake. He must be seriously injured right now. Are you stupid? If he was seriously injured, how could he laugh? Moreover, look at his aura, it's even stronger than before. The experts surrounding Lin Ling were all dumbfounded. These masters were all emperors in the myriad worlds, but now, even with countless emperors joining forces, they could not defeat a junior. This was too unreal. To be honest, I'm really fine, Lin Ling said indifferently as he supported the flame with both hands. The reason why he wanted to fight his way in was, firstly, to save time. Secondly, his strength was increasing rapidly, So he wanted to have a deeper understanding of his own strength. All of you return to your homes. Then, a roar floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. The flames in his hands turned into fists that shot out like meteors. These movements seemed simple, without any mysteries of martial arts. But they were actually able to defeat 10 with brute force. This was because Lin Ling had fused his two dantians together with a heaven-shaking change. This strength was far too great. Within the World King realm, there were very, very few people that could block his strength. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Sure enough, as these fists shot out, the surrounding powerhouses were like blooming flower buds. They shot out in all directions, all of them disappearing into the horizon. Aha! Only cries of pain and alarm could be heard, reaching the ears of everyone below. The powerhouses that attacked before were all sent flying away. It was possible that they were sent flying out of the Nine Dragons world. Is Tang Yue in this direction? As everyone was surprised, Lin Ling pointed at a high mountain in front of him and asked the surrounding powerhouses. His overbearing expression caused everyone to fall silent. Yes, yes, but you can't go there. Nirvana-colored satin rain. But soon Tang Xu spoke. He looked deeply at Lin Ling and kicked the saber that was stuck in the ground beside him. Holding the saber with both hands, he charged at Lin Ling. At this point, how could he let Lin Ling bully the square commandery? Lin Ling, I am one of the strongest geniuses of the second generation. If you can't block my saber, don't blame me if you die. As the giant blade descended from the sky, a torrential downpour swept across the sky, causing a storm to descend upon the land. In the rain, the saber was even wilder. This was different from Dao Dai's saber. This was a large saber that was overbearing and majestic. Its attack was like a storm. Tang Xu, the second generation of Heavenly Saint Academy. He is ranked 25th. His saber is an immortal treasure that was given to him by Heavenly Saint Academy. It can increase the power of chaos to a certain extent, allowing his ultimate saber Dao to reach the true realm of Dao. Dao Dai frowned as she watched Tang Xu's attack. Will Lin Ling be in danger? Yao was a little worried. I don't know, but Lin Ling defeated the top warrior of the 4 commanderies. His strength is not far from Tang Xu's. It will be difficult for Tang Xu to defeat him in one move. Dao Dai pondered. Lin Ling's strength was so strong that even she could not see through it. That's ridiculous. Lin Ling was above average in the second generation not long ago. Could it be that he is now in the top tier of the second generation? Yao could not help but admire Lin Ling. The speed at which he improved his strength was too fast. Rumble. At this moment, the saber arrived and poured down like rain. Lin Ling raised his head and smiled. He quickly unsheathed the tyrannical song in his hand and slashed the sky. Clang. The saber and the sword collided. Invisible ripples spread out in all directions with the two of them as the center. You actually blocked my superior third-grade martial art. In the sky, Tang Xu was still holding the saber, but he was surprised. Ultimate Saber Dao, True Realm of Dao, Second Grade Awakened Divine Body, and Peak World King Strength. Of course, the most powerful thing is this saber. Lin Ling held the sword with one hand and raised it above his head as he calmly said. His other hand was behind his back, giving him an indescribable sense of confidence. As the people around saw this, they could not help but be amazed. This Lin Ling was too calm. Since you know my strength, do you think you can still block it? Tang Xu said word by word. The saber in his hand swayed, causing the rain to become even crazier. It was as if the water of the Milky Way was sprinkling down. Ka ka ka. His strength was suppressing Lin Ling, and it was constantly increasing. He did not believe that a mere 8th-level world king could block his saber. Bang. The surrounding earth instantly caved in, reaching 100 meters deep. But in this deep pit, there was a towering mountain peak. This mountain peak was not affected by Tang Xu at all. Instead, there was a youth standing atop this mountain peak, his body covered in flames. He held a sword in his hand and resisted. You're fine? Tang Xu was startled. I don't believe it. His strength was becoming increasingly great, erupting to the limit. This formed a heaven-shaking and earth-shattering scene. Rain poured down like a Milky Way, but on this lonely mountain peak, flames soared to the heavens. Chapter 25:15. All towards Lima. Is this all you've got? In this shocking scene, the youth's indifferent voice floated out. Contempt. A newly risen second generation actually dared to look down on a top genius of the second generation. Tang's pupils turned red. He suppressed all of his strength, nearly burning his world essence. However, on the ground below, Lin Ling was safe and sound. He was as steady as a mountain, like an immovable king. Time is up. At the same time, Lin Ling finally spoke. Before this, he wanted to see just how fierce this first generation second generation was. Unfortunately, no matter how much strength he used, he still wasn't able to touch Lin Ling at all. This left Lin Ling a bit disappointed. Lin Ling had two Danshans. One was at the 8th stage of the World King realm, and the other was at the 7th stage of the World King realm. With one fusion, the power of his world essence had reached a terrifying limit. As for the ultimate martial arts and talent, Lin Ling wasn't weaker than his opponent at all. Only Lin Ling's weapon was weaker than his opponent's. But the power of his world essence had already made up for this flaw. You have a good saber, but what a pity you're too weak. Lin Ling began to counterattack. His sword slashed out, sword light like water. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An unprecedented strength erupted. Tang's grip on his saber loosened. The saber flew away and he tumbled away. As he flew backwards, his eyes filled with horror. Wasn't Lin Ling at the 8th stage of the World King realm? But that strength seemed to have reached the true divinity realm. Bang! Finally, he crashed into the distance. As for the great saber, it was stabbed into the side of a deep pit. Lin Ling stepped forwards, holding the great sword at a slanted angle. He seemed relaxed and carefree. It can't be right? Young Master Tang Xu kept using his power, but Lin Ling was safe and sound. But when it was Lin Ling's turn to attack, he sent young Master Tang Xu flying with a single strike. The surrounding martial artists cried out in alarm. An ordinary world king couldn't stop Lin Ling. And even young Master Tang's couldn't stop him? And Lin Ling was only at the 8th stage of the World King realm. This was too inconceivable. How did you defeat me? In the distance, Tang Xu sat on the ground and glared at Lin Ling. Brute force defeats 10 skilled martial artists. Savor it for yourself. Lin Ling said without looking at Tang Xu. After this battle, he was somewhat familiar with the strongest second generations. In fact, these second generations all had their own capital. For example, Tang Xu's capital was his saber. Without that saber, Tang Xu could only be considered an excellent second generation, not the strongest. Could it be martial arts? Or was it talent? No, it's the sword in his hand. It must be that sword. Hearing this, Tang Xu blankly thought about all of Lin Ling's formidable advantages. However, he directly ignored Lin Ling's cultivation because Lin Ling was only at the 8th level of the World King realm. This couldn't be considered an advantage in defeating him. However, it was precisely because of his cultivation that he had defeated him. He had not thought of this at all. At this moment, Lin Ling moved forward again. However, the surrounding warriors were frightened and didn't dare to move. Seeing Lin Ling climb up the stairs, Dao Dai and the others glanced at each other and quickly followed him. Seeing this, the surrounding warriors immediately smiled bitterly. The dignified 4 great commanderies had been humiliated by a junior. If this spread out, how could they face others? However, Square Commandery was indeed one of the 4 great commanderies. In a short time, they had built a palace at the top of the mountain. It was magnificent and magnificent. On the stairs leading to the palace, more and more warriors appeared. They were all wearing armor and shouted angrily, "Who are you? How dare you break into this forbidden area?" Then, they looked at the warriors at the foot of the mountain, and were immediately surprised. What were these people doing? How could they not stop the intruder? The warriors at the foot of the mountain smiled bitterly. They should have been able to stop him. "I am Lin Ling. I have something to discuss with Tang Yue." Yes. At this moment, Lin Ling also spoke. He was not an overbearing and rude person. It was just that these people had no respect for him. As expected, the warriors were angry. "Do you think you can find the little princess just because you want to? Who do you think you are? You will never be able to step on this mountain path to the palace. Get down the mountain." On the stairs, the armored men shouted coldly, "If I am kicked off the mountain by you, you can take my life." Lin Ling's eyes were like torches. His words were powerful and sonorous. His voice drifted down the mountain and made everyone's heart tremble. Although Lin Ling was arrogant, his words were so arrogant that it was admirable. Bang! Lin Ling was the first to attack. His celestial demon body erupted, and he threw a punch forward. Rumble! Like a siege car, all the warriors blocking the way were swept away. The warriors blocking the way finally knew why the people at the foot of the mountain were indifferent. It was because Lin Ling's strength was too terrifying. Simple and violent, no one could stop him. Shocking change. Lin Ling released all of his realm essence. One man and one sword. He charged into the sky like a dragon crossing the river. However, he did not kill anyone for Tang Yue's sake. After all, there was no great hatred between them. Lin Ling was not a person who killed indiscriminately. Ah! The warriors of Square Commandery were all blasted off the mountain. When they smashed onto the ground, their faces were filled with fear. Who was this rising star? His strength was too strong. Teacher Tang Shi. Tang Shi even saw his teacher who had taught him when he was young being blasted off the mountain. This made him realize the gap between him and Lin Ling. This was terrifying. Could it be that Lin Ling was already in the top 10 among the second generation of the Resplendent Academy? Could it be that Lin Ling had hidden his strength during the battle at the drill ground of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty? It must be so. Even if he was beaten to death, he could not believe that Lin Ling's strength had increased again in such a short period of time. After all, the improvement of the World King realm was measured by years. If one's strength reached the late stage of the World King realm after 1,000 years of cultivation, one would be considered a rare peerless genius. If one's strength reached the top of the World King realm after 1,000 years of cultivation, there would only be 10 people in the entire 3 academies who could do such a thing. Arrogant Junior, I'll take you on. Get out of the mountain. At this moment, an old man who was as arrogant as a lion appeared. With a roar, his realm essence burst out. This old man was the Grand Protector of Square Commandery. His name was Tang Ming, and he was a warrior who had cultivated for 10,000 years. The Grand Protector is on the move. Stop him! The crowd shouted. Although they were surprised by Lin Ling's monstrous strength, they did not want to be bullied by a junior to the point where they could not even lift their heads. I'll say it again. If I roll off the steps, my life will be yours. On the steps, Lin Ling held his great sword and rushed forward. The tip of the sword scratched the ground, causing dazzling sparks to fly. Seeing Lin Ling rush over, the old man was surprised by Lin Ling's aura. What a proud junior! However, he was a half-step true God realm warrior. He did not believe that a junior at the 8th stage of the World King realm could defeat him. He immediately sneered. Come! Ashura sword array. At this moment, Lin Ling jumped up. His speed was as fast as lightning. In the air, he pointed his ancient sword at the old man. On the body of the sword, numerous black ancient swords shot out. A total of 49 swords shot towards Tang Ming. He was still hiding his strength. Chapter 25:16. Ahan 8 Desolation King, you have some ability. Bloodwave 5 Mountain Scroll. On the last step of the mountain, Tang Ming also erupted with his full strength. 5 crystal mountains fell from the sky, blocking in front of him. He wanted to see how Lin Ling would break his 4th grade martial art. The Grand Imperial Protector is at the half-step true immortal realm. He is invincible in the World King realm. Lin Ling cannot defeat him. Tang Ming, who had been watching the battle, quietly clenched his fists. He didn't believe that Lin Ling was really so monstrous. Clang! At this moment, the Shura sword array shot out like arrows, stirring up a bloody storm. It constantly attacked the 5 crystal mountains, causing Tang Ming's expression to change. This martial art is at least a 4th grade martial art. His heart rumbled. Lin Ling was only at the World King realm, but he had cultivated a 5th grade boundary origin martial art? One had to know that martial arts were compatible with one's realm. If one's realm wasn't enough, then no matter how strong the martial art was, one wouldn't be able to comprehend it. However, this logic was useless on Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a freak. It seemed that nothing was impossible for him. Even so, you still can't break my martial art. Tang Ming roared. He was at the half-step true immortal realm, and his chaotic energy was extremely vast. Why would he be afraid of Lin Ling? Dazzling light constantly bloomed and sparks flew in all directions. The Shura swords actually broke the crystal mountains. However, the 40 swords only broke 4 of the crystal mountains. With the remaining 9 swords, it was clear that the remaining crystal mountain could not be broken. You've lost. Scram down the mountain. Tang Ming coldly shouted. Even so, he was frightened. If Lin Ling was just a little bit stronger, then he wouldn't be Lin Ling's opponent. It's not over yet. Unfortunately, Lin Ling shook his head. Clang. After his voice rang out, the first 8 of the remaining 9 swords failed without any suspense. There was only 1 left. Good. At this moment, no one thought that Lin Ling could win. Some were even thinking about how they would reprimand Lin Ling after Lin Ling lost. It's good to be young and aggressive, but you shouldn't be too arrogant. Even if you are a dragon, you have to kneel down and salute obediently when you come to square commandery. That was what everyone thought. Even the Grand Imperial Protector, Tang Ming, was the same. However, he wasn't angry at Lin Ling. On the contrary, he liked Lin Ling a lot because Lin Ling had the spirit of a young man. Of course, since Lin Ling was defeated, he couldn't avoid reprimanding him as a senior. However, he was obviously thinking too much. The last sword was showing off its edge. That was Sword Heart. Whoosh! As the sword struck out, the last crystal mountain exploded. Surging energy swept out in all directions, causing countless people to open their mouths wide. All of the thoughts in their minds froze in place. However, the sword did not stop. It shot towards the Grand Protector. The Grand Protector squinted his eyes and exclaimed, Ultimate Sword Principle, True Realm of Tao, Sword Heart. The True Realm of Tao was a type of ultimate martial arts. Martial artists who possessed this realm would be able to display even more powerful martial arts. After reaching a certain level, they would be able to give birth to a sword heart. There was nothing they couldn't destroy, and their skills would approach the Tao. However, even he hadn't reached this martial arts realm. I admit defeat. Then, the Grand Protector shouted anxiously because the sword was already in front of him. Admit defeat? There was an uproar at the foot of the mountain. An expert who was half a step to the true God realm admitted defeat? Could it be that Lin Ling was the strongest person below the true God realm? Whoosh! Almost at the same time when the Grand Sorcerer admitted defeat, the tip of the sword shook and shot past the Grand Sorcerer to the palace behind him. Rumble! The luxurious palace that had been built in a short period of time was cut in half by the sword, causing rocks to fly and dust to fill the sky. One sword broke the palace. This guy. Seeing this, the Grand Protector's old face was full of horror. A sword mark appeared on his cheek, and blood flowed out from it. Of course, if Lin Ling hadn't stopped before, the Grand Protector would have ended up like the palace. He would have been cut in half instead of just injured. Bang! At the same time, Lin Ling reached the top of the mountain. His blue and white robe fluttered in the wind, making the warriors at the foot of the mountain feel thirsty. Lin Ling had single-handedly defeated all the experts from the square commandery. This was an achievement to be proud of. Lin Ling, it's you. At this moment, a large number of people flew out of the palace because of the fierce battle. Among them, there was a cry of surprise. This person was the war general of Tang City. Then he glanced around and immediately knew what had happened. His subordinates dared to stop Lin Ling? This was crazy, because he already knew that Lin Ling's strength was more powerful than his Tang Cheng. Of course, when he saw Tang Ming the Grand Protector standing there in a daze, he couldn't believe it. Could it be that the Grand Protector was also defeated by Lin Ling? He couldn't help but look extremely serious. After all, Lin Ling wasn't so powerful not long ago. In such a short period of time, his strength had soared too fast. Lord Lin Ling. Right at this moment, an exclaim of surprise resounded. Tang Yue walked over with a large number of experts, and there was a graceful and luxurious middle-aged man by her side. His footsteps were steady, and every single one of his movements carried the aura of a king. His cultivation was definitely at the true God realm. His identity was the owner of the magic mine this time, Lord Tang Yongyan, the king of the 8 barren mountains. This person was famous in the square commandery. He was one of the 4 lords, and his strength had reached an incredible level. At this moment, Lin Ling was also looking at the man in surprise. His strength was comparable to Queen Qianji's, and he seemed to be just a lord. What if he was the most powerful emperor in the square commandery? Sure enough, the 4 commanderies were vassal states of the great Qing divine dynasty, and their resources were beyond imagination. You are Lin Ling? Tang Yongyan said lightly, with the aura of a superior. Of course, his voice was filled with dissatisfaction. Although Lin Ling was exceptional, he was too arrogant to fight directly. Uncle Tang, he is my lord. Tang Yue knew that Tang Yongyan was the most serious, so she quickly said, "It's precisely because he's your lord that I'm speaking so nicely." Tang Yongyan said angrily. Since he started learning martial arts, he had summoned countless experts. However, he was the first to be defeated by a junior. If this news spread, his reputation would be ruined. The experts behind him were even more furious than Tang Yongyan. They thought that Lin Ling had humiliated the king of the 8 barren mountains. Tell me you fought so fiercely. Is it just to find the little princess? Tang Yongyan said again. Hearing this, Lin Ling sneered in his heart. The square commandery was indeed majestic. If they had not put on airs, Lin Ling would not have dared to fight here. Of course, at this point, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to explain anything. I am not here to find Tang Yue. I am here for something else. Lin Ling said lightly. Many people's eyes lit up. They wanted to know what Lin Ling would say. After all, Lin Ling had made such a big fuss. If Lin Ling did not say anything useful, he was going too far. Tang Yongyan had obviously thought of this as well. He listened attentively. I want to sell you a piece of information. Chapter 25:17. Selling information. Selling information? Lin Ling's words caused the entire place to fall silent. Lin Ling beat up all the guards, and then he could sell the information? That was making a mountain out of a molehill. Tang Yongyan frowned and continued to ask, what information? What? He also felt that Lin Ling was crazy and seemed to be a swindler. Use the remaining time to loot as many divine gems as you can. After that, we'll split the loot. Of course, I'm not a greedy person. 40% will be enough. Lin Ling said calmly after thinking for a while. 40% was already a huge sum of money. However, after he finished speaking, the crowd became even more silent. Someone even stared at Lin Ling and said, Are you crazy? Right now, the divine mine was sealed off by the 4 commanderies. Many other powerful forces had also arrived, such as the Great Yuan Mansion. They all wanted to share the harvest of the divine mine. These forces had finally reached an agreement to share the divine gems according to the ratio. However, Lin Ling wanted them to take the lead and loot the divine mine. This was a violation of the agreement between them. If they looted the divine mine, they would be besieged by all the forces. Therefore, they felt that Lin Ling was pointing them to a dead end. Most importantly, Lin Ling was shameless enough to ask for 40% of the divine gems in such a dead end. You're crazy, but I'm not crazy. Of course, if you think I'm asking for too much, we can split the loot 30-70. However, Lin Ling did not seem to notice the crowd's surprise and said again. Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. 30-70? Even if it was 10-90, they would not do such a thing. Do you know the consequences of doing this? I'm afraid that we'll be killed by all the forces before we can even leave the 9 Dragons' realm. Tang Yongyan frowned and said, Do you know how many forces have gathered in the 9 Dragons' realm this time? Don't worry. Since I dared to make such a request, I'm confident that I can guarantee your safety. Lin Ling smiled and said confidently. However, while he was confident, the others were not. Although Lin Ling's strength was not bad, but relying on Lin Ling to protect them was clearly unrealistic. I think he's bragging. This guy beat all of us down the mountain, and then came here to boast. Many people let out angry roars, feeling as if they had been played by Lin Ling. In reality, if it wasn't out of consideration for Tang Yue's face, they would wish for nothing more than to make a move and teach Lin Ling a lesson. Even Tang Yongyan had the same feeling. Lin Ling came to protect them? What a joke. This guy didn't know how many experts were stationed here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to say that. I'm only selling this information to you because of Tang Yue. Otherwise, I might not have bothered with you even if you begged me. In the face of everyone's angry shouts, Lin Ling still had a lazy look on his face as he said indifferently. However, his words made the surroundings even more silent. Everyone was so angry that smoke was coming out of their 7 orifices, pointing a dead end to them. Lin Ling actually used a tone as if he was rewarding them. This guy was so infuriating that the roots of their teeth hurt. Even Tang Yue smiled bitterly. She didn't understand why her lord would make such a suggestion. I'll give you 15 minutes to think about it. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. Lin Ling took out a wine flask and drank slowly. His words and attitude immediately caused angry shouts to ring out from all around. Your Highness, in my opinion, this braggart should be thrown out. That's right. Hearing those voices, Tang Yue shook her head helplessly. She looked at Lin Ling again, and realized that Lin Ling was calm as if he was in control of everything. She had to admit that when Lord Lin Ling put on an act, he could really scare people. He spoke as if he was telling the truth. Amidst the angry shouts of the crowd, the 15 minutes quickly passed. At the same time, Lin Ling said indifferently, "Time's up." As soon as he said that, the crowd reacted as if oil had been poured on fire. Lin Ling really thought that he was rewarding them. What's your decision? Unfortunately, Lin Ling ignored everyone's gazes and looked at Tang Yongyan instead. Seeing this, Tang Yongyan sneered. Was there a need to make a decision on such a matter? Instead, he decided to kick this braggart out of the mountain. Uncle Tang, I think that Lord Lin Ling must have his own reasons for making such a big fuss here. So let's do as he suggested. Tang Yue immediately spoke up just as Tang Yongyan was about to speak. Although she also thought that Lord Lin Ling was bragging, ever since she met Lord Lin Ling, she knew that Lord Lin Ling wasn't such a person. So she took the risk. Little princess, don't be fooled by him. If we take the initiative to snatch the sacred mine, we'll all be annihilated. This is no small matter. Let's listen to Lord Tang. The surrounding people exclaimed and hurriedly spoke up. Tang Yongyan looked at Tang Yue in surprise. He knew that although the little princess looked old, she was extremely intelligent and was most qualified to take over the throne of Square Commandery. So she must have her own reasons for speaking up. Uncle Tang, this Lin Ling is not simple. He will definitely be a dragon among men in the future. Now is the time for Square Commandery to do him a favor. At this moment, Tang Yue secretly transmitted her voice. Tang Yongyan's eyes flickered. It was undeniable that Lin Ling, despite his bragging, was indeed talented. However, it was hard to say how far he could go in the future. Just as he was about to refuse, Tang Yue said again, I swear in the name of my father that if anything goes wrong, I, Tang Yue, will bear all the consequences. Yue. Tang Yongyan was shocked when he heard that. In fact, Tang Yue was the one who had the most authority in this mission. However, Tang Yue was only following him to gain experience and broaden her horizons. Therefore, she did not speak much about ordinary matters. Now that Tang Yue had issued an order, he had no choice but to obey. But what if they failed? Not only would they have to die, but Tang Yue would also have to die. Moreover, they would become the sinners of Square Commandery. After all, according to the agreement with the other commanderies, they would share some magic ores with each other. Although it was not as much as robbing by themselves, at least they would not return empty-handed. If they robbed by themselves, they would gain a lot if they succeeded. If they failed, they would lose everything. Tang Yongyan kept thinking. Finally, he thought of the stubborn Tang Yue. He sighed and looked at the crowd. Little Princess Tang Yue has finally decided to act according to Lin Ling's words. Yes. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Were they really going to believe Lin Ling's bragging? Bragging like this could kill someone. Instantly, voices of protest sounded. Unfortunately, it was useless. Instead, Lin Ling smiled faintly. It seems that you have made the right decision. Then you will definitely gain a lot. Gain? If we lose our lives, how can we gain anything? If Tang Yue was not here, the crowd would have smashed this braggart to death. Chapter 25:18. Enter the crater and rob the magic mine. Don't worry. You are my subordinate. How can I point you to a dead end? Moreover, ever since I, Lin Ling, went to the Martial God Battalion, you have followed me. When have you ever suffered losses? Lin Ling said confidently. If he was not afraid that there would be spies here and expose his plan, he would not mind telling these people that a terrible destruction alliance would come one day later. Hearing this, Tang Yue nodded. Her lord had an ordinary background, but he had created miracles time and time again. He was a reliable man. Of course, she believed him, but the others did not. Tang Yongyan kept shaking his head with a bitter smile. Of course, since he had agreed, he immediately looked at Lin Ling and asked, "When shall we take action?" "Act now." Lin Ling looked into the distance. One day was short. If they wasted more than 15 minutes, they would waste a lot of divine gems. Remember, this must not be leaked. At least before other experts find out. We must have something in our hands. Lin Ling said again. They won't find out. After all, the magic mine has been blocked by various big powers. Ordinary people do not dare to steal divine gems, even experts from other commanderies. If it were not for you, we would not dare to, Tang Yongyan said. Well, gather everyone and get ready to go. Lin Ling waved his hand and treated himself as the Emperor of Square Commandery. This guy. The experts of Square Commandery immediately gnashed their teeth. Even the genius of the second generation, Tang Yue, was cursing in his heart. Lin Ling was younger than him, but he had to listen to Lin Ling? But although he was dissatisfied, there was nothing he could do. Then, under Tang Yongyan's lead, everyone headed for the magic mine. On the way, Tang Yongyan still felt unreliable. He kept asking Lin Ling, "What if we are discovered? How can we deal with it?" "Someone will help us." Lin Ling replied with a smile, which made Tang Yongyan feel even more unreliable. Anyway, even if Lin Ling helped, he didn't think it would have any effect. Gradually, the vast divine mine came into view. It looked like a sinkhole with colorful clouds at the top. It was so beautiful that it looked like a fairyland. As they got closer, a wave of dense spiritual energy rushed towards them. Lin Ling and Dao Dai could not help but smile. Dao Dai and the others, in particular, were extremely excited. They had never imagined that they would be able to lay their hands on the godly mine that had been sealed off by experts. Of course, they had no idea about Lin Ling's plan. After all, even if the Creator Alliance came, would they really help them? Tang Yongyan, what do you mean by this? Just as the army approached the sinkhole, a cold shout suddenly came from the front. Clearly, someone had discovered Tang Yongyan and the others. I came to take a look at the divine mine, that's all. Tang Yongyan said with a calm expression. But why did you bring so many people here? Not far from the sinkhole, the voice was still heard. Then, a large number of figures appeared. They were the experts from Tating Commandery. Could it be that you are afraid that I will snatch the divine crystals? Seeing this, Tang Yongyan immediately laughed. The warriors from Tating Commandery were stunned for a moment before they laughed as well. This was obviously impossible. After all, if the warriors from Square Commandery dared to snatch the divine crystals, they would definitely not be able to leave Nine Dragons' realm. Moreover, the various experts would have to answer to Square Commandery. Because Tang Yongyan and the others had broken the rules, they would be killed without mercy. Hee, even if we let you snatch it, you won't dare to snatch it. Go in. One of the old men said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Tang Yongyan smiled meaningfully. He muttered to himself, Sorry, snatch it for me, I really dare to snatch it. Then the army entered the sinkhole majestically. Although there were many people, the army was still very small compared to the endless sinkhole. As for the experts guarding outside the sinkhole, they did not pay much attention to Tang Yongyan and the others. These experts came from various forces. In addition to the three commanderies, there were also the De Yuan Mansion, Tongzhou, and the Ghost Realm. There were even many second generations of the three academies. They were here to help, and the reward was a certain amount of divine crystals. These divine crystals? Yes. After entering the sinkhole, Lin Ling found that it was a huge valley. Around the valley, the ground was scattered with divine crystals. It was a shocking sight. The rich spiritual qi made Dao Dai and the others feel refreshed. Lin Ling, what should we do next? Tang Yongyan looked at Lin Ling and asked. In fact, he was still hesitating. Let's plunder. Time is running out. Lin Ling said with a smile. After he finished speaking, he took the lead. With a wave of his right hand, a large number of divine crystals floated to him, and he kept them in his ring. The crowd immediately looked at Tang Yangyun. They were still hesitating. After all, if they took action, they would be doomed eternally. Tang Yangyun smiled bitterly. Lin Ling dared to take responsibility for his actions. He did not hesitate to steal. He had no scruples at all. Then he looked at Tang Yue and finally nodded. Let's steal. Let's do it. With his order, the others took action one after another. Dao Dai and the others were the most excited. They kept plundering along the way. When they saw that their rings were full of divine crystals, they almost fainted from happiness. Although they would die if their plan failed, at least for now, they were happy. The others also had the same thought. Perhaps this was the so-called, even if they died, they would die with a full stomach. At this moment, everyone let go of their scruples. Tang Yangyun was the same. He secretly admired. If it weren't for that guy, I wouldn't have dared to be so unscrupulous. However, this feeling of being unscrupulous is so satisfying. Hee hee, Uncle Tang, I have the same feeling too. I'm a little excited. So this is what it feels like to steal. Tang Yue immediately replied. The two of them looked at each other. It seemed like they were in pain but happy at the same time. As for Lin Ling, he did not have so many scruples. This time he stole the divine mind to strengthen his grandfather and the others. Therefore he did not show any mercy. Haha, little guy, you really want to see the world in chaos. At this moment, a sweet voice sounded in Lin Ling's mind. It was Queen Qianji. You're awake? Hearing that, Lin Ling stopped what he was doing. He was overjoyed. Queen Qianji had woken up. She must have broken through to the next level. Thanks to your care, I've reached the level 5 True God Realm. I've entered the middle stage of the True God Realm. As expected, Queen Qianji had successfully broken through to the next level. Moreover, an exquisite body flew out from Lin Ling's body. It was the True God Martial Soul. However, this martial soul was naked. Although it was a little blurry, one could still see her alluring body. Hey, can't you put on some clothes? Seeing that, Lin Ling said helplessly. Have you ever seen a True God Martial Soul wearing clothes? A True God Martial Soul is formed by a ray of light. Why are there so many rules? The ray of light floating in front of Lin Ling rolled its eyes. The True God Martial Soul was like a soul. However, it contained extremely powerful energy. Whatever. Now help me steal. Chapter 25:19. Welcome the storm. Very quickly, the two of them joined in the looting. Lin Ling had hundreds of rings that were used to store treasures. They were obtained from the people he had killed over the years. At this moment, they were all filled to the brim. On the other hand, when they looked at the divine ores again, their harvest was nothing more than a drop of water in the ocean. I can't take all of them. Are there any more rings? Lend me one. The eyes of Dao Dai and the others were filled with greed. They couldn't wait to take away all the divine ores. This was a huge mine that could even tempt the 4 commanderies. Naturally, the amount of divine gems in it was beyond imagination. Don't be too greedy. Remember, divine crystals are just cultivation resources, and they don't represent everything. You have to learn to be willing to give up in life. Only by giving up can you gain something. Seeing that Dao Dai and the others were acting a little different from usual, Lin Ling frowned and immediately said, in front of endless treasures, the usually calm martial artists had all lost their cool. The seeds of greed were constantly growing. So Lin Ling had no choice but to remind them. The moment Lin Ling spoke, Dao Dai and the others felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They were stunned for a moment before they gradually regained their senses. Many of the surrounding warriors also began to react. Even though they'd gained quite a bit earlier, their gains were too ordinary when compared to the entire mine. So, they wished for nothing more than to take the entire mine with them. This thought clouded their calmness. However, Lin Ling's words woke them up. Even Tang Yue and Tang Yangyun's hearts trembled as they looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. At this moment, they noticed that Lin Ling wasn't a rising star. Instead, he was like a martial god grandmaster that had seen through everything. After all, being able to remain calm before a treasure wasn't something an ordinary person could do. This guy is actually calmer than me. It seems that his rise wasn't due to luck. Tang Yongyun's opinion of Lin Ling had somewhat changed. Tang Yue nodded. My lord has always been mysterious. Everyone suppressed their greed and plundered the divine crystals once more. Time silently passed. As for Lin Ling, he raised his head to look at the sky. His eyes flickered continuously. The day was getting closer and closer. He gently stroked the jade pendant in his hand and felt the temperature of the jade pendant. His expression became even more serious. Stealing the divine mind this time was actually a gamble. Hopefully, everything will go according to Lin Ling's plan. What are you doing? After an unknown period of time, a puzzled voice suddenly came from the misty place in front of them. More than a dozen figures came from afar from the crater. Judging by their attire, these people seemed to be experts from my commandery. This time, everyone was shocked, including Tang Yongyun, because they had been discovered. You are stealing divine crystals? The old man in the lead strode over and looked at Tang Yongyun and the others in surprise. One had to know that the sinkhole had already been sealed off by the various major forces. Unless one was an idiot, otherwise, who would dare to come here to steal? Although Tang Yongyun's strength was not bad, the major forces also had such strong experts. Therefore, Tang Yongyun's actions were tantamount to courting death. Don't misunderstand, we're not stealing divine crystals. Even though Tang Yongyun had been through countless storms, he was still a little nervous at this moment. Of course, compared to the others, he was much calmer. Then how do you explain the divine crystals in your hands? Prince Tang Yongyun, you'd better explain clearly. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave here. The old man frowned and his tone was dignified. Although he was not as powerful as Tang Yongyun, he represented the various forces. Therefore, he was not afraid of Tang Yongyun. This time, Tang Yongyun found it difficult to explain. The others also started to feel uneasy. Haha, you want to explain? However, at this moment, a laugh was heard. Behind Tang Yongyun, a tall young man walked out with a smile and walked towards the old man. Who are you? You don't seem to be from Square Commandery? The old man raised his chin and looked coldly at the young man. My name is Lin Ling. Do you need an explanation? Not bad, you're not dim-sighted. We are indeed stealing divine crystals. The young man was still smiling, but his smile suddenly became cold. As the old man's expression changed drastically, he quickly drew out the sword in his hand and slashed. The sword radiance was like water. The old man wanted to say something, but apparently he could not say anything. Plop. He fell down and was killed by the sword. Seeing this, the people behind him were all shocked. In fact, they were not sure that Tang Yongyun dared to steal divine crystals. It was just a guess. But now they were sure. You stole divine crystals? Someone cried out in surprise. Not only did you steal divine crystals, but you also killed people. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. He activated the sword of Azura and cut the man into pieces. These were all warriors from Square Commandery. So Lin Ling did not need to give them any face. What are you waiting for? Kill them. Then Lin Ling shouted to the people behind him. At this moment, Tang Yongyun was in a daze. When he was discovered, he was still trying to find an excuse. Who knew that Lin Ling would be so violent and kill them directly? This explanation was better than anything else. However, once the arrow was shot, there was no turning back. This also meant that they were going to face the encirclement of various forces. Attack. Tang Yongyun was indeed an ambitious person. He knew that it was useless to think too much, so he immediately waved his hand and ordered. A large number of experts shot out and wiped out the remaining people. Then they all looked at Lin Ling, and their expressions became even more uneasy. However, Lin Ling looked calm and shook his head. We can leave now. Unfortunately, we only managed to take a few divine crystals with us. A few? Everyone's mouths were wide open. In fact, they had gained a lot. It was the first time in their lives that they had seen so many divine crystals. However, Lin Ling only said a few. Lin Ling was not worried about the situation at hand. Instead, he was helpless because he had gained too little. Isn't this guy a little too calm? Let's leave this place. As they widened their eyes, Lin Ling smiled and looked into the distance. At this moment, he finally realized that the jade pendant in his hand was getting hotter and hotter. Go now. Tang Yongyan knew that there was no time to lose, so he immediately gave the order. The army left toward the side of the sinkhole. Next, the real problem came. It was easy to enter, but difficult to leave. As expected, when Tang Yongyan and the others approached the sinkhole, a large number of eyes stared at them from the dark. Among them, quite a few gazes were true God Realm powerhouses. Just based on Tang Yongyan alone, he could not stop them. Prince Tang, are you ready to leave? According to the rules, you must be searched. At the edge of the sinkhole, a large number of experts appeared and looked at Tang Yongyan and the others indifferently. At this moment, Tang Yongyan did not know what to do. He could only look at Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and strode forward, causing the experts in the distance to frown. Who was this young man? What did he mean by walking out? Brothers, let's start the massacre. However, Lin Ling's next sentence shook the entire sinkhole. At this moment, the Ashura sword formation flew out majestically and wiped out all of those experts. Lin Ling knew that he could not hide from these guards. In that case, he might as well kill them directly. The storm would come sooner or later. Chapter 25-20. Besieging. This guy is really direct and efficient. Wow. Tang Yongyan was stunned by Lin Ling's actions. He didn't expect Lin Ling to choose such a tough attitude in front of so many experts. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake his head. It seemed that he was getting old and couldn't be as calm as the younger generation. Then he waved his hand and ordered the army to prepare for battle. But at this moment his fighting spirit was boiling. It was obvious that although he didn't believe in Lin Ling, once he made a choice he would definitely do it. Moreover, the older one was, the more afraid of death he was. But at this moment, he felt that he had returned to his youth and had the drive of a young man. Young people should have this kind of drive. Brothers, prepare for battle. Go. Tang Yongyan walked out, and the nervous army behind him also showed a look of facing death with equanimity. Fight! 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 The warriors of Square Commandery all roared to the sky. Their momentum attracted all the experts around the giant sinkhole, and sealed off the entire giant sinkhole. Like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, the sky was densely packed with warriors in a short period of time, and they all looked coldly at the ground. Among them, there were many ancient experts in the true God realm, who were the pillars of the various forces. They didn't expect that Tang Yongyan would dare to steal the divine crystals. He was simply courting death. Many people even had sarcastic smiles on their faces, because Tang Yongyan's death meant that the divine crystals of Square Commandery would be divided among them. They had the advantage. Tang Yongyan, what do you mean by this? Elder. Among the countless experts, an old man shouted angrily, as if the heavens were angry. Not far from him, many experts put their hands behind their backs and looked down at Tang Yongyan, and the others as if they were looking at a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The reason why they didn't attack now was that they wanted to know why Tang Yongyan would make such a stupid choice. Countless eyes stared at Tang Yongyan, which made him tense up. He subconsciously looked at Lin Ling, and was surprised to find that Lin Ling's face was very calm, as if he didn't know what was coming. At this moment, Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. Do all the minds in the 9 Dragons realm belong to you? You big powers sealed off the divine mines and didn't allow other wandering cultivators to get close. You were so overbearing and heartless. What was the meaning of this? Who are you? In the skies, all the powerhouses were looking at Lin Ling. They never thought that while Tang Yongyan hadn't spoken, a junior would actually take the initiative to speak up. And this junior's strength was only at the 6th level of the World King realm. How dare you? What right do you have to speak? Kneel down. The experts all shouted angrily, but the old man was indeed a formidable character. He waved his hand and the experts all quieted down. Then the old man said indifferently, I am the Tai Si Xiong true god of the Grand Court Commandery. Who are you? He couldn't help but be a little surprised. In the current situation, even Tang Yongyan was worried about his life and death, yet this junior was so calm. This aroused his interest. For symbols true gods? Lin Ling smiled inwardly. He had heard this name before. Tai Tianyi, who had died at his hands in the past, seemed to be this old man's son. He shook his head and his calm voice floated out. I am Lin Ling. His words were as if he were speaking to a friend, calm and relaxed. But as these words spread out, the entire sky pit was shaking. Many people present had heard of Lin Ling's name before, especially those from the Tai-Si Commandery, and the Great Yuan Mansion. They hated this name to the bone. They never imagined that such an enemy wouldn't hide from them, but instead appear in front of them. He was even trying to steal the divine minds? This was insane. At this moment, countless powerhouses stared at Lin Ling. Some even rubbed their eyes, fearing that they were seeing things. The old man's pupils shrank. "You are Lin Ling? Genuine." A smile appeared on Lin Ling's face as he replied nonchalantly. "You killed my son and are the enemy of the Tai-Si Commandery. Now you even brought Tang Yongyan and the others to steal the divine minds? You're courting death." The old man gradually smiled. It was a ferocious and crazy smile. In fact, he was the one who wanted to kill Lin Ling the most in the Tai-Si Commandery, because Lin Ling had killed his son. He just didn't have the chance, but now he had. Lin Ling, he is Lin Ling. Of course, he wasn't the only one who wanted to kill Lin Ling. The powerhouses from the Tai-Si Commandery and the Great Yuan Mansion all wanted to kill him. After being surprised, they laughed. They looked up to the sky and laughed. The heavens were on their side. "Ha ha ha, this is great. I have searched high and low for you, only to find you by chance. Lin Ling, I want to see how you will die today. Tang Yongyan, you have a great reputation, but unfortunately, you trusted this Lin Ling and came to die with him. He has killed you." As the experts laughed, they let out excited cries. Of course, they were happy. Today, not only could they kill Lin Ling, but they could also kill Tang Yongyan. Furthermore, the Square Commandery wouldn't dare to seek revenge. How could they not be excited? Tang Yue and the rest turned pale as they listened to the laughter that filled the sky. Previously, they wanted to fight to the death, but now they realized that it was unrealistic. The only outcome for them was death. Moreover, it would be total annihilation. Even Tang Yongyan pursed his lips tightly and looked at Tang Yue with a trace of resentment. If Tang Yue hadn't trusted Lin Ling, they wouldn't have died today. Noticing Tang Yongyan's gaze, the others more or less blamed Lin Ling. "It's hard to say until the last moment," Tang Yue replied, biting her lips. In fact, she was comforting them. Of course, this kind of comforting was not persuasive. He said that if the matter was exposed, there would be someone to protect us. Now it seems that we have all been fooled. He alone can't protect us. Someone said with a sigh. His heart was dead. Seeing their expressions, the powerhouses in the sky were not surprised. After all, if they were in the same situation, they wouldn't be any better. "Tang Yongyan, for the sake of the four commanderies, I forgive your ignorance. If you leave immediately, I won't pursue this matter. Of course, you won't get a share of the magic mine this time. What do you think?" The elder in the sky was not in a hurry and said slowly. He knew that Tang Yongyan would never be so bold. Everything was because of Lin Ling's bewitchment. Therefore, he wanted to see Lin Ling abandoned by Tang Yongyan and the others. At that time, Lin Ling would feel isolated and helpless. To him, Lin Ling was doomed. However, to kill Lin Ling so easily was obviously too easy for Lin Ling. He wanted to play him to death slowly. "We can leave alive." Hearing this, Tang Yongyan and the others' eyes lit up. No one is allowed to leave. However, Tang Yongyan shouted coldly. Everyone's gaze froze. If there was a way out, would they choose to die? Chapter 25-21. Fight. It had to be said that Tang Yongyan was a man with his own principles. Hearing this, Tang Ge and the others sighed. Right now, they could only be buried with Lin Ling. "Good Lord Tang Yongyan, you are indeed an indomitable expert. I will leave you with a complete corpse to show my respect to you." The elder in the sky didn't stop Tang Yongyan and the others from sending themselves to their deaths. He looked at Lin Ling with a crazed look on his face. "Lin Ling, you've fallen into my hands. Do you have anything to say?" "The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit." "I have nothing to say," Lin Ling said with a faint smile. He glanced at Tang Yongyan and felt even more respect for this person. However, his expression was too calm, which made the old man very unhappy. Shouldn't Lin Ling be panicking, regretting, or even in pain right now? He didn't like killing people who didn't fear death, because it didn't give him any pleasure. I'll give you a chance. Let's fight. You can use any method you want. If you win, all of you can leave. Moreover, we won't pursue the matter of the stolen divine crystals, the old man said in a dignified manner. For symbols true gods? Hearing this, the experts at the side cried out in surprise. Killing Lin Ling was something that could be done in the blink of an eye. Why would they give Lin Ling a chance? Yes, I agree. But soon someone from only Wu Commandery said. They understood the intentions of the great four symbols true gods. They didn't want Lin Ling to die too easily, and they also wanted to slowly torture and kill Lin Ling otherwise. How could they feel any pleasure? Lin Ling, seize this opportunity. Who knows, you might be able to survive. After that, those powerhouses spoke one after another, as if they had bestowed upon Lin Ling a great opportunity. You mean what you say? However, Lin Ling's eyes lit up and he smiled faintly. I, the great four symbols true god, am a man of my word. Lin Ling, I know that you are a monstrous genius. However, I am very skeptical about the extent of your monstrous talent. Therefore, you had better perform well. The old man waved his hand and four experts walked out. For people? And they are all at the half-step true god realm. Tang Yongyun and the others were still holding on to hope, but at this moment, they were also frowning. How was this an opportunity? From the beginning to the end, he had never intended to let Lin Ling go. Lin Ling, the #1 rookie of the second generation, come and fight me. Above the sky, four powerhouses appeared and floated there, waving at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I have no enmity with you. It's just that you've angered everyone, so you only have two choices now. One fight. One of the armored men said faintly. He had only one eye, and the other was blind. However, the remaining eye was like an eagle's. When one looked into his eyes, one's soul would be moved. What about the second choice? Lin Ling raised his head, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. Four half-step true god realm powerhouses, and they looked like old monsters who had cultivated for 10,000 years. Their strength was not to be underestimated, but Lin Ling wanted to test his limits. The second choice is to cripple your own cultivation, then kneel down and kowtow. I will guarantee that you will leave. The one-eyed man said indifferently. He had no enmity with Lin Ling, but Lin Ling dared to steal his divine mind, so he naturally would not let Lin Ling go. Moreover, although Lin Ling was a monstrous genius, his strength was not as good as his, so everything was meaningless. He could abuse him however he wanted. Cripple his cultivation? Hearing the overbearing voice, Tang Yue and the rest narrowed their eyes. This choice was worse than killing Lin Ling. In the martial god world, those without cultivation were like lowly commoners, not to mention that Lin Ling had offended so many people. If Lin Ling became a cripple, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, Lin Ling could leave after crippling his cultivation? Not to mention Lin Ling, even Tang Yue and the rest did not believe it. The one-eyed man was obviously tricking Lin Ling into crippling his own cultivation. I have enmity with the Grand Court Commandery and other forces, but I have no enmity with you. You can represent them and fight, but you want me to cripple my own cultivation? Lin Ling looked over, and the coldness in his eyes intensified. You refuse me? The one-eyed man laughed, and it was an evil laugh. It was as if in his life, no one had ever refused him, not even a dead man. The others in the sky sneered. This game was getting more and more interesting. After all, the one-eyed man was called the Soul Breaker King, and he was a notorious devil in the south. He killed people like flies, and he had once slaughtered hundreds of people. Although Lin Ling was a demon, he was obviously a demon who had not grown up. If Lin Ling dared to refuse the Soul Breaker King, he would definitely suffer a terrible fate. It was said that the Soul Breaker King had 10,000 ways to torture people, making them wish they were dead. Perhaps, this was the reason why the four symbols true god had asked him to fight. Two choices. I'll give you one last chance. The one-eyed man said again. Lin Ling looked at the sky calmly, but the murderous intent in his eyes was even more frenzied. Although he knew that leaving the crater would save him a tough fight, it was obvious that the one-eyed man had angered him. Alright, I'll give you two choices. One, die. Two, be killed by me. Lin Ling stepped forwards and shot into the skies. The ancient sword behind him was grasped in his hand, and his lips curved up in an evil smile. Does this fellow not know that he will die here? He actually dares to speak such arrogant words. As the crowd looked at the tyrannical Lin Ling, their sneers became even thicker. Lin Ling had actually chosen this decision, thinking that he could make a comeback. He simply didn't know that everyone was just teasing him. But it had to be said that Lin Ling's courage had exceeded everyone's expectations. Ho ho! As the one-eyed man saw Lin Ling step into the skies, he laughed once more. But this laughter became even colder. He seemed to be angry, because with his strength, Lin Ling actually didn't listen to him. Moreover, with so many people watching, he couldn't suppress Lin Ling. This made him feel as if his face had nothing to do with it. Soul Breaker King, there are 4 of us, but we have already killed an 8th stage World King Jr. So you should make the first move. As the other 3 people saw Lin Ling step into the skies, they lightly said. They held Lin Ling in contempt. Even if Lin Ling was at the peak of the World King realm, they still didn't place him in their eyes. A half-step true divinity master had their own pride. Good, I will make him wish he was dead. Soul Breaker King traced his chin. Then a rich demonic energy appeared from his body. A divine light protected his body as it fell from the skies. Moreover, this wasn't a simple divine light, but a demonic light. This was a first-grade awakened divine body, the Great Maha Broken Body. In the skies, a dazzling black light shot through the horizon. Soul Breaker King had attacked. His speed had reached the speed of 2 worlds. This meant that his speed could instantly pass through 2 worlds. It was terrifying to the extreme. A fist appeared in midair, seeming to absorb all the light in the skies, causing the world to turn pitch black. As Tang Yongyun and the others saw this, their complexions became extremely dignified. Although Soul Breaker King was at the same boundary as Chief Protector Tang Ming, the latter was far more brutal and merciless. No matter how many martial artists he killed, he wouldn't be moved at all. Often, such a ruthless and ambitious character would have a higher combat strength. Chapter 25-22. Underestimating the enemy. Your Highness, should we attack? Tang Ming immediately asked. This was because even if he fought with soul-breaking Luo King, he was confident he would lose after exchanging 3,000 moves. We can't attack. Tang Yongyun stared at the powerhouses in the skies and then shook his head. If they attacked, it would be in accordance with the wishes of the 4 true divinities. They would immediately attack. At that time, the battle would be over in less than an incense stick of time. Then we can only depend on him. Hearing this, Tang Ming let out a long sigh. Lin Ling, although you are a rising 2nd-generation talent, there are many monstrous geniuses in martial god world. You are only a little monstrous genius that has just gained some fame. At this time in the skies, the fist had already covered Lin Ling's entire body. This speed caused Lin Ling's pupils to flash. What incredible speed! This soul-breaking Luo King was clearly much stronger than Tang Ming. It seemed that there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the infinite worlds. As Lin Ling thought this, he ignited the space-time fire in his dantian. A heaven-shaking change immediately erupted. His cultivation boundary suddenly reached the 10th level of the World King realm. Without drawing his sword, Lin Ling chose to collide with his fist. Flames and dark demonic energy wildly collided in the skies. Even Tang Ming was surprised by Lin Ling's choice. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the demonic energy and flames completely erupted. A shockwave of world essence appeared and 2 figures shot out from it. It was Lin Ling and soul-breaking Luo King. Lin Ling was forced back even further. Moreover, blood dripped from his left hand and black demonic energy lingered above his wound. But Lin Ling's godly demon body was formidable, and he immediately blocked the invasion of the demonic energy. On the other side, soul-breaking Luo King was much calmer. He gloomily glared at Lin Ling. This fellow is even more fierce than the rumors say. The powerhouses in the skies had dignified expressions. Before Lin Ling died, they were able to see Lin Ling's strength. This was enough to satisfy them. You have some skill. You blocked my move. Not bad. The first exchange allowed soul-breaking Luo King to understand Lin Ling's strength very well. He laughed sinisterly, his single eye flashing with a strange light. Blood sacrificed to the devil will I. Suddenly he let out a sharp cry, as if countless bats were chirping at the same time. Invisible sound waves swept out, and those weaker martial artists immediately bled from their 7 orifices. Duan Hun Luo King had obviously used his killer move. At the same time, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He sensed a mysterious force coming. The entire world seemed to be enveloped by it. It was a very evil force. Not good. Soon after, Lin Ling let out a cry of surprise. He realized that his body had been imprisoned, and he couldn't move at all. He couldn't help but lower his head to look, and he immediately discovered that a demonic eye had appeared on his chest. It was this demonic eye that had sealed him. This was definitely the soul-breaking king's innate skill. Moreover, Lin Ling could sense that this innate skill carried a cold soul force attack. The strength of the Demon King powerhouses of the myriad worlds was indeed not to be underestimated. Is that all? At this time in the distance, Duan Hun Luo King disdainfully snorted. He didn't reveal any arrogance, because the previous collision had allowed him to realize that Lin Ling's strength was only at this level. It simply wasn't enough to enter his eyes. He stepped forwards, walking towards Lin Ling step by step. A black light appeared behind him, as if it were a cloak formed from demonic shadows, making him seem mighty and awe-inspiring. To defeat you in 2 moves, you have truly disappointed me. However, you are still worthy of praise. You are clearly at the 8th level of the World King realm, but you have relied on some mysterious cultivation method to reach the 10th level of the World King realm. In addition to your 2nd-grade talent, you are truly a monstrous level genius. His voice seemed to dominate all, as if he were saying that no matter how monstrous Lin Ling was, once he fell into the hands of Duan Hun Luo King, he was nothing but trash. Blood sacrificed to the devil will I. He facing Lin Ling, Duan Hun Luo King actually used such an ultimate skill. Duan Hun Luo King is famous for being cautious. Although Lin Ling is weak, he won't underestimate him. Duan Hun Luo King, don't kill him. Looking at the imprisoned Lin Ling, many powerhouses sneered. This was far too simple. To defeat Lin Ling in 2 moves, this was truly disappointing. But on the ground, Tang Yue and the others' pupils shrank. Lin Ling was going to die. If Lin Ling died, then it would be their turn. At this moment, Tang Yue couldn't help but shout out, her voice mixed with worry. Unfortunately, no one was paying attention to her at this moment. But now, Duan Hun Luo King had already arrived in front of Lin Ling. He indifferently looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, you are far too inexperienced. Although we martial artists are inferior to monstrous geniuses, we have cultivated for a longer time and have more experience. As for you geniuses, although your talent is good, you are nothing more than flowers in a greenhouse. In a true life or death battle, you cannot defeat us ancient martial artists. My blood sacrifice demon will I has imprisoned you. Unless your cultivation is stronger than mine, you will not be able to resist at all. Duan Hun Luo King's voice was filled with confidence. This was because he had previously exchanged blows with Lin Ling, so he knew Lin Ling's strength very well. Don't think that you old monsters are the only ones with more experience. We are nothing more than flowers in a greenhouse. I have defeated more old monsters in the past than you have killed. However, just when everyone thought that Lin Ling would beg for mercy, Lin Ling spoke calmly instead. Duan Hun Luo King was taken aback by Lin Ling's words. Even at a time like this, Lin Ling still refused to submit? Ridiculous, this is ridiculous. Where does a stray dog get his pride from? Duan Hun Luo King couldn't help but laugh out loud. I said that I would give you 2 choices. First you die. Second, I will kill you. But soon his smile froze. This was because Lin Ling, who he had imprisoned, was bursting with a towering battle intent at this moment. It was like an unsheathed sword, showing off its sharpness. Lin Ling, was he still hiding his strength? Could it be that Lin Ling had been trying to bewitch him in the previous exchange of blows, making him think that Lin Ling was only so? But Lin Ling was only an 8th stage world king, so how could he possess such a formidable strength? At this moment, Duan Hun Luo King was stunned. He was dumbfounded. This was because he had already given Lin Ling a very high evaluation. But who would have thought that this evaluation was still too low? Are you surprised? In truth, Your speed is at the speed of 2 realms. It is very difficult for me to catch up to you, so I could only wait for you to deliver yourself to me. Also, let me tell you something. A true life and death battle is not a head-on confrontation. All is fair in war. You have clearly been tricked. At this time, Lin Ling's long hair wildly danced in the wind. The demon eye floating around his chest also began to crack, unable to block the strength erupting from his body. This was because he had only used Heaven Shocking Change before and hadn't fused his 2 dantians together. The reason he did this was because he wanted Duan Hun Luo King to think that Lin Ling was only SOSO. Of course, the most important reason was that Lin Ling's speed was inferior to Duan Hun Luo King's. This is bad. Duan Hun Luo King was increasingly surprised. Lin Ling's aura was tremendous. It had clearly surpassed the World King realm. Moreover, that fighting spirit was boiling over, as if it were crushing dry weeds. This was an unparalleled fighting spirit, an overbearing fighting spirit, and even more so, a raging flame. From within the imprisonment, a tyrannical fist mixed with raging flames shot out like a meteor. This strength was heaven-shaking and earth-shattering. If Duan Hun Luo King hadn't underestimated his opponent, then he wouldn't have received this strike. In fact, he could have easily avoided it. However, he was too close to Lin Ling. Chapter 25-23. All towards percussion. Bang! A terrifying punch landed on soul-breaking Luo Wang's chest, causing his body to freeze in the air. It's clear that compared to me, you are more like a flower in a greenhouse. At the same time, Lin Ling stepped forward, slowly walking past Soul Breaker King. Soul Breaker King's eyes flashed. All was fair in war. He had clearly been tricked. Perhaps it was as Lin Ling had said. Compared to Lin Ling, he was more like a flower in a greenhouse. In terms of ruthlessness, in terms of experience, in terms of combat experience, he couldn't compare to Lin Ling. Bang! As he thought this, his entire body exploded. He was burned to death by multicolored flames. His eyes were also burned by the flames. He had died with his eyes wide open. Soulbreaker King died? The hearts of everyone in the skies shook. How could this be? Before, they had all wanted to see Lin Ling being tortured to death. Who would have thought that in the next moment, the one to die wasn't Lin Ling, but Soulbreaker King? And Soulbreaker King was a fierce and ruthless character of his generation. If he were to fight with the second generation of the 3 great academies, there would likely be no more than 10 people that could defeat him. But now he had still fallen. This proved that Lin Ling's strength, when placed amongst the second generation, was in the top 10 monstrous geniuses. What a freakish fellow. The 4 symbols' true divinities didn't think that Lin Ling had already grown to such a degree. Even Tang Ming, who had fought with Lin Ling before, sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that his evaluation of Lin Ling had been too low. Not only was Lin Ling a monstrous genius, but he also had a wealth of combat experience. The 4 of you came to fight me. Now that one of you has died, there are only 3 left. Before, you were the ones who attacked. Now it's my turn. Lin Ling walked forward step by step. With a shake of the tyrannical song sword in his hand, wisps of black azure chi swirled out, causing the cultivators who were watching the show in the sky to turn serious. Lin Ling's strength was definitely at the half-step true divinity realm. You are only at the 8th level of the Realm King realm. So why is your combat strength so strong? The 3 people in the sky all had solemn expressions on their faces. Because Duanhuan Luo Wang was very strong, they didn't dare to underestimate him, but he still died. This meant that they might not be Lin Ling's match in a one-on-one battle. Everyone has their own trump card, and I naturally have one too. I can tell you that without the true God realm, anyone who goes out to fight will die. Lin Ling didn't hide anything. Since it was a battle to the death, then he might as well use his full strength. He held the tyrannical song sword and rushed out like a stunning swan. His surging battle intent and cold sword Dao appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Especially the experts from Only Me Commandery and Tating Commandery, they all looked extremely solemn. Lin Ling had clearly become a huge problem. Fight, fight, fight! The 3 experts were not inexperienced people. At this moment, they also exploded with a terrifying aura and pounced towards Lin Ling. They were all at the half-step true divinity realm, and had powerful chaotic force. Moreover, They could see that Duanhu and Luowang died because he underestimated his opponent, so they still had a chance. Walala! A white lake appeared from one of them, as if it came from the chaos of the universe. Another person constantly pointed with 2 fingers, causing a large number of fireflies to float in the sky. The chaotic force was also terrifying. At the very least, their martial arts all had the chaotic force of the first or second level. The reason for that was because they were all level 4-dimensional origin martial techniques. Moreover, their ultimate martial arts had reached the true realm of Tao. As for 4th grade boundary martial arts, this wasn't something that World King experts could cultivate. Only true divinity realm experts could do so. Join forces and kill him. One of them roared. His attack was extremely ruthless. The experts in the distant sky had cold expressions. Facing a junior like Lin Ling, 3 true divinity realm experts joined forces. Even if Lin Ling died, it would be a glorious death. Sword come. Staring at the massive attack, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. After coming to the martial god world, this was the first time he had challenged so many experts. Half-step true divinity realm. Lin Ling didn't think that he would face such a powerhouse so soon. However, not only was Lin Ling not afraid, but his fighting spirit was boiling. The large sword in his hands danced in a tempting storm. As the large sword moved, it actually slashed the white lake away. What was even more terrifying was that Lin Ling didn't retreat at all. It was as if he was a tower that stood between the heavens and earth, unmoved even if the heavens collapsed. How can this guy be so strong? The powerhouse that controlled the white lake cried out in alarm. This was too strange. He was clearly at the 8th level of the World King realm, but his boundary essence was so thick that it was simply unprecedented. Moreover, when Lin Ling swung the ancient sword, he could feel a trace of the true realm of Tao within it. Evildoer, evildoer. As for the distant sky, the 4 symbols' true god let out a dignified voice. Lin Ling brought him waves of surprise. In their grand court commandery besides Sunbone, which other youth could compare to Lin Ling? No, there was none at all. This made him angry and jealous. Whoosh! At this moment, after Lin Ling slashed the white lake away, he immediately pounced on one of the powerhouses. He knew that his advantage was his massive boundary essence, so he had to end the battle quickly and destroy these powerhouses with his massive strength. A sword slashed out from his hand as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. This sword was so dazzling that it caused the eyes of countless powerhouses to flicker. Split the sky shield. One of the powerhouses panicked. In his eyes, Lin Ling was like the god of death from the 9 Serenities hell. Therefore, he didn't use any martial arts and directly unleashed his immortal treasure. Immediately, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. Countless Buddha shields appeared. There were thousands of them, and they all blocked in front of the powerhouse. That's Tianfengzi, the 2nd generation of the Buddhism department in the past Songling Academy. The crowd stared at the densely packed shields and they were all excited. In the Buddhism department of the 3 academies, Tianfengzi's reputation was not weak. However, due to his limited talent, he couldn't advance to the next level and finally left Songling Academy. Now Lin Ling was challenging a senior, the 2nd generation of the past. Lin Ling, come on. The powerhouse also roared. A huge Buddha appeared behind him, shining with golden light and illuminating the entire universe. A 1st-grade immortal treasure that raised the chaotic energy by 1 level. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were shining. The chaotic energy was stronger than the boundary essence. Currently, he had only comprehended 1 level of the chaotic energy by relying on the ultimate martial arts and the Ashura sword formation. As for the chaotic energy, it was normally born from the boundary essence martial arts. It was said that only those that surpassed the true divinity realm could completely control this mysterious strength. However, Lin Ling didn't place this powerhouse's chaotic energy in his eyes. Break for me. He ruthlessly slashed out with his sword. Playing with the chaotic energy? When Lin Ling was still at the 5th level of the World King realm, he had already touched upon the surface. Much less now that his strength had crazily risen. His sword seemed to become even larger, stirring up a storm of blood. If a god blocked it, it would kill a god. If a Buddha blocked it, it would destroy a Buddha. Pung pung pung. The shields immediately shattered, split in 2. Moreover, It wasn't just one shield that shattered, but all of the shields were broken by a single sword strike. The second generation of the Tsangling Academy's pupils constricted at this moment. He never imagined that besides Lin Ling's terrifying cultivation boundary, his martial arts were also so terrifying. He was sure that Lin Ling's ultimate martial arts were no weaker than his.